There is a service that factories have been quietly paying for since before your parents were born. It has a name. It was invented by a general in the United States Army, a man who held more than 60 patents in his lifetime, and it was sold on a single claim: that the right sound, played in the background while people work, changes what those people do. Not what they think about, what they do. They called the method stimulus progression. 15-minute blocks, engineered to lift slightly at the hours of the day when a working person sags. War plants ran it. Offices ran it. Nobody ever put it there because it was beautiful. And here is the part almost nobody stops to notice. For 90 years, businesses have paid real money to control the sound going into other people's ears, because they understood exactly what 8 hours of it does to a human being. In all that time, hardly anyone has ever done it for themselves, on purpose, with their own future in mind. That is what the next 7 hours are. You already have sound running all day. You always have. The one thing you have never done is choose what rides on it. Track 1. Nobody ever sold you silence. His name was George Owen Squire. He was born in Dryden, Michigan in 1865, and he was the first officer in the United States Army to earn a doctorate in electrical engineering. He was not a small man in his field. He pushed the Army into buying aeroplanes when generals still thought of them as toys. He held more than 60 patents in wired and wireless communication. He was a serious scientist in a serious century. And in the early 1920s, he patented something quiet and strange: a method for sending signals, including music, down ordinary electrical wires, straight into a building. No radio set, no aerial, no fuss. He needed a name for it. His favorite company in the world at that time was Kodak, so he took the sound of that word, married it to the word music, and in 1934 he called the whole thing Muzak. He died that same year. He never saw what it became. By 1936, the first commercial customers in New York were being wired for it, and within a few years the company had stopped pretending it was selling entertainment at all. It was selling behavior. The system was called stimulus progression. 15 minutes of instrumental music, arranged so the energy climbed a little through the block. Then a pause. Then another block. The program was mapped against the hours of a shift, and it lifted where the human being was known to droop. During the Second World War, the war plants took it up in bulk, because the argument the company made was not artistic, it was industrial. Play this and more will come off the line. That claim was repeated for decades to factory owners, office managers, shop owners, and hotels, and they paid for it, year after year, in enormous numbers, which is not what happens to a product that does nothing. Now sit with that for a moment, because there is something in it that has almost nothing to do with music. Somebody worked out a very long time ago that the sound running underneath a person while that person is busy is not decoration, it is instruction. It reaches you while your attention is on something else entirely, which is precisely what makes it work. Nobody in that factory was listening. That was the point. The part of them that was listening was not the part they were using to do the job. And in the whole of that 90-year story, one seat stayed empty. Nobody ever built the version aimed at the person themselves. Nobody ever asked what a man might become if the sound running underneath his working day was chosen by him for him on purpose with his own life in view. That is the seat you are sitting in right now. You did not come here for background noise. You came here because something in you already suspects that the hours are not neutral, and you are right. So let this run. Let it be underneath. You do not have to concentrate on it, and you do not have to remember it. It has been written slowly and evenly on purpose, so that it goes on working after you have stopped following it. Somebody has been choosing what plays around you for your whole life. Today, that stops being an accident. Track 2. The ear has no lid. Your eye has a lid. Your ear does not. That single piece of anatomy explains more about your inner life than most people will ever guess. You can close your eyes at will, and you do, constantly, without thinking about it. There is no equivalent gesture for hearing. There is no muscle you can pull to shut it. Sound goes in. That is the whole design. It goes in while you are asleep, which is why an alarm works. It goes in while you are arguing. Cooking, driving, grieving, counting. It goes in when you are paying no attention at all. Everything you have ever tried to guard, you guarded with an act. You look away. You put the phone down. You leave the room. All of those are decisions made by the front of your mind, the part that judges and weighs and refuses. But the ear takes delivery, whether the front of your mind signed for the parcel or not. Napoleon Hill spent 20 years asking wealthy men how they had done it, and one of the plainest conclusions he ever put on paper was this: "We are what we are," he wrote, "because of the vibrations of thought which we pick up and register through the stimuli of our daily environment." Read the end of that sentence again. Not through our decisions, not through our willpower, through the stimuli of our daily environment. He was not describing something exotic. He was describing what is going on around you at this exact minute. And notice what he did next, because this is the useful half. He did not tell his readers to become stronger. He told them to change the room. Resolve to throw off the influences of any unfortunate environment, he wrote, and to build your own life to order. To order. Like a suit, like a meal. Something specified in advance rather than accepted as it comes. Here is where almost every ambitious person goes wrong. They try to win the argument at the front door, with effort, with discipline, with a hard talk in the mirror on a Sunday night. And then they spend the next 6 days with the back door wide open, taking in whatever happens to be passing. You cannot outthink a leak. You have to close it, or you have to put something better through it. There is no third option, and there never was. So the question is not whether things are going in. Things are going in. They went in yesterday, they went in for the whole of last year, and they will go in tomorrow whether you approve of the contents or not. The only question you have ever had any say over is what? The lid you do not have on your ears, you have on your hands. You choose what plays. You have always been able to choose what plays, and almost nobody ever thinks of that as a decision at all. Today it is a decision. Not a hard one, not a heroic one. You press something, and for the next stretch of hours, the door that never shuts is being fed on purpose. That is all this is. The open door, used deliberately, for once in your life. Track 3. The song you learned without studying it. On Christmas Eve in 1926, in Minneapolis, 4 men sang a short advertisement on the radio for a breakfast cereal that was about to be taken off the market. The cereal was called Wheaties. Sales were poor. General Mills, the company that owned it, had already begun the conversation about killing the brand entirely, the way companies do with a product that will not move. The men were an ordinary barbershop quartet. They sang, in 4-part harmony, a set of words as plain as a shopping list. Have you tried Wheaties? They are whole wheat with all of the bran. Won't you try Wheaties? For wheat is the best food of man. That was it. No cleverness, no story. Just a question, set to a tune, played over and over in one city. Sometime later, the company came back to the question of whether to scrap the brand, and an advertising man named Samuel Chester Gale stood up with a set of figures that stopped the meeting. The overwhelming majority of all the Wheaties being sold in the entire country were being sold in and around Minneapolis and St. Paul, which was, of course, the only place on earth where those 4 men were singing. Gale's argument was simple. If a sung sentence could do that in one city, take it to every city. The board agreed. The campaign went national, and a cereal that had been days from the bin became one of the best-known brands in America. Now, you can hear that as a piece of advertising history and file it away. Or you can hear what it actually proves, which is far more useful to you than it ever was to them. Nobody in Minneapolis sat down to memorize that jingle. Nobody studied it. Nobody wanted it. It simply arrived, repeatedly, in a form the mind does not resist, until buying that cereal felt slightly more natural than not buying it. Words set to a tune, repeated, changed the behavior of an entire region of the country, and that is a small thing compared to what you have running in your own head. Because you know songs, not 1 or 2, you know hundreds. You know verses of things you do not like, by artists you never followed, from years you would rather not revisit. Play 4 notes of something from your teenage years, and the rest of it will come up out of you like water from a pump. You never rehearsed any of it. you never intended to keep any of it. It went in because it repeated, and it repeated because you let it play. So the machine works. That is the point. The machine in you that takes repeated language and makes it permanent has been running flawlessly your whole life, and you have never once had to help it. The only thing that was ever missing was a hand on the dial. Nobody has to teach you how to absorb something. You are already the best in the world at it. Today, you are just going to feed it on purpose. Track 4. First you hate it, then you endure it, then it is yours. There is a passage in Think and Grow Rich that most readers pass straight over, and it is one of the most important things Hill ever wrote down. He was explaining how a person comes to believe something, and he quoted a criminologist to do it. When men first come into contact with crime, the man said, they abhor it. If they remain in contact with crime for a time, they become accustomed to it and endure it. If they remain in contact with it long enough, they finally embrace it and become influenced by it. 3 stages: abhor, endure, embrace. Hill did not use that quotation to talk about criminals. He used it to explain what happens to any idea that is passed to the deeper mind over and over. It is finally accepted, he wrote, and acted upon. Now put your own life against those 3 words, because that ladder does not only run downward, it is not a moral law, it is a mechanical one, and it runs in whatever direction the material is pointing. Think of a piece of music you hated the first time you heard it, genuinely disliked, and think of where it sits with you now, after it followed you around a summer. Most people, if they are honest, will find at least one song they now feel warmly about that they originally found unbearable. Nothing about the song changed. Nothing about your taste improved. It simply stopped being strange. That is the entire mechanism. Familiarity is doing the work, not merit, and the mind mistakes the one for the other constantly, which means the first stage, the resistance, the abhorrence, is not evidence that something is wrong for you. It is only evidence that it is new. Hold on to that, because you are going to need it in about 20 minutes. The first time a man says out loud that he intends to be prosperous, something in him flinches. It sounds absurd in his own mouth. He hears the sentence, and part of him wants to apologize for it. He calls that flinch honesty. It is not honesty. It is stage 1. It is the exact same feeling the song produced, and it means precisely as much. Endure it, and it becomes ordinary. Keep going, and it becomes yours. In the same silent way, a chorus becomes yours, without any moment where you decided to accept it. That is why this is 7 hours and not 7 minutes. Nobody ever changed at the abhor stage. Everybody who has ever changed did it by staying in contact with the new thing long enough for it to stop being new. You are not being asked to believe anything today. That would be too much, and you would be lying. You are being asked to remain in contact. Let the sentences run past you often enough that they lose their strangeness. That is not brainwashing, and it is not pretending. It is the only way any idea has ever gotten inside a human being, including every single idea you currently hold. You already went through this ladder with the beliefs you have now. Nobody consulted you at the time. This time you are choosing the material. Track 5. Music sits fourth on a list you have never seen. Deep in Think and Grow Rich, Hill printed a list that most readers skim past because of the chapter it sits in. He called it the 10 mind stimuli. His argument was that the human mind responds to certain things by lifting, by moving up into a higher gear that he described as enthusiasm, creative imagination, intense desire. He then set out the 10 things that do it most reliably. Sex is at the top of the list. Love is second. The desire for fame, power, or money is third. Music is fourth. Autosuggestion, the whole business of deliberately feeding yourself instructions, sits at number 8. Read those 2 placements next to each other, because there is something in the ordering that ought to stop you. Hill spent his career telling people to write out a statement, commit it to memory, and repeat it aloud twice a day. That was the method. That was the practice he built a philosophy on. And in his own accounting, the thing he taught sits 4 places below the thing you already do all day without noticing. Music, in his estimate, is one of the strongest levers on the human mind that exists. Stronger than friendship. Stronger than the pull of a group working in harmony. Stronger, by his ordering, than the deliberate practice he spent 20 years persuading people to adopt. He is not the only one who put it that high, and we will come to the others. But notice what almost nobody does with that information. If somebody handed you a lever that powerful and told you it was the fourth strongest thing available for moving your own mind, you would expect people to aim it. You would expect them to be extremely careful about what they attach to the end of it. Instead, nearly everybody in the modern world uses the fourth strongest lever on the human mind for roughly 7 hours a day, aimed at nothing in particular, carrying whatever a stranger happened to be feeling in a studio. That is not a criticism of music. Read Hill's list again. He put it in the constructive column. He was not warning anyone off it. He was telling you it works. That is the whole finding. The lever is real, and the lever is strong. And a strong lever does not care what it is attached to. It moves whatever you hang on it, in whatever direction you point it, with the same power either way. For most of your life it has been hanging loose. You cannot make it weaker by being careless with it. That is not how a lever behaves. You can only leave it swinging and let it move you wherever the last thing you played was pointing. Nothing in you needs to be stronger for this to work. The strength was never missing. It just never had anything worth pulling on the other end. Today, it does. Track 6. The old teacher who told her students to put a record on. Florence Scovel Shinn was an illustrator before she was anything else. She drew for children's books and for magazines. She lived and taught in New York, and in 1925, she published a small book at her own expense that is still selling a century later. She was not a theorist. She spent her days with ordinary people in ordinary trouble, and the book is mostly a record of what she told them to do and what happened afterwards. In the middle of that book, without any fanfare, she writes one line that most readers go straight past. The subconscious, she says, is often impressed through music, and then she explains why she thinks so. Music has a fourth-dimensional quality, she wrote, and releases the soul from imprisonment. It makes wonderful things seem possible and easy of accomplishment. Sit with that last clause, because it is the whole of it. Not true, not proven, possible, and easy. She did not stop at theory. She names 2 of her own students and what they actually did with it. One woman used her gramophone every single day for exactly this purpose. Shinn's phrase is that it put her in perfect harmony and released the imagination. Another woman danced while she made her statements. The rhythm and harmony of music and motion, Shinn wrote, carry her words forth with tremendous power. Now hold on to something here, because it matters more than it looks. This is a woman from the 1800s, teaching in parlors in New York, with none of the instruments you have in your pocket, and she had already worked out that words go in deeper when something underneath them is carrying them. She did not tell those women to stop the music. She told them to use it. She understood it as a door, not a distraction, and that is the honest position. So let us have it plainly before we go any further. Nothing in the next 7 hours is an argument that music is bad for you. It is not. It is one of the best things human beings have ever made, and every teacher we are drawing on here said so in their own way. The argument is much simpler and much harder to escape. Music is the strongest carrier you own, and for most of your life you have used the strongest carrier you own to deliver somebody else's mood, chosen by somebody else, about somebody else's night, in a year that has nothing to do with the one you are trying to build. Shinn's students did not have better minds than you. They had a gramophone and an intention. That is the entire difference. The carrier was never the problem. The carrier is the gift. The only thing missing was ever the cargo. Track 7. Watch how long a musician repeats one tune. Late in his life, in a book his family kept unpublished for decades, Hill set out the most uncomfortable idea he ever put on paper, and he explained it using music. He was trying to describe how nature makes a habit permanent, and he reached for the one example everybody has seen. At first, he wrote, the notes are memorized in the mind. Then they are related to one another through melody and rhythm. By repetition, the melody and rhythm become fixed in the mind. Observe, he says, how relentlessly the musician must repeat a tune before he masters it. Through repetition, the musical notes blend, and then you have music. And then he turns it on you. Any impulsive thought that the mind repeats over and over through habit, he wrote, forms an organized rhythm. He called it hypnotic rhythm. It is the one term of his we will use today, and it is worth having the whole of it, because most people who quote it only quote the frightening half. His claim was that a habit is not yet permanent. A habit can be broken. But if a habit is repeated long enough, it passes into something he called rhythm, and rhythm is the last stage. At that point, he said, nature takes it over and makes it permanent. That is the part people find bleak. It is not bleak. It is the most encouraging sentence in the book, and here is why. It means the finishing work is not yours. Think about what he is actually describing. He is saying that after a certain amount of honest repetition, the maintenance stops being effortful, because something other than your willpower has assumed the job. The musician does not decide to play the piece correctly. By the end, he could not easily play it wrongly. Everybody wants that outcome, and almost nobody survives the repetition it costs. Watch how relentlessly the musician repeats. That is Hill's own instruction, and it is the least glamorous sentence in the whole philosophy. Not inspired. Not clever. Relentless. The person you envy did not think of something you have not thought of. In almost every case, they simply said one thing to themselves for far longer than you were willing to say it, until the saying stopped being something they did and became something they were. And here is the arithmetic that ought to reach you. You have already proved you can do this. You have done it with music you never chose. Nobody had to make you sit down and rehearse a chorus. It went in on repetition alone, while you were doing something else, in a form you had no defense against. The apparatus is installed and it works. It has been running perfectly for years. It has simply never been pointed at anything you wanted. Point it, and then be boring about it for longer than feels reasonable. That is not a small ask. It is just a very plain one. Track 8. Rhythm is the last stage of habit. Hill had a second image for it, and it is even better than the first. He compared the mind to a river. An object floating on moving water, he said, can go on floating indefinitely. It goes where the current takes it, but nothing has hold of it. It can still drift out, unless it is caught in a whirlpool. Then it is carried round and round, and it cannot escape. That is his picture of what happens when repetition finishes its work. The thought is no longer a thought. It has become the shape of the water. Now, most people who read that get frightened, and they start taking inventory of the whirlpools they suspect they are in. Do not do that today. That is a diagnosis, and diagnosis is not the business we are in for the next several hours. Look at the other half of what he said, because he was very careful to include it. The same law builds the whirlpool you want. There is nothing in nature that only runs one way. Water does not know it is carrying a bad thing. Rhythm does not have a moral opinion. Repetition is a builder for hire, and it has been building for you every single day of your life, from whatever material was lying around, which raises the only question that matters here. If something is going to become permanent in you anyway, and something always does, what would you like it to be? Because that is the real choice. Not between being programmed and being free. Nobody has ever been free of this. The rhythm is running right now, in you, today. And it is either running on material you selected or on material that arrived by accident. Hill's answer was that undesirable habits can be broken, but that they must be broken before they assume the proportions of rhythm. Notice the direction of the sentence. He is telling you where the leverage is. It is early. It is cheap early, and it is expensive late, which is exactly as true of the good ones. A new sentence about your own life, said once, is nothing. Said for a week, it is still nothing, and this is the point at which almost everybody stops and decides the method is false. Said long enough, it is not a sentence anymore. It is simply what you assume, and you will defend it without noticing you are defending it. The way you defend the things you were taught as a child. That is what a rhythm is. An opinion that has stopped feeling like an opinion. You have several of those about money right now. Every one of them got in by exactly this route. None of them are more permanent than the new ones will be. The water is moving either way. Today you are just standing where you can reach it. Track 9. The man who could only play on the black keys. He was born in Russia and brought to America as a small boy. He left school in his early teens. He worked as a singing waiter in the years around 1905, and he taught himself the piano in whatever hours were left. Taught himself badly, as it turned out. He could not read music. He never learned to. And he could barely play in any key except F sharp, because F sharp let him stay almost entirely on the black keys, where his self-taught fingers knew their way. For a man who wanted to write songs for a living, that is close to a disqualification. It is the equivalent of a writer who can only form one letter, so he had a piano built to get around himself. To the side of the keyboard there was a wheel. Turning it slid the whole keyboard along, so that the hammers came down on different strings than they normally would. He played his one key, and the instrument transposed it into whatever key the song actually needed. He called it his trick piano. Sometimes he called it his Buick, because the wheel reminded him of a steering wheel. His name was Irving Berlin, and he wrote Alexander's Ragtime Band, and God Bless America, and White Christmas, and something close to 1,000 more. Now here is what that story is doing in a conversation about prosperity. Everybody who has ever wanted something has an F sharp, a place where the equipment is limited, and where the limitation is genuine and is not going to be argued away by enthusiasm. Most people treat that as the end of the sentence. I cannot read music, therefore I am not a musician. I am no good with numbers, therefore money is not my area. I am not confident, therefore not this. Berlin did something different, and it is not what the story sounds like at first. He did not overcome the limitation. He never learned to read music. He was still playing on the black keys at the height of his fame, decades after he could have afforded the finest teacher alive. He built a device so the limitations stopped mattering. That is a completely different move, and it is available to almost everybody, almost always, and it is the move that hardly anybody makes because it feels like cheating. It is not cheating. Every music publisher on Tin Pan Alley had one of those pianos in the building. He was not the only man using one. He was simply the one who stopped apologizing for needing it. And what came out the other side was not compromised work. It was the music half a country sang for 50 years. You do not have to become a different person to be prosperous. That project has consumed most of the good years of a great many people. You have to find the wheel on the side of your own keyboard, and you have to stop feeling ashamed of turning it. Play your one key. Let the arrangement do the rest. Track 10. 7 hours is not a small number. Do the arithmetic on your own ears once, and then you will never quite hear a working day the same way again. Most people who use headphones use them for a large part of the time their hands are busy. The commute, the gym, the chores, the walk, the stretch of work that does not need language. It adds up faster than anybody guesses, because none of it feels like time spent. Call it a few hours. Be conservative and call it 2. Over a year, 2 hours a day is more than 700 hours. 700 hours is more time than most people have spent on any deliberate skill in their adult lives. It is more than a full-time job for 4 months. It is more than the total of every training course, every book, every serious conversation about your future you have had since you left school, put together. And it went to sound that was chosen by mood. Not badly chosen, not stupidly. Chosen the way you choose a jumper on a cold morning, by feel, in 3 seconds, with no thought at all about what the next 12 months are going to require of you. That is not a failing. Nobody ever told you it was a decision. Now hold that number up against the way people normally try to change their lives. The normal way is intensity, a hard weekend, a course, a book read in 3 days with a highlighter, a decision made at midnight that this is finally it. All of that is real, and almost none of it survives contact with a Tuesday, because it is a small amount of time under enormous pressure, and the mind treats pressure as an event rather than a truth. 700 hours is the opposite. It is a small amount of pressure over an enormous amount of time. That is the arrangement nature actually responds to. That is how children learn their first language, without a single lesson, without effort, without anybody testing them. Constant, low, unbroken exposure. Nobody sat you down and taught you your mother tongue. You were simply in the room while it was spoken, thousands of hours, until it was not a language you had learned, but a language you were. That is the only method that has ever worked at the depth we are talking about. And you already have the hours. That is the part that should genuinely lift you. You are not being asked to find time you do not have, or to add a discipline to a day that is already full. The hours exist. They are already committed. They are running today, whether or not you agree with anything said here. The whole of this is one substitution, made once, in the seconds before you press something. 2 hours a day is 700 hours a year, and you are going to spend it anyway. You are only deciding what it buys. Track 11. You cannot listen to nothing. Try it for a moment. Not now, but sometime today. Try to spend 20 minutes with nothing going into your ears at all. Most people cannot manage it, not because it is unpleasant, but because within about 90 seconds a hand reaches for something, a song, a voice, a screen, anything, so long as it fills. That reflex is worth understanding because it tells you what the slot actually is. The slot is not optional. It is not a luxury that modern people have added to their day. It is a permanent feature of a working mind, and it has always been filled by something. Before recorded sound, it was filled by whatever the room provided, by other people talking, by your own inner commentary running unopposed. Hill made an observation about the mind that reads oddly at first and then never leaves you. He said a poverty consciousness will voluntarily seize the mind that is not occupied with something better, voluntarily, without permission, without any effort on the part of the person it is settling into. He was describing ground, not a person. Ground is not neutral. Leave a field alone for one season, and it does not stay bare. It fills with whatever seed the wind was carrying. Your listening hours work exactly like that field, which quietly disposes of the question people usually agonize over. Nobody is choosing between being influenced and being left alone. That option was never on the table for any human being who has ever lived. The only choice on offer is between the crop you selected and the crop that arrived on its own. And here is what makes that easier rather than harder. You do not have to fight anything. Fighting a habit is exhausting, and it rarely holds. What you are doing here is far cheaper. You are not removing something. You are occupying a space that was going to be occupied regardless. Nature does not do vacuums, and neither does attention. The way you get rid of an unwanted tenant is not by arguing with him at the door. It is by having the room already let. So do not go into this thinking of it as a sacrifice. You are not giving up your music. Nobody has asked you to. You are simply noticing, possibly for the first time, that there is a slot, that it is always full, and that until today, it was filled by whatever was nearest. The slot is not empty, and it never was. Today it has something in it that was chosen. Track 12. What your rotation has been telling you about money. Do not do this as an accusation. Do it as an inventory, the way a shopkeeper counts stock. No feelings in it. Think about the last 20 things you played by choice, and ask what they were about. Not the melody, the content. What position do those songs take on effort, on other people, on the future, on being poor, on being wanted, on whether life is fair? Most popular music, across almost every era, is written from one of a small number of positions. Loss, longing, defiance, nostalgia, the thrill of a night that is already over. Occasionally triumph, but usually a triumph over somebody, which is not the same thing. There is nothing wrong with any of that. Those are real human states, and the songs exist because the states exist, and a person who never listened to anything sad would be missing half of what music is for. But be precise about what happens when you run one of those states underneath your working hours, on repeat, for years. You are not enjoying an emotion, you are rehearsing one. Hill's criminologist put it in 3 words: abhor, endure, embrace. Repetition does not ask what a thing is worth. Repetition only asks how often. And there is a second layer people miss entirely, which is the position the song puts you in as a listener. An enormous amount of music is written from the position of somebody waiting to be chosen, waiting to be understood, waiting for the phone, waiting for the thing to come back around. Spend 700 hours a year standing in that position, and it stops being a position and starts being a posture. Then, a man wonders why, When an opportunity actually turns up in his life, his instinct is to wait a little longer and see. None of this is the fault of the people who made the music. They were doing their job, which was to feel something honestly and put it where you could hear it. They were never responsible for what you did with it afterwards. The responsibility for the rotation was always yours, and until today, you almost certainly never knew you were holding it. So take the inventory once, without shame, and then leave it alone. There is no need to go through your whole life and repent of a playlist. You are not here to feel bad about what has been playing. You are here because something else is going to play now. Track 13. The assembly line where the songs were written. In the middle of the 1950s, there was a young man in Detroit working on a car assembly line at the Lincoln Mercury plant. The work was what that work is: repetitive, loud, physically hard, and mentally empty. Most men handle that by going somewhere else in their heads for 8 hours, and that is exactly what he did. But he did something specific with the emptiness. He wrote songs in it. He said later that the long hours on the line gave him the ideas and, just as importantly, the time to work them out in his head. Nobody could interrupt him. Nobody needed his attention. He had a machine in front of him, and a whole shift behind his eyes. His name was Berry Gordy. He left the line, wrote for other artists for a few years, and then in January of 1959, he asked his family for money. The family had a savings fund, a cooperative that the relatives paid into, and to take money out of it, you had to stand in front of everybody at a family meeting, explain what you wanted it for, and get every single person to agree. He asked for $800 at 6% to be paid back within the year. They said yes. He started a record company with it. What he built with that $800 became the sound that came out of half the radios in the Western world for the next 15 years. Songs that everybody alive at the time can still sing without trying. Now there are two things in that story, and the obvious one is not the useful one. The obvious one is the $800. Small money, big outcome, and you have heard that shape before. The useful one is the assembly line. Because what Berry Gordy actually did was take the deadest hours in his week, the ones that ask nothing of your mind and give nothing back, and he filled them with the thing he intended to become. He did not wait until he had a studio. He did not wait until he had permission or a contract or a spare evening. He used the hours he already had, which were the worst hours he had, and he used them on purpose. Everybody reading their own life will find some version of those hours. The drive, the shift, the cue, the washing up, the part of the job that your hands can do without you. Most people treat that time as a whole to be plugged with anything that stops the boredom. He treated it as a workshop, and then the man who used his empty hours deliberately went on to fill everybody else's empty hours for a generation. That is not a coincidence. It is the same law, seen from both ends. Your dead hours are not dead. They are simply unassigned. Track 14. This is the part almost everyone gets wrong. There is a warning in Think and Grow Rich that has saved more people from wasting years than any of the promises in it. Hill was writing about the practice of repeating a written statement to yourself, which was the central discipline of everything he taught. And in the middle of explaining how to do it, he stopped and told his readers what would happen if they did it the obvious way. If you repeat 1,000,000 times the famous formula of Emile Coué, he wrote, "Day by day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Without mixing emotion and faith with your words, you will experience no desirable results." 1,000,000 times. And nothing. He was not being dramatic. He said this was a fact of such importance that it warranted repeating in practically every chapter, because the lack of understanding of it was the main reason most people who tried the method got nothing out of it. Plain, unemotional words, he wrote, do not influence the subconscious mind. Now this is the single most useful piece of bad news in the whole philosophy, and it explains something you have probably lived through personally. Almost everybody has tried affirmations at some point. Almost everybody found them hollow, and quietly concluded either that the idea was nonsense or that they were the sort of person it does not work on. Neither was true. What happened was that they recited. Reciting is a mouth activity. It moves air. The deeper part of you has no interest in air. It responds to states, to what is felt while a thing is said, and it will take a sentence delivered with genuine feeling once far more seriously than the same sentence chanted flatly 1,000 times. This is exactly why the 7 hours matter, and it is also why they are not enough on their own. Sound running underneath your day does the patient half. It keeps the material in contact with you until it stops being strange, and that is real work that nothing else does as cheaply. But somewhere in the day, it needs 1 minute where you actually mean it. And that is why I made you a free 1-page daily auto-suggestion sheet. Your aim? A small number of goals, the lines to run morning and night, and a few short notes on the part Hill said everybody gets wrong, which is how to feel it in rather than say it out. It costs nothing. It is the first link in the description. Take it and use it tonight while this is still fresh. 60 seconds, twice a day, done with feeling, on top of hours of quiet contact. That is the whole method. It is not complicated. It is just very easy to do only half of. Track 15. Nobody has to believe it on the first day. Here is the sentence that stops most people before they ever start. I cannot say something I do not believe. It sounds like integrity. It is usually just a misunderstanding of how belief is manufactured, and it is worth clearing up now, because you will hit this wall within the hour. You do not believe things because you decided they were true. Almost nothing you currently hold arrived that way. Think of any strong conviction you have about how the world works. Trace it back honestly. In nearly every case, you will not find a moment of evaluation. You will find exposure. You heard it from people you trusted, repeatedly, at an age when you had no equipment to test it, and by the time you were old enough to question it, it was no longer an opinion, it was furniture. Hill said this plainly and without softening it. It is a well-known fact, he wrote, that one comes finally to believe whatever one repeats to oneself, whether the statement be true or false. If a man repeats a lie over and over, he will eventually accept the lie as truth. Moreover, he will believe it to be the truth. That is not an instruction to lie to yourself. It is a description of the machine. And the machine has already been used on you. Everything you currently believe about what you are worth, what people like you can expect, and how much is reasonable to ask for, got in by exactly this door. Nobody consulted you. So the honest position at the start is not belief. The honest position is this: I do not believe this yet, and I am going to remain in contact with it anyway. That sentence you can say without lying. That sentence costs you nothing. And it is all that is required, because belief is not the entrance fee. Belief is the result. It arrives at the far end of enough exposure, quietly, on an ordinary day, and you usually only notice it afterwards. You will not have a moment where you suddenly accept all this. That is not how any of your existing beliefs arrived, and it is not how these ones will either. What will happen is smaller and stranger. One day, a sentence that used to make you flinch will simply go past without producing anything. No resistance, no embarrassment, just nothing. That nothing is the sound of a wall coming down. Stay in contact. That is the whole instruction for today. Belief is downstream, and it is not your job. Track 16. The difference between listening and being around something. There is a distinction that makes all of this workable, and once you have it, you will stop feeling guilty about drifting. Listening is what you do with the front of your mind. It is effortful, it is narrow, and it exhausts quickly. Nobody can genuinely listen for 7 hours, and nobody is asking you to. Being around something is different. It is what happens when a thing is simply present while you go about your life, and it uses none of your energy at all. Almost every deep thing you know, you learned the second way. You did not study your accent. You did not memorize the manners of your family, or the way people in your town talk about work, or the 100 small assumptions about money that you absorbed before you were 10. You were around it. That is why children learn languages that adults struggle with for years. It is not that their brains are better. It is that nobody is teaching them. They are simply in the room while it is spoken, thousands of hours, with no test at the end. Immersion beats instruction, and it beats it so badly that it is almost unfair. which means the way you should use the next several hours is not the way you would use a lecture. Do not try to hold on. Do not rewind because you missed a paragraph. If you drift off in the middle of a sentence and come back 4 minutes later somewhere else entirely, that is not failure. That is exactly the condition in which this material goes in best, because your critical mind is elsewhere and the door is unguarded. Shinn's students did not sit in front of a gramophone concentrating. One of them danced. There is a reason this has been made long enough to cover a whole working day rather than short enough to be studied. It is not padding, it is the method. The length is doing the work. So put it on and go and live your day. Wash something. Drive somewhere. Do the part of your job that does not need your voice. Let it run under all of it. You are not a student today. You are just someone who has decided to be around a different set of ideas for a while. That is easier than anything anybody has ever asked of you, and it goes deeper than all of it. Track 17. The sentence you say more than any other. Everybody has one. Very few people know what theirs is. It is not a motto, and it was never chosen. It is the phrase that comes out of you automatically when the same situation turns up, and it turns up often, and you have said it so many thousands of times that it has worn a groove. For some people it is that things always work out. For some people it is that nothing ever goes right for them. For some it is that they are terrible with money, said cheerfully, at a till, in front of other people. Whatever yours is, you have said it more often than you have said the name of anyone you love. Shinn built her whole teaching on this, and she was not gentle about it. She watched people talk themselves into their circumstances year after year in her consulting room, and she noticed that the sentence almost always came before the situation, not after it. She had a student who used to say, constantly and lightly, that she always missed a car, meaning the tram, the bus, the connection, and she always did. Shinn had her change the sentence, not her behavior, not her timekeeping, the sentence. She was told to start saying that she always caught a car instead. She began catching them, including ones that appeared to wait for her. Now, a person can hear that story two ways, and both are available. You can call it superstition, which is the cheap reading, and you would then have to explain why the woman's circumstances tracked her vocabulary so exactly for so long before anything changed. Or you can notice the plainer mechanism underneath, which requires no mysticism at all. A person who has decided she always misses things has already, at some level below argument, stopped hurrying. She has already begun rehearsing the failure as she leaves the house. The words did not travel out into the world and bend traffic. They arranged her. Either reading gets you to the same place, so take whichever one you can hold. Your standing sentence is not a description of your life. It is a set of standing orders that you renew several times a day without noticing. So find it. That is the whole of today's work on this. Do not try to fix it yet. Just catch yourself saying it once, and hear it as an instruction rather than an observation. That single moment of hearing it properly is worth more than a month of trying to be positive. Track 18. I cannot afford it is not a fact. There is a phrase almost everyone uses, and it is the most efficient poverty instruction in the English language. I cannot afford it. Now, before anything else, let us be completely honest, because this is exactly the point at which this kind of teaching usually becomes insulting. Sometimes you genuinely do not have the money. That is a fact about your bank account on a Tuesday. Facts are fine. There is nothing wrong with a fact. The problem is that almost nobody says it as a fact. Listen to how it is actually used. It is used as a full stop. It closes the subject, it ends the thinking, and it does it so efficiently that the mind never opens the file again. Hill noticed that the mind hands over what it is asked for, and that the asking happens in the form of the question you leave sitting there. If you close a subject, the search stops. If you leave a subject open, something in you keeps working on it in the background for days, and it will bring you things. You have experienced this with trivial matters. A name you cannot remember, given up on at 11 at night, arrives unannounced at 6 in the morning while you are brushing your teeth. Nobody was consciously looking. Something was. I cannot afford it shuts that department down before it opens. There is a version of the same honest fact that leaves it open, and it is barely different in length. Not this month. Or, I have not worked out how yet. Or, that is not in the budget at present. Every one of those is equally true. Not one of them is a lie. And every one of them keeps the file on the desk instead of putting it in the incinerator. The difference is not optimism. This is not about pretending you are richer than you are, which is a good way to end up genuinely poor. The difference is entirely about whether you have told the part of you that solves things to keep working. And there is a second cost that is easy to miss. Children are listening. Not to your budget, to your certainty. They will inherit the tone long before they understand the arithmetic, exactly as you inherited it. From somebody who almost certainly meant well and was doing their best in a harder decade. You are not being asked to spend money you do not have. Please do not. You are being asked to stop closing a door that costs nothing to leave ajar. Track 19. Don't ask the price. It's a penny. In 1884, a young man opened a stall in the outdoor part of Kirkgate Market in Leeds. He had arrived in the north of England from what is now Belarus, with very little money and almost no English. According to the company's own archive, he could speak only a few words of the language, and he could not read or write it at all. He spoke Yiddish. Try to hold the practical problem in your mind. You are a shopkeeper who cannot negotiate, cannot explain, cannot answer a question about quality or size or origin, and cannot argue with anybody about anything. Every advantage in retail at that time depended on talking. So he removed talking from the business. He divided the goods by price, and over one section, he put a sign with a single sentence on it. Don't ask the price, it's a penny. That was the entire sales operation. One sentence repeated on every stall, in every town, wherever he opened. It answered the only question a customer had before the customer had asked it. It removed haggling. It removed embarrassment for people who could not afford to be told the price of something out loud in front of others. He also let people pick things up and handle them before buying, which almost nobody did at the time. His name was Michael Marks. The stall became a chain of penny bazaars, and the penny bazaars became one of the best-known retailers in Britain. Now think about what he actually did, because it is the exact subject of these hours. A man with no language found one sentence, made it true, and repeated it everywhere without variation until it did the work of 1,000 conversations. He did not have the ability to say many things well. So he said one thing, relentlessly, and it built an empire. Almost everybody has this backwards. People believe that persuasion is a matter of having a great deal to say, and that repetition is what you fall back on when you have run out of material. It is the other way around. Repetition is the material. The men who change things are almost never the ones with the most to say. They are the ones who found the one true sentence and were not embarrassed to keep saying it. That applies to how you sell, and it applies just as exactly to how you speak to yourself. You do not need a philosophy. You do not need 40 pages of carefully worded statements about your future. You need one sentence that is worth repeating, and the willingness to be as unvarying about it as a man with a sign in a market. Track 20. You will believe anything you say often enough. Hill made a claim in the middle of Think and Grow Rich that is either the most dangerous sentence in the book or the most liberating one, depending entirely on which end of it you pick up. Every man is what he is, he wrote, because of the dominating thoughts which he permits to occupy his mind. Permits. That is the word doing the work. He is not saying you chose your thoughts. Nobody chooses their thoughts. And anybody who tells you they do has never watched their own mind for 10 quiet minutes. He is saying you permitted them to stay. There is a difference between what arrives and what is allowed to take up residence, and the second one is entirely a matter of what you keep returning to. He then goes further, and this is the part that unsettles people. Thoughts which a man deliberately places in his own mind, he wrote, and encourages with sympathy, and with which he mixes any one or more of the emotions, constitute the motivating forces which direct and control his every movement, act, and deed. Every movement, act, and deed. That is an enormous claim, and it is worth testing rather than swallowing. So test it on something you already know about yourself. Take a fear you have that you know is out of proportion, something you avoid that other people handle without difficulty. Speaking to a room, asking for money, Making the phone call. Now ask yourself honestly how many times, over how many years, you have said the corresponding sentence in your own head. I am no good at this. I always freeze. This is not me. Hundreds of times. Possibly thousands. Never with any drama, never in a moment you would remember. Just quietly, in passing, every time the subject came near. And it worked perfectly. The instruction was carried out to the letter, every single time, without fail. That is not a broken system. That is a system operating exactly as designed on the material it was given, which is the whole of the good news. And people rush past it because it arrives dressed as bad news. If repetition installed the thing you dislike about yourself, then repetition is not your enemy. It is your most reliable servant, and it has been working faithfully for decades on instructions nobody ever audited. You do not need a new mechanism. Yours is excellent. It has proved itself. You need to look at what it has been fed. Track 21. A million repetitions can do absolutely nothing. We touched on this earlier, and it deserves its own space, because it is where most people's honest effort disappears. Hill's warning was blunt. Repeat a formula a million times without emotion, and you will experience no desirable results. Not fewer results. None. Now, that is a strange thing to find in a book that spends its whole length telling you to repeat things. It looks like a contradiction until you understand what he thought repetition was for. Repetition is not the payment. Repetition is the delivery vehicle. You are not buying the outcome with the number of times you say a sentence, the way you might buy something by putting coins in a slot. If that were true, the whole thing would be a lottery of endurance, and the most stubborn person would always win. Repetition exists to give the felt version of the sentence enough chances to occur. Most of the times you say it, nothing will happen. It will be dry. It will be words. That is normal, and it is not wasted, because you are not trying to be moved every time. You are keeping the door open until one of the attempts lands, and occasionally, without warning, one of them will land. You will say a sentence you have said 400 times, and something in your chest will move slightly. For 2 seconds, it will not be a claim. It will just be true. That 2 seconds is the entire transaction. Everything else was the cost of being present when it happened. This is why people who try this for a week and quit have not disproved anything. They simply were not there long enough for one of the repetitions to catch. And it is why the flat, mechanical version of this teaching is such a trap. Somebody hears that affirmations work, sets an alarm, chants at a mirror with no more feeling than a man reading a gas meter, and after a month concludes it is nonsense. He was never actually doing it. He was rehearsing the shape of doing it. So here is the practical instruction, and it is small. When you say the thing, look for 1 second of it being true. Not the whole thing. 1 second. Some version of it, however partial, that you can honestly feel. Then stop. That second was the work. The rest was the cue. Track 22. Plain words do not move anything. The teachers we are drawing on today agreed about almost nothing regarding style, and they agreed completely about this. Something has to be felt or nothing happens. Hill said the deeper mind recognizes and acts upon only thoughts that have been well mixed with emotion. Goddard, teaching in halls in the 1940s and 50s, told his audiences that whenever a person's feeling is in conflict with what they say they want, the feeling wins, every time, without exception. That is the sentence to keep. When feeling and wanting disagree, feeling wins, which explains something that has probably frustrated you for years. You can want something enormously and get nowhere. You can want it with real sincerity, think about it constantly, work hard in its general direction, and still watch nothing move. That is not a sign you did not want it enough. Wanting harder is the single most common piece of useless advice in the world. It is a sign that underneath the wanting, there was a settled feeling that it was not going to happen, and the settled feeling is the senior partner. Notice that this is not mysterious in the slightest. You have watched it in other people. You have seen a man ask for something while radiating the expectation of refusal, and you watched him get refused, and you knew before he opened his mouth that he would be. Nothing supernatural occurred. He arranged it, in his posture, in his timing, in the little apology at the start of the sentence. The deeper part of you is not persuaded by argument. It is persuaded by tone, and it has been listening to your tone your whole life. So, the practical question is never, how do I want this more? It is, how do I get 1 honest inch of the feeling, given what I currently have to work with? And the answer is almost always to go smaller. Do not try to feel wealthy. You will fail, and the failure teaches your system that the whole subject is false. Try to feel 1 very small piece of it that you can actually reach. The relief of 1 particular bill being handled. The quiet of a Sunday with nothing owed. The specific face of 1 person whose life gets easier. Small and true beats large and hollow every time. Anybody can produce 1 honest second. Nobody can fake an hour. Track 23. Say the thing you want, not the thing you are running from. There is a fault in the way almost everybody phrases their own goals, and it is so common that it sounds like normal speech. People name the escape instead of the destination. I want to get out of debt. I want to stop worrying about money. I do not want to end up like my father. I want to not have to check the balance before I go to the shop. Every one of those sentences is honest. Every one of them describes a real and painful thing. And every one of them keeps the painful thing at the center of the picture, which is the one place it must not be. Shinn watched this constantly, and she was fairly ruthless about it. She had a student who was told to ask for what she actually wanted, and instead she kept describing the situation she was trying to leave, in detail, at length, with feeling. The situation obliged her by continuing. The reason has nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with attention. Whatever you describe, you rehearse. Whatever you rehearse, you become fluent in. A man who spends 3 years saying he wants to stop being broke becomes extremely fluent in being broke. He knows the shape of it exactly. He can produce it without thinking, in any weather. Ask him what prosperous looks like on an ordinary Wednesday and he will go quiet, because he has never once described it. He has no vocabulary for it at all. That silence is the whole problem, and it is not a moral failing. It is simply a gap in the material. There is a version of this that goes further, and it is worth knowing about. Shinn wrote that the deeper mind is entirely without a sense of humor and takes everything you say completely literally. She had a student who asked for plenty of work and got exactly that, and no pay with it, because pay had never been mentioned. You can hear that as a strange old story, or you can hear it as an accurate description of how instructions behave when nobody is checking them for common sense. So say the whole thing. Say the thing itself, not the absence of the other thing. Not I want to get out of debt. Something like, I want every account settled and money left over at the end of the month. Not I do not want to worry. Something like, I want to open a bill without my stomach moving. They are the same situation. They are not the same instruction, and they do not produce the same man. And notice how much harder the second version is to say. That difficulty is not an accident, and it is not a sign that the sentence is untrue. It is a measure of how long it has been since you allowed yourself to describe the thing you actually want in plain words, without hedging it, without a joke afterwards, without immediately explaining why it probably will not happen. Try one today. Just say the destination once, cleanly, with nothing attached to the end of it. You will notice something move in you when you do, and whatever moved is exactly the thing that has been in the way. Track 24. What you say about other people's money. This is the most reliable diagnostic in the whole subject, and it takes about 4 seconds to run on yourself. Think of somebody you know personally who has money, not a celebrity, somebody real, whose house you have been in, or whose car you have stood next to. Now notice the sentence that arrives, unbidden, in the second after you picture them. For a great many people it is not admiration, it is a small qualification. He was lucky, her family helped her. He works all the hours God sends and never sees his children. There is something about how he made it that nobody talks about. Sometimes those things are true. That is not the point. The point is that the qualification arrives automatically, and that it arrives before any thought about the person as a person. Hill wrote about a mind occupied by one dominating idea, and how it recruits everything that agrees with it. Proctor put the same thing in physical language, which we will get to properly, but the plain version of it is this: you will not comfortably become a thing you resent. Something in a human being refuses to walk deliberately into a category it has spent years quietly despising. It will find reasons. It will sabotage timing. It will make the necessary conversation impossible to have. It will keep you safely on the good side of a line you drew when you were 19 and never revisited. Shinn saw this in her students constantly, and she said the loss came from two attitudes, and one of them was depreciation, running a thing down while asking for it, wanting the position and sneering at the people in it. She thought you could not hold both. She was right, and you do not need her metaphysics to see why. The correction is not to start admiring people who do not deserve it. There are wealthy people who are dreadful, exactly as there are poor people who are dreadful, in about the same proportion, because money is not a character test. The correction is much smaller. It is to stop the automatic sentence. When the qualification arrives, notice it, and simply do not finish it. Say nothing instead. That is all. Do that for a month and something quite strange happens. The category stops being a foreign country. People with money stop being a species and go back to being people, some of whom you like, some of whom you do not, none of whom are proof of anything about you. And then the road into that country stops being a betrayal. You cannot walk toward a place you are busy defending yourself against. That is not a spiritual law. That is just how a person works. Track 25. The joke that is not a joke. There is a particular way people talk about their own money and company, and it deserves a hard look, because it is doing far more than it appears to. It comes out as humor, self-deprecating, light, socially useful. Oh, don't ask me. I'm hopeless with money. I'll be working until I'm 80. Money goes through me like water. Look at me, buying the cheap one again. Everybody laughs. It relaxes the table. It signals that you are not showing off, which in most cultures is a genuine social service and the reason the habit exists. And every one of those sentences is a declaration, made out loud, in front of witnesses, with your own voice, about the kind of person you are. Hill's point about repetition does not contain an exception for jokes. Neither does anybody else's. The mechanism has no sense of irony, and it certainly cannot hear a wink. There is a second cost that is larger than the first. A joke is not a private thought. A joke is a position you have taken publicly, and human beings are extraordinarily reluctant to contradict their own public positions. Having told a room you are hopeless with money, you now have a small reputation to maintain, and you will maintain it without ever deciding to. That is why the man who jokes about being useless with money for 15 years will feel a genuine embarrassment the first time he tries to be careful with it in front of the same people. It feels like a betrayal of a character he has been playing. Proctor's observation about this is the one worth carrying. He said that people do not feel comfortable about money because they have it. They have it because they feel comfortable about it. The comfort comes first, and a running joke is a comfort you are actively refusing to build. Now, the correction here is not to become humorless about money, which is a horrible way to live and makes you tiring at parties. The correction is to stop making yourself the punchline of that particular joke. Keep the humor, point it somewhere else. There is an enormous amount in the world that is genuinely funny, and almost none of it requires you to declare yourself financially incompetent in front of your friends. And if the modesty is what you are after, if the real purpose of the joke was to make sure nobody thinks you are showing off, there are 100 ways to be modest that do not involve slandering yourself. You can simply be quiet. That works. It has always worked. Say nothing about it, and people will assume whatever they like, which is none of your business anyway. What matters is that your own voice stops telling your own ears, in front of an audience, in a form you cannot take back, that you are the sort of person money does not stay with. Track 26. The boy who talked his way onto a ship. He was born in 1848 in a tenement in Glasgow, in a family that had come over from Ireland to get away from the famine. He left school at 13 and went to work as an errand boy for a printer. At about 15, he signed on as a cabin boy on a steamer running between Glasgow and Belfast, and what he found there changed the direction of his life. Not the work, the talk. The sailors had been to America. They described it in the way sailors describe things, and he listened. He got himself across the Atlantic and spent several years in the United States, doing whatever he could get. He worked in the tobacco fields of Virginia. He worked on a rice plantation in South Carolina. He worked in a grocery in New York, and it was there that he watched how American shopkeepers actually sold things, which was nothing like the way it was done at home. He came back to Glasgow with those methods in his head and opened one small provision shop in Anderston. His name was Thomas Lipton. He turned that one shop into a chain across Glasgow, then across Scotland, then across Britain, and by 1888 he had around 300 stores. And at that point he did the thing that made his name permanent. Tea in Britain at the time came through a chain of middlemen, and the price reflected every hand it passed through. Lipton went round the whole arrangement and bought plantations directly. He then sold decent tea cheaply enough that ordinary working families could drink it every day. And in doing so, he did not just win a market, he created one. He is a substantial part of the reason tea became the national drink of a country that had previously treated it as something for people with money. He was knighted. He spent an unreasonable amount of his fortune failing repeatedly to win the America's Cup, which he seems to have enjoyed enormously. Now, what is in that story for you? Not the tea, and not the shops. It is that a boy with nothing useful except his ears went and stood where people were describing a bigger life, and he took the description seriously. Everybody around him had heard the same sailors. Most of them enjoyed the stories and went home. He treated a description as information about what was available. That is a decision anybody can make, at any age, at any income, and it costs nothing. The difference between a man who is entertained by other people's lives and a man who is instructed by them is not intelligence, and it is not opportunity. It is what he does the following morning. Track 27. The complaint that costs more than the thing itself. Every complaint has two prices. Almost nobody adds up the second one. The first price is the problem. That is real, and you did not invent it, and it deserves to be dealt with. The second price is what the complaining does to you while you are describing it, and this is where the money actually goes. Hill had a line about this that is worth having exactly. He wrote about a banker in Illinois who kept a sign on the wall of his bank. "We talk and think only of abundance here. If you have a tale of woe, please keep it, as we do not want it." That is a rude sign. It is also, on the evidence, a profitable one. Hill's argument was that one pessimist could destroy the work of half a dozen competent men, and that a man who wants to build anything has to be as careful about the mental weather in a room as a farmer is about frost. Now, before this becomes another instruction to bottle everything up, let us be clear about what is being distinguished, because there is a real difference, and everybody knows it in their gut. There is stating a problem to somebody who can help, which is useful and lasts about 90 seconds. And there is telling the story, which lasts as long as there is an audience, and which does not aim at a solution, and would in fact be disappointed by one. The second kind is entertainment. It is entertainment made out of your own life, performed for people who cannot do anything about it, and it has to be re-performed regularly to keep working. Every performance rehearses the position, every rehearsal deepens the groove. Shinn had one student who spent his days rehearsing, out loud and in his head, exactly what he would say to the people he owed money to when he could not pay them. He had the speeches ready. He had them polished. He was, in her reading, spending his entire creative capacity building the scene he most wanted to avoid, and doing it so thoroughly that he had no capacity left over to build anything else. Here is the practical rule, and it is not severe. You are allowed to state a problem. State it once, plainly, to somebody who might be able to move it. What costs you is the retelling. And if you want to know whether you are stating or performing, there is a simple test. Ask whether you would be relieved or slightly disappointed if the listener solved it immediately. Your honest answer will tell you which one you have been doing. Track 28. What you say when nothing is wrong. Most people manage their language reasonably well in a crisis. They know a crisis is serious, so they think before they speak. The damage is done on ordinary days, in the small commentary that runs when nothing at all is happening. Somebody asks how work is going, and you hear yourself say the usual. Same old, can't complain, mustn't grumble, getting by, surviving. Nothing is wrong. You are not in trouble. You have simply given a report on your life, in your own voice, and the report was that you are getting by. Notice how automatic those phrases are. Nobody chooses them. They are the conversational equivalent of a handshake, and in many places, they are simply good manners. Saying anything more enthusiastic would sound like boasting, but the mechanism does not know it is manners. It hears a description of your circumstances, delivered by the one voice it trusts more than any other, several times a week for decades. Shinn was watching for exactly this. She noticed that the sentence almost always arrived before the situation, and that people announced their conditions long before they had them. Now, the fix here is delicate, because there is a way of doing this that is unbearable. You have met the person who answers every casual greeting with something inflated. Everything is amazing. Living the dream. It is exhausting to be near, and worse, it is usually not true, and the man saying it knows it is not true, which means he is training himself to disbelieve his own voice. That is not what is being asked for. What is being asked for is honest and slightly forward, which is a much narrower and much better target. Building something, working on it, better than last year, learning a lot at the moment, getting there. All of those are ordinary. None of them will get you thrown out of a pub, and every one of them describes a man in motion instead of a man in a holding pattern. The difference between getting by and getting there is one word, and the two men have entirely different futures. There is a version of this you can do without saying anything at all, which suits people who hate the whole business of talking about themselves. Simply stop finishing the negative one. Let somebody ask and answer with something about the actual work, and skip the summary of your general condition altogether. Nobody will notice. You will. And in 6 months you will realize you have not once described yourself as surviving, which is a strange thing to notice about a man who is quietly doing much better. Track 29. How you talk about your own work. There is a specific tone people use about their own job, and it is worth listening for in yourself, because it costs more than any of the others. Most people describe their work as something that happens to them. I have to go in tomorrow. I am stuck in this until something better comes along. It pays the bills. It is not what I wanted, but here we are. Now, some of that is accurate. Plenty of work genuinely is a means to an end. Plenty of people are in jobs they did not choose and cannot immediately leave. And telling those people to love their work is an insult. So this is not about loving it. It is about noticing what you are doing to your own standing while you describe it. Hill's whole account of how men got promoted came down to a claim he repeated for 40 years. He said that a man is paid for the quality of what he does, the quantity of it, and the spirit in which he does it, and that the third one was where nearly all the difference lay. The spirit is not a mood, it is a position you take toward the work, and it is audible. There is a specific case he told about a man named Carroll Downs, who went to work for the industrialist W.C. Durant. Downs noticed that Durant stayed late, so Downs stayed late too, without being asked and without being paid for it, and he made sure he was findable. His own explanation of what happened next is the whole lesson. He said Durant got into the habit of calling on me. That is it. Not brilliance. Availability. Held long enough to become a habit in somebody else's mind. Downs ended up as Durant's right hand and eventually ran a company. The point for today is not to work unpaid hours, which is advice that has been abused badly since Hill wrote it down. The point is that the way you speak about the work you are currently doing sets what you can do with it. A man who describes his job as a sentence he is serving cannot see the openings in it. He is not looking. He has already filed the whole 8 hours under waste, and you do not look for gold in a place you have decided is a bin. The same man, describing the same job as the place he is currently learning and currently paid from, notices the thing on Tuesday that changes his year. The job did not change. The description opened his eyes. You can hold both truths at once, and you must. This is not where I intend to stay, and while I am here, I am going to be worth more than they are paying me. Say that version out loud a few times and see what your own week looks like afterwards. Track 30. Say it where you can hear it. Hill gave an instruction that people constantly water down, and the watering down is why it stops working. He did not say, think about your statement. He said, "Read it aloud, so you may hear your own words." That detail is not decoration. He specified it deliberately, and so did everybody else who ever taught this properly. There is something different about a sentence that has been through the air. A thought stays inside the system that produced it. It is your own mind talking to itself, and your own mind is fully aware that it is the source, which is exactly why it is so easy to dismiss. You cannot really surprise yourself with a thought. A spoken sentence leaves you and comes back through the ear, which is the door that does not close. It arrives as sound from outside, with a voice attached, and something in the machinery treats it slightly differently. That is why almost everybody feels ridiculous the first time they say something good about their own future out loud in an empty room. The embarrassment is evidence that it landed. If it were nothing, you would feel nothing. Shinn's two students both understood this instinctively. One of them put a record on while she made her statements. The other one danced while she made hers. Neither of them sat quietly thinking about it. They wanted the words carried, and they used the carriers they had. So here is the practical form, and it can be done in a car where nobody will ever know. Say it out loud. Once is enough at a time. Say it in the tone you would use to tell somebody a fact about the weather, not in the tone of a man trying to convince a jury. The convincing tone is a tell. It means part of you is arguing, and the argument is the thing that does not go in. A flat, matter-of-fact delivery goes deeper than a passionate one, because it does not sound like persuasion. It sounds like reporting. Then stop and let it sit. Do not follow it immediately with the reasons it might be true. That is your front mind trying to help, and it never helps. The car is the ideal room for this, and almost nobody uses it. You are alone, your hands are occupied, your voice is free, and there is a machine noise underneath that makes it feel less exposed. Say the one sentence you have chosen, out loud, at a junction, once a day. You will feel like a fool in week 1, and you will not remember starting by month 3, track 31. Somebody is always listening, and it is you. There is one member of your audience who never misses a word, never leaves the room, and never forgets anything. You. Whatever you say about the economy, about your prospects, about people with money, about your own competence, is delivered first and most completely to the one nervous system that is standing closest to your mouth. Other people hear you occasionally. You hear you constantly. That is worth sitting with for a moment, because it reverses the way most people think about talk. Most people believe that speech is aimed outward, and that what matters is the effect on the listener. So they choose their words to manage other people, and they say things they do not mean in order to keep a room comfortable. And every one of those sentences, chosen for somebody else, is filed permanently under your own name. Hill was explicit that the mind acts on what is repeatedly passed to it, and he never carved out an exception for words spoken for social convenience. There is a specific version of this that catches almost everybody, and it happens at work. A man is asked whether he could take on something larger. He says, honestly and modestly, that he probably is not the right person for it. He means it as courtesy. He means, I do not want to overstate my case. He has just told himself, out loud, in front of witnesses, that he is not the right person. And the next time the thought of something larger comes near him, that sentence will be sitting there waiting, in his own voice, which is the only voice he genuinely believes. The correction is not to start bragging. Bragging is unpleasant, and it does not work either, because you know when you are inflating, and the inflation registers as a lie. The correction is to stop volunteering the demotion. If you do not know whether you can do a thing, say that you do not know yet. If you need time, ask for time. If you are unsure, be unsure out loud, which is honest. What you must stop doing is announcing a verdict on your own capability as a piece of social lubricant. There is a much older instruction that says the same thing. Hill wrote it as keeping your own counsel. It means, roughly, that most of what you are tempted to say about yourself does not need saying, and that a man who says less about his own limits has fewer of them to live up to. Silence costs nothing. It has never once made anybody smaller. And the person who benefits most from your silence about your own shortcomings is not the room. It is the one who has to hear everything you say, all day, for the rest of your life. Track 32. The word you use for expensive. Listen to yourself in a shop sometime and pay attention to a very small thing. Pay attention to the word you use for a price you do not like. Some people say it is expensive. Some people say it is a ripoff. Some people say it is ridiculous. Some people say that is daylight robbery. Now, an expensive thing is simply a thing that costs a lot. That is a neutral fact about a price tag, and there is no charge attached to noticing it. But the other versions are not describing the price. They are describing a crime. They contain an accusation, and the accusation is that somebody is trying to take from you. Say that 10 times a week for 20 years, and something quiet settles in. Money leaving becomes an assault. Every transaction acquires a small residue of grievance. And a person who feels mildly robbed every time money moves will, without ever deciding to, begin to hold on tighter than the situation warrants. Shinn was direct about this, and she thought it cost people a great deal. She said that 2 attitudes cause loss, and one of them was fear of loss. The man who braces every time he pays for something is not being careful. He is rehearsing scarcity several times a day at the till. Now, the correction is emphatically not to stop caring what things cost. Please care. Caring what things cost is a large part of how anybody ends up with anything. The correction is to separate the arithmetic from the accusation. That is more than I want to pay. Perfect sentence. Accurate, unemotional, and it leaves you free to walk out of the shop without carrying anything home with you. That is more than I want to pay today. Even better, because it dates the fact rather than making it a permanent feature of the universe. There is a further step, and it is only for people who are ready for it, so take it or leave it. When you do pay for something, and you have decided to pay for it, let it go cleanly. No commentary afterwards. No running total of what it cost you all evening. Money you have already spent is not yours, and continuing to spend it emotionally for 3 days is the most expensive way there is to buy anything. Pay it, or do not pay it. Both are honorable. What ruins people is paying it, and then paying for it again in their heads until Thursday. Track 33. Speak well of your own house. There is an old instruction that turns up in almost every tradition, in slightly different clothes, and it says that a man should not run down his own house. Not his home, his whole situation, the work he does, the town he lives in, the family he came from, the body he is in, the year he is having. This is not about pretending your circumstances are better than they are, and this teaching has nothing to do with denial. Shinn herself said that the truth is not always in the appearance of things, which cuts both ways. Appearances can be better than the truth as easily as worse. It is about a much more practical problem, which is that you cannot build on ground you are busy condemning. Watch how it works in something smaller, and it becomes obvious. Nobody paints a room they have decided to demolish. Nobody mends the fence of a house they are leaving next month. And nobody quietly improves a job, a marriage, a town, or a body they have publicly written off. The writing off comes first, then the neglect. Then, in due course, the evidence that the writing off was correct, which everybody points to as proof, and which was in fact produced by the verdict. Hill's version of this was about environment, and it is a genuinely useful distinction. He said to throw off the influence of an unfortunate environment and build your life to order. He did not say to stand in it complaining about it. He said change it or improve it, and he treated speech as part of the machinery of doing so. So here is the working rule. And it is not sentimental. You are allowed to leave any situation. You are allowed to want better than what you have, and wanting better is not ingratitude. While you are still in it, do not run it down. That includes the flat you cannot wait to move out of. Keep it well. It costs nothing to keep a place you dislike in good order, and something in a person settles when the space around him is not a daily argument. That includes the job you intend to leave. Do it properly until the last day, not for them. Because a man who has practiced doing things badly for 18 months has trained a habit he will carry into the next place, where it will be considerably more expensive. Shinn's version of this was blunt and slightly comic. She said you will never become rich with a burnt match in the pincushion, meaning that a house kept carelessly is a running statement about what the owner expects. The statement is being made whether you intended it or not. Make it deliberately, in the place you are actually standing, today. Track 34. What you repeat to your children. This one is harder than the others, and it needs to be handled gently, because nobody here needs another reason to feel guilty. Children do not learn about money from lessons. They learn it from tone. They learn it from the pause before an envelope is opened, from the particular voice an adult uses for the word expensive, from what happens to a face when the subject comes up at a table, and from what is said quietly in a car on the way home from somewhere. Shinn watched this in ordinary families, and her observation was that children are extraordinarily receptive to the thoughts of the people around them, and that they very often outpicture the fears of their parents rather than the instructions. Not the words, the fears. The words are easy, the fears leak. Now, here is the part that matters, and it is not an accusation aimed at you. Whatever you absorbed from people who were doing their best with what they had, usually in a harder decade than yours, usually carrying something they had absorbed in turn from somebody in a harder decade still. Their caution was probably correct for the world they were in. A rule that kept a family safe through one economy is not a law of the universe, but it is not stupidity either. It was expensive knowledge, honestly earned. You can honor it and still not carry it forward. And that is the whole opportunity here. Because this is the one place where changing your own language stops being about you. If you have children in your life, whether they are yours or not, you are currently teaching them their financial temperament with your face. You do not have to lie to them. You should not. Children can smell a false reassurance from the next room, and it frightens them more than the truth would. You can say that money is tight this month, and we are handling it. You can say we are not buying that today, and mean today. You can say I do not know yet, which is honest and calm, and teaches a child that not knowing is survivable. What you are aiming for is not optimism, it is competence. A child who grows up believing money is a frightening force that arrives and departs by its own logic will spend 40 years bracing. A child who grows up watching an adult handle money, sometimes with less of it than they wanted, without terror, learns that this is a thing a person can handle. That is the entire inheritance, and it does not cost anything. You can start giving it this week, in an ordinary sentence, in a car. Track 35. The argument you keep having with nobody. There is a conversation running in most people's heads several times a day, and it is with somebody who is not there. You are explaining yourself to a person who wronged you. You are winning an argument you actually lost in 1998. You are defending your choices to a relative who has been dead for 6 years. Everybody does this, and almost nobody notices how much of the day it takes. It is worth being precise about what is happening, because it is not simply a waste of time. It is a rehearsal, and it is being logged like every other rehearsal. Hill's point about repetition does not have an exemption for internal conversations, neither does anyone else's. The mechanism does not distinguish between a thing you said and a thing you said in your head with feeling, and if anything, it prefers the second, because the second usually has more emotion in it. So a man who spends 20 minutes a day defending himself against an imagined accusation is, in effect, running a small daily program whose content is that he is under attack and must justify his existence. Then he wonders why he feels braced when he walks into a meeting. Shinn said something about this that is easy to skim and very hard to actually do. She had a statement she gave people for exactly this, which was that she denied resentment and that only love and peace were real to her. She did not mean pretend it did not happen. She meant stop running it. Now here is the practical handle, because the usual advice, which is to stop thinking about it, does not work and has never worked for anybody. You cannot stop a thought by refusing it. Refusal is attention, and attention feeds it. That is why telling a man not to think about something guarantees that he will. What works is substitution, which is the whole principle of this entire day. When you catch yourself 6 sentences into a courtroom speech at somebody who is not in the room, do not fight it. Do not scold yourself. Simply put something else in the slot, immediately, with no ceremony. The sentence you have chosen for yourself. A piece of the work in front of you. Anything with your future in it, rather than your past. It will come back. It will come back 100 times. And every time you substitute rather than argue, the groove gets a little shallower. You are not trying to win the argument. You are never going to win it. Because the other party is not present and never has been. You are trying to get the microphone back. Track 36. One sentence is enough. People make this far more complicated than it needs to be. And the complication is usually a way of postponing the start. They want the perfect wording. They want a list. They want it to cover money and health and family and confidence. And they want it to be true in every possible sense so that nothing in them can object to any part of it. By the time all that is arranged, 3 weeks have gone and nothing has been said once. Hill's actual instruction was one written statement, not 12. 1. He told people to write out what they intended, commit it to memory, and repeat it aloud, day after day, until the sound of it reached the part of them that does not argue. Michael Marks had one sign. Don't ask the price, it's a penny. The Wheaties men sang one question in 4-part harmony until a whole region of the country was buying a cereal. There is a reason for this, and it is not laziness. A single sentence, repeated, accumulates. 12 sentences rotated do not, because none of them ever gets enough contact to pass out of the strange stage into the ordinary stage. Depth beats breadth here by an enormous margin, and almost everybody instinctively chooses breadth because it feels more thorough. So pick one, and pick it by these 2 tests, which are the only ones that matter. The first test, does it describe the destination rather than the escape? Not away from something, towards something. The second test, can you get one honest second of feeling out of it? Not the whole thing. 1 second, somewhere in it, that does not make you wince. If it fails the second test, it is too big. Bring it down until a piece of it is reachable. There is no prize for aiming at something you cannot feel at all, and there is a real penalty, because you train yourself to say things you do not believe. Then say the one sentence for months. Not until you are bored of it. Long past bored. Bored is early. Bored is the point at which most people conclude it is not working and go looking for a better sentence. Bored means it has stopped being strange, which was the entire objective. The musician does not stop repeating the tune when it becomes dull. Dull is the sound of it going in. One sentence. Said out loud. Past the point of interest. That is the whole practice, and it fits in a pocket. Track 37. Everything is moving, including the things that look still. Bob Proctor used to do something in his seminars that sounds like a party trick, and is actually the foundation of everything else he taught. He would ask the room to hold one arm straight out in front of them and keep it perfectly still. Then he would point out that while it appears motionless, the material it is made of is not still at all, and has never been still for 1 instant since it came into existence. Everything in it is in constant motion. Not slowly, at speeds that make the word fast meaningless. Then he would ask them to shake the arm, and he would say, "Notice what you just did. It was already moving. All you did was change the rate." That is his entire law in one gesture, and everything else in the book rests on it. His claim, which he took from much older sources and which he stated as plainly as anybody ever has, was that nothing sits idle, that there is no such thing as rest, and that from the smallest particle to the largest structure in the universe, everything is in a state of vibration. Rates of vibration, he said, are called frequencies, and the higher the frequency, the more potent the force. And thought, in his reckoning, is one of the highest forms there is. Now, you can take that as physics, or you can take it as a way of speaking. Take whichever one you can hold, because the practical consequence is identical either way. The consequence is this: you are never starting from zero, and you are never in neutral. People approach change as though they are pushing a stopped car, as though the first and hardest task is to get something inert to move at all. It is not inert. It never was. You are already moving, at some rate, in some direction, and you have been for your entire life. Which means the work is not starting the engine. The work is steering something already in motion, and that is a completely different and far lighter task. It also explains why change so often feels like it happens suddenly after nothing at all. It was not nothing. It was a rate changing gradually below the level where you could see it, exactly as an arm that appears still is not still. You are not stuck. Stuck is not a thing that exists in his account. You are moving at a rate you did not choose, in a direction you did not set, and today you put a hand on it. That is all this is, not ignition, adjustment. Track 38. The globe that answers only one key. Proctor used one example to explain the whole of how attraction works, and it is the most useful picture in his entire book. Take a chandelier with a glass globe on it. Sit at a piano across the room and play a note. Nothing happens. Play another. Nothing. Work your way along the keyboard, note after note, and the glass sits there. And then you hit one particular key, and the globe begins to vibrate. Not because it was struck, nothing touched it. It responded because that specific frequency and that specific piece of glass share something. And when the two come into agreement, the energy travels from one to the other, across a room, through air, with no contact at all. Proctor's word for that condition is resonance. The glass and the piano are made of entirely different material. They have completely different shapes. None of that matters. What matters is only whether the two are in the same sphere of motion. And then he applies it, which is where it becomes about your life. His claim was that a person, holding a particular idea steadily, is in a particular state, and that a person in a particular state answers to some things in the world and is completely deaf to others. Notice what this explains, because it is something everybody has experienced and almost nobody can account for. Two men sit through the same conversation. One of them comes out with an idea that changes his year. The other one comes out having heard nothing. Same room, same words, same 40 minutes. Nothing was hidden from the second man. The note was played, and there was nothing in him that answered it. That is why opportunity is such a strange word. People speak about it as though it were rare, and as though the trick were to be present when a rare thing occurs. The notes are being played constantly. Somebody in your life this month will say something that contains a door. The question was never whether the note gets played. The question is, what is in the room to answer it? And this is exactly why hours of this material matter more than a bright afternoon of it. You are not memorizing anything. You are changing what is in the room. You do not have to go and find opportunity. You have to become something that rings when it goes past. The chandelier does not chase the piano. It simply cannot help answering the one note that is its own. Track 39. 2 drops of water and 2 drops of oil. Proctor had a second demonstration that is even simpler, and he used it to explain why some things stick to a person and others slide off entirely. Put 2 drops of water on a table and push them together. They join. They become one larger drop, immediately, with no persuasion at all. Put a drop of water next to a drop of oil and push them together, and they refuse. You can force them into contact, and they will separate the moment you stop pushing. Nothing is wrong with either substance. Neither is superior. They simply are not in agreement, and no amount of effort will make them stay joined. His argument was that this is what is happening around every human being all the time. Things that are in agreement with what you are come toward you and join. Things that are not in agreement leave, and they leave regardless of how badly you wanted to keep them. Now this is the point where this teaching either becomes cruel or becomes useful, depending entirely on how it is handled, so let us handle it carefully. The cruel version says that everything in your life is your fault, including the things that were done to you, and that anything you lost was your own doing. That is not true. It is not what any of these teachers meant at their best, and it has caused a great deal of unnecessary suffering to people who were already suffering. The useful version is much narrower, and it is about the future rather than the past. It says that effort is the wrong tool for keeping something that does not agree with you. Everybody has spent effort on this. Everybody has held together an arrangement by force, and known it was held by force, and been exhausted by the holding. A job, a friendship, a way of earning, a version of yourself you were maintaining for other people. The moment the pushing stopped, it separated. It always does, which is the encouraging half. And here it is. Anything that requires constant force to keep in place was never yours in the first place. And letting it separate is not a failure. It is information. And anything that is genuinely in agreement with what you have become will not require force at all. It will join, the way water joins water, and you will find yourself slightly puzzled by how easy it was. Most people have felt that at least once and mistrusted it, because they had been taught that anything valuable must be difficult. Difficulty is not the price of value. Agreement is what makes something stay. Track 40. The acorn already knows what it is doing. This is the image Proctor used more than any other, and he used to hold the object up in his hand while he did it. Take an acorn. It looks like a solid, finished, rather uninteresting thing. Leave it on a shelf, and it will slowly fall apart. Nothing in it activates. It simply dries out and goes. Put it in the ground, and something extraordinary begins. And the extraordinary part is not the growing. It is what the growing is made of. Inside the acorn there is a pattern. Proctor called it the patterned plan, and every seed has one. It is not a set of instructions for building an oak out of the acorn's own material, because the acorn is far too small for that. It is a specification of what to attract. The acorn begins pulling things toward it, particles from the soil that match, and only the ones that match. Everything else in that soil, and there is a great deal else, is left entirely alone. What matches joins, and the thing expands, and shoots go down and up, and eventually the atmosphere starts contributing too. The roots, the trunk, the bark, the branches, every leaf that oak will ever carry, are already lying around in the earth and the air. None of it is inside the acorn. All of it is in the neighborhood. The acorn's only job is to be unambiguous about what it is. Then Proctor makes the turn, and here is the whole point of the picture. The acorn cannot change its pattern. It has no say. It will become an oak because there is nothing else it can become, and if the conditions are wrong, it will simply not become anything. You can change yours. That is the difference he spent his life pointing at. A human being carries a specification too, and the specification is whatever image is held steadily enough to count, and unlike every other seed on earth, the person can reach in and alter it. Almost nobody does, because almost nobody knows they are carrying one. And there is a warning in the picture that is easy to miss and matters enormously. Proctor pointed out that a person whose image keeps changing is in serious trouble because they are continually starting to grow into something different, plenty one week and lack the next. Two contradictory specifications, alternating, producing a life that goes nowhere in particular at some speed. That is not a lack of desire. Those people usually want it more than most. It is a lack of one settled picture, held long enough to organize anything. Steady beats intense. It always has. Say the same true thing about your own future for a year, and you will have done something almost nobody does. Track 41. You have been switching stations all your life. Here is the practical form of the acorn problem, and it is the single most common reason people who genuinely try this get nowhere. They change the picture constantly. Monday morning, having slept well, a man decides he is going to build something. He can see it. He feels capable, and for about 4 hours the specification is prosperity. Wednesday afternoon a bill lands, or somebody says something, or he looks at a number, and the specification is now shortage. Not as a passing mood, as a settled description of what is true. Friday, it swings back because a small thing goes right. Proctor's word for the result was chaotic, and he did not mean it as insult. He meant it mechanically. A thing that is being asked to grow into two opposite forms alternately will produce a mess, and the mess will not be the fault of the soil. Now here is the part that will actually help you, because the usual advice, which is to never think a negative thought, is impossible, and everybody who has tried it knows it is impossible. You are not required to stop the swings. You are required to have one thing that does not swing. That is all. One sentence that is said on the bad days in exactly the same tone as it is said on the good days. Not more urgently on bad days, not with more feeling on good days. The same flat, ordinary, repeated in identical form regardless of what the week is doing. That is what steadiness is. It is not the absence of fluctuation. It is one fixed point in the middle of the fluctuation, and one is enough. The bad days do not undo the work if there is something running underneath that the bad day did not get a vote on. This is exactly why sound running underneath a day is worth so much more than a good hour of study. A good hour of study is at the mercy of your mood. Something playing while you work is not. You cannot always control what you feel on a Wednesday. Nobody can, and anybody who tells you otherwise is selling something. You can control what is playing on the Wednesday, and over a year that turns out to be the larger lever by a very long way. If this is landing and you want more of it, subscribe to the channel, because there is a great deal more of it coming, and it costs you nothing to have it turn up. One fixed sentence, one steady rotation, let everything else swing. Track 42, a ship without a rudder. Proctor had a warning in the middle of the vibration chapter that is worth carrying around, because it names something everybody has felt and almost nobody has words for. He said that both kinds of thought, the constructive and the destructive, are constantly in the air around a person, and that if you do not understand this, you become like a ship without a rudder, tossed about at the mercy of whatever happens to be vibrating nearby. Now, whatever you think of the mechanism, look at how accurate the description is. Everybody has had the experience of walking into a building in a perfectly reasonable mood and leaving 40 minutes later flat, with nothing having happened. No bad news, no argument. You were simply near something and it got into you. Everybody has also had the reverse. A conversation with one particular person and you come out lighter than you went in, having received no information whatsoever. We normally explain this by saying we are tired, or that the other person is difficult, or that we did not sleep. Sometimes that is true. But the pattern is too consistent to be explained away entirely, and it repeats with the same people, in the same buildings, at the same times. Proctor's point was not that this is mysterious. His point was that it is ordinary, that it is happening constantly, and that the only real question is whether you have a rudder. A rudder does not stop the water. It does not calm anything. Nothing about a rudder reduces the size of the sea. It simply means the boat has a direction that is not identical to the direction of whatever is currently pushing it. That is a much more modest ambition than most people set for themselves, and it is achievable in an afternoon. You are not going to become somebody nothing affects. That is not on offer. It would not be pleasant company if it were, and the people who claim it are usually just numb. What is on offer is that the effect stops being the whole story. You can be in a room that flattens you and still be pointed somewhere. You can have a bad afternoon and not have a bad direction. Those are completely separate things, and most people never learn to separate them, so a bad afternoon becomes evidence about their life. The rudder is the fixed sentence, and the steady rotation, and the thing you do every morning regardless of how the morning is going. None of that stops the weather. It simply means the weather no longer chooses the destination. Track 43. You are a broadcasting station. Proctor used a comparison that was more striking when he wrote it than it is now, and it is still worth having. He said that a human being, in relation to other people, is a broadcasting station, not a receiver only, a transmitter. And that when the connection between two people has been made, when they have tuned into one another, the other person receives what is being sent and becomes conscious of it without a word necessarily having been exchanged. You already know this is true because you have been on the receiving end of it your whole life. You have known within 4 seconds of a person entering a room that something is wrong before they spoke, and you were right. You have had the experience of somebody telling you they are fine while every part of you registered that they were not, and you did not conclude this from evidence. You picked it up. Children are almost supernaturally good at this, and adults spend a great deal of energy pretending they cannot do it. Now, take that ordinary fact and turn it around, which is what almost nobody does. If you can read people that accurately, then you are being read that accurately. Everything you have been running underneath your day has been going out. Not the words you chose, the state underneath the words. The thing your face does before you have decided what to say. That is what people respond to, and it is why some men are believed and some are not, saying identical sentences. Hill described the same phenomenon from the outside. He said one pessimist could destroy the work of half a dozen competent men, and he did not mean by argument. He meant by presence. He also said the reverse, and the reverse is what you should take with you today. He described watching rooms of ordinary people be transformed by being placed together in the right condition, and he was clear that something real and noticeable happened in the air of those rooms that changed what the people in them were capable of. So here is the practical consequence, and it is not about manipulating anybody. The most valuable thing you can bring into a room is not a plan. It is a state, and you can arrive with a chosen one, and you cannot hide the one you actually have. That is not a reason to be anxious about it. It is the opposite. It means the hours you spend on this are not private self-improvement. They walk into every room with you, and other people receive them, and some of them will never know why they trusted you. Track 44. Why one particular person leaves you tired. Everybody has one. There is a person in your life who costs you something every time, and you have probably felt guilty about noticing it. Proctor described the mechanism plainly. He said that if you enter the field of somebody who is running in a particular state, and there is something in you that answers to that state, then it strikes the corresponding place in you, and your whole system moves into it. And, crucially, he added that you will often not know why. You will simply become irritated, or flat, or defensive. And if you do not understand what has happened, you will be at a loss to change it. That last clause is the useful one, because it explains the strange residue. You have had the drive home, where you were annoyed and could not name what about. You have snapped at somebody in your own house over nothing, 2 hours after a conversation you thought had gone fine. There is a resonance in that, and once you can see it, you stop taking it personally in the wrong direction. Now, this has to be handled with some care, because there is a fashionable version of this idea that is essentially permission to abandon anybody inconvenient, and that is not what is being said here. Some of the people who cost you the most are people you love, and people who need you, and people you are not going to leave, and should not. So the instruction is not to remove them. The instruction is threefold, and it is small. Know which contacts cost you. Not judge them, just know. Keep an honest ledger of what leaves you emptier than it found you, without deciding anybody is a bad person. Do not schedule your important work immediately after them. That is the whole of it. The state travels for a few hours and then it fades. Put the difficult phone call before the long conversation with your mother, not after it, and have something to put in afterwards. This is where a rotation earns its keep. 20 minutes of something chosen, going in through the door that does not shut, will move a state faster than an hour of trying to reason yourself out of it. Proctor's own line was that once a person understands this, they are in a position to insulate themselves. Insulate, not avoid, not cut off, not confront. Insulation is a quiet, private, entirely non-dramatic act that nobody else ever has to know you performed. Track 45. 2 kinds of people, and nobody was born either one. Proctor divided people into 2 rough camps, and he was not subtle about it. There are those who habitually look at the better side of a situation, who find something workable even in a bad one, and who are, in his phrase, a blessing to the world. And there are those who habitually look at the dark side, who dwell on it, anticipate it, expect it, and who then receive precisely what they went looking for. He described the second group with more sympathy than the words suggest. He said their faces take on, in physical form, the shape of the thoughts they have been holding. You can see them on any street. No cheer comes off them, and they seem, having built the thing themselves, to have settled into it. Now here is what makes that observation useful, rather than insulting. He did not think anybody was born into either camp. The whole bundle, the habitual outlook, the automatic reaction, the standing assumptions, was installed. Proctor had a word for the whole installed bundle, and he used it constantly. He called it the paradigm. It is worth having the word once and then putting it down, because the word is not the point. What matters is what it names. It names the fact that the thing you experience as your personality is largely a set of conclusions reached long ago, mostly by other people, mostly before you could evaluate anything. and then run so many thousands of times that it stopped feeling like a set of conclusions at all. It feels like you. That is the whole trick of it. Nothing is labeled. And Proctor's insistence, the thing he repeated for 50 years, was that it is changeable. Not easily and not quickly, but by the same route it arrived, which is repetition, and by no other route at all. You cannot argue with it. He was clear about that. Reason does not touch it, which is why intelligent people are not noticeably freer of theirs than anybody else. Some of the most rigidly programmed people alive are extremely clever, and their cleverness is mostly employed defending the program. What changes it is the same thing that installed it, applied deliberately for long enough. So if you have spent years thinking of yourself as a pessimist, or as somebody who is simply realistic, and you have treated that as a fixed fact about your nature, put that down. You were not born braced. Somebody, somewhere, with the best intentions, taught you to be, and then you practiced it for 30 years. Anything that was practiced in can be practiced out. Track 46. The room changes the man. Hill described an experiment he ran himself, and it is one of the least quoted passages in his work and one of the most striking. He was interested in what happens when a group of minds are brought together in genuine agreement, and he had noticed the effect most reliably in an unlikely place, the old religious revival meeting. He observed that music was doing a great deal of the work. Without music, he wrote, the revival meeting would be a tame affair. His argument was that the leader, with the right setting and the right music, could produce a state in a crowd that was noticeable to anybody who walked in. The air itself, he said, becomes charged with a positive influence that changes the chemistry of every mind present. Then he did something you rarely see in that literature. He went and reproduced it somewhere else entirely, to see whether it depended on the religion. He helped run a school of salesmanship in Chicago for a man named Harrison Parker. 3,000 men and women, none of whom had ever sold anything before. And the meetings were conducted, by his own account, on very much the same lines as the revival. Same staging, same music, same high-powered speakers exhorting the room. Those 3,000 inexperienced people sold more than $10 million of securities in under 9 months and earned more than $1 million for themselves. And here is the detail in his account that is worth more than the numbers. He wrote that the average person in that school would reach the height of their selling ability within about 1 week, after which it was necessary to revitalize them through another group meeting. 1 week. Then it faded, and it had to be renewed. Do not skim past that, because it is the most honest sentence about motivation anybody has ever written. The state is real. The state produces results that can be counted in millions of dollars, and the state does not hold. It has a shelf life of roughly 7 days in a person who is not refreshing it. Everybody has experienced this, and most people draw entirely the wrong conclusion from it. They go to the thing, they feel it, it fades by the following weekend, and they decide the whole business was hollow. It was not hollow. It was perishable, and they were never told. Nobody expects to eat once and be finished with food. That is what a rotation is for, not because you are weak, and not because you did not mean it the first time, because the state is genuine and it leaks, and the only people who keep it are the ones who quietly top it up. Track 47. Whose voice comes up when you try something new? Try something ambitious tomorrow and pay attention to the first objection that arrives. Not the second one, the first one, which comes fast, before you have had time to think. Now listen to it properly, because in a great many cases it will not be in your voice. People discover this and find it genuinely unsettling. The cadence belongs to somebody, a parent, a teacher, a brother, somebody who once said something in a kitchen 25 years ago and had no idea it would still be running. Hill wrote about this in the context of persistence, and he was blunt about which influence he thought did the most damage. He said the person who wants to hold a course needs a mind closed tightly against negative and discouraging influences, and then he specified them. And the specification is the interesting part. Including, he wrote, the negative suggestions of relatives, friends, and acquaintances. Not enemies, not competitors, relatives and friends. He even quoted the standard sentence, and it has not changed in 90 years. Do not aim so high. People will think you are crazy. Now, before anybody starts blaming their family, hold two things at once, because both are true. Almost all of those remarks were made out of love. That is the awkward part. The people who install the caution are usually the people who most wanted you safe, and they were speaking out of an experience that was real. They had seen somebody reach and fall, and they did not want to watch it happen to you. And it does not matter. The intention has no bearing on the effect. A warning given lovingly runs exactly as long as one given cruelly, and often longer, because you cannot dismiss it. So the work here is not forgiveness, though that helps, and it is not confrontation, which almost never goes well. The work is separation. When the objection arrives, ask one question: whose is this? That is all. You are not arguing with it. You are simply establishing ownership, and something happens the instant you do. A voice you can identify as somebody else's loses most of its authority immediately, because it stops being a fact about the world and becomes a remark made by a person in a particular year for particular reasons. Half the things standing between you and what you want are quotations. You can be grateful to the person and still hand the sentence back. Track 48. What you look at just before you work. There is a small window in every day that decides more than any other, and almost nobody guards it. It is the 10 minutes before you start. Whatever goes in there sets the state you carry into the work, and the state you carry into the work sets what the work is worth. Most people fill that window with the worst possible material, and they do it by reflex. A scroll, a glance at something argumentative. 3 minutes of a news cycle designed by professionals to produce alarm, because alarm is what holds attention. Then they open the actual task, wondering why their mind is skittish and shallow. You have not warmed up. You have been agitated by somebody who is paid to agitate you, and then asked to concentrate. Hill's whole account of environment comes down to this: we are what we are, he wrote, because of the vibrations of thought we pick up through the stimuli of our daily environment. He was not talking about your childhood, he was talking about the last 20 minutes. Now, the fix here is not a discipline, and it will not require willpower, which is the reason it works. Do not try to stop looking at the thing. That is a fight, and you will lose it on the 4th day. Simply put something in the slot first. That is the whole method. Occupation, not resistance. 10 minutes of something chosen, going in while you make the coffee, before the day's first opinion is offered to you by a stranger. There is a second half to this, and it belongs to the same window at the other end of a task. What you do in the 5 minutes after you finish something sets how you remember it. A man who finishes a piece of work and immediately goes looking for something to be annoyed about has attached annoyance to a completed job. Do that for a year, and work itself will start to feel faintly unpleasant, and he will never know why. Finish, and be quiet for 2 minutes, and let the thing land as done. The bookends are cheaper to change than the middle. Nobody can control a whole day. Anybody can control what happens in the 10 minutes before they start, and that turns out to be most of it. Track 49. You are allowed to insulate yourself. This needs saying plainly, because a great many decent people find it difficult. You are allowed to protect what goes into you, not by being rude, not by cutting people off, or announcing your boundaries, or making an event out of it. Simply by quietly declining to take delivery of everything that is offered. Proctor's word for it was insulate, and he offered it as a straightforward consequence of understanding the mechanism. Once a person understands, he wrote, they are in a position to insulate themselves against what would otherwise simply arrive. The reason people struggle with this is that it feels like arrogance, or coldness, or thinking you are better. It is none of those. It is the same instinct that makes a man not eat food he can see as bad, which nobody considers arrogant. Here is what insulation actually looks like in a real life, because it is far less dramatic than it sounds. It is not being available at every hour. Not as a policy you announce, just as a fact about when your phone is face down. It is having one conversation about the difficult subject instead of 5. It is leaving a room 10 minutes earlier than you might have, without an excuse, because nobody actually requires an excuse. It is not reading the comments. It is not opening the thing at 11 at night that you know will keep you awake, and dealing with it at 9 in the morning instead when you have something to bring to it. It is not asking a person for an opinion when you already know what their opinion will be, and you know that it will cost you 3 days. That last one deserves a moment, because it is the most expensive habit in the list. People take their fragile new plans to the one relative guaranteed to flatten them, and they do it deliberately, and they call it getting a second opinion. They are not getting an opinion. They are seeking permission to stop, and they have chosen the one person certain to grant it. Hill's instruction on this was to keep your own counsel, which is old-fashioned and exactly right. A new intention is like a small fire in the wind. There is a stage at which it needs to be shielded, not because it is weak, but because everything at that stage is. Shield it. Say nothing. Let it get big enough that the weather stops mattering. Track 50. You are already attracting perfectly. Here is a sentence that is hard to hear and worth more than most of what has been said today. Nothing is broken in you. The machinery has been working flawlessly, at full capacity, without a single fault, for the whole of your life. It has delivered, precisely and on time, exactly what it was set to deliver. That is what the difficulty in your life actually proves. Not that the law does not work, that it does. Proctor put it in a form people find uncomfortable. He said that since a person is always magnetized towards something, it can never really be anyone else's fault when something arrives that they say they did not want. It was ordered, and it is being delivered on schedule. That is a hard line, and it needs the softening he also gave it, or it becomes cruel. The ordering was not conscious. Almost nobody has consciously ordered anything in their life. The order was placed by an image that was installed in childhood, reinforced by a vocabulary nobody chose, and confirmed daily by a rotation of sound and company that arrived by accident. Nobody sat down and decided any of it. So the honest version is this: you have never once in your life made a request that was not answered. The requests were simply never made on purpose. Now feel what that does to the question of whether any of this will work for you. The question of whether it works is settled. It has been working the entire time. You have decades of consistent, reliable evidence that whatever is held steadily in a person produces conditions that match it, because you have been living inside a demonstration of that principle since you were about 4 years old. There is no faith required about the mechanism. You are the proof. The only new element in the whole of today is the content. That is a very different situation from the one most people think they are in. Most people think they are being asked to believe in something unproven and then hope. You are being asked to change the input on a machine whose reliability you have never had any reason to doubt. It has never let you down. Give it something better, and it will not start letting you down now. Track 51. Harmony is a position, not a mood. There is a word that runs through all 4 of these teachers, and it is almost always misunderstood. Harmony. Most people hear it as a feeling, being at peace, being calm, having nothing bothering you. That is not what any of them meant, and the misunderstanding causes an enormous amount of frustration because it sets people chasing a mood they cannot produce on demand and then judging themselves for failing. Harmony, in the sense they used it, is agreement between 2 things. It is a position, not a temperature. Proctor's chandelier and the piano key were in harmony. Nobody would say the glass was feeling serene. It was simply in the same sphere of motion as the note, which is a structural fact, not an emotional one. 2 drops of water are in harmony. They are not happy about it, which changes the practical question completely. The question is not, am I calm enough for this to work? Plenty of people who built remarkable lives were not calm and were fairly difficult to be around. The question is what I am running underneath in agreement with what I say I want? You can be anxious and in agreement. That is entirely possible. And it is where a great many people who succeed actually live. Nervous, tired, uncertain about the details, and completely settled on the direction. And you can be perfectly calm and in total disagreement. That is the man who meditates every morning and has quietly concluded that money is not for people like him. Very peaceful, going nowhere. Feeling good is pleasant, and it is not the mechanism. Agreement is the mechanism. And agreement is something you can arrange even on a bad day, because it lives in what you say, what you play, what you do first, and who you listen to. None of those require a good mood. That is why this is built the way it is. You do not have to feel anything in particular for the next several hours. You do not have to be in the right frame of mind. You do not have to have slept well. You have to be in the same room as the material, repeatedly, until you and it stop disagreeing. Harmony is not something you feel your way into. It is something you stand your way into, and the standing can be done on the worst day of your week. Track 52. The company you keep in your ears. There is a second rotation running in most modern lives, and it deserves the same examination as the first. Not music. Voices. The people you listen to talk. The ones whose opinions arrive in your head daily, whose phrasing you have started to borrow, whose judgments you find yourself repeating in conversations as though you had reached them yourself. For most people, that list is now longer and more influential than their actual friends, and almost none of it was chosen deliberately. It accumulated. Now, this is not an argument against listening to people talk. A great deal of what is worth having comes that way, and always has. Lipton got his whole future from listening to sailors. It is an argument for knowing who you have let in. Hill's list of what shapes a person put a great deal of weight on association, and he had one observation about it that cuts to the bone. He said that a man who is influenced by the opinions of others will have no desire of his own. None. Not weaker desires. No desire that belongs to him. That is worth testing on yourself, and the test is simple. Take something you currently want and trace it. Do you want it, or do you want it because it is what a certain kind of person is supposed to want, and you have spent 2 years listening to that kind of person? Some of your ambitions will survive that test. Some will not, and the ones that do not are worth putting down, because carrying somebody else's ambition is exhausting, and there is no reward at the end of it that you will feel. The second question is about tone rather than content. Are the voices in your rotation people who build things, or people who comment on things? Both are entertaining. Only one of them is transmitting a state you can use. A man who listens for 2 hours a day to people whose whole occupation is finding what is wrong with the world will absorb the posture of the critic, which is a posture of standing outside something, judging it, and never being responsible for the outcome. That is a comfortable place to stand, and nothing is ever built from it. You do not need to purge anybody. Just look at the list once, honestly, and ask what state each of them tends to leave you in. Then adjust the proportions slightly. That is all. Not a purge, a rebalance. Track 53. The news is not information, it is weather. This needs handling carefully, because there is a foolish version of this advice, and you have heard it, and it is wrong. The foolish version says to ignore the world, to stop knowing what is happening, to retreat into a private bubble where nothing troubling is allowed. That is not being taught here. A person who does not know what is going on in the world is not peaceful, he is uninformed, and uninformed people make bad decisions about their own money, and eventually about far more important things. The distinction is between information and immersion. Information is a small amount, taken deliberately, at a time you chose, for a purpose. What happened, what it means for what I am doing. Done. Immersion is the ambient version. It runs continuously. It is designed to be difficult to leave, and the great majority of it contains nothing you will act on, ever, in any way. Hill was writing long before any of this existed, and he still named the mechanism exactly. He said the mind picks up and registers what is in the daily environment, and he said the influence is constant rather than occasional. And there is one feature of a continuous stream of alarming material that matters more than the content. It teaches helplessness. Every item is something you cannot affect. Item after item, hour after hour, all of it distressing and none of it actionable. The cumulative lesson is not any particular fact about the world. The cumulative lesson is that things happen to you, and there is nothing to be done. A man who has absorbed that for years will apply it to his own life without noticing the transfer. He will look at his own circumstances, which he could actually change, with the same settled resignation he learned to apply to events on another continent. That is the real cost, and it is far larger than the anxiety. So, the correction is not ignorance, it is proportion. Take what you need, at a time you set, and then close it. Do not let it be the background. Do not let it be the first thing in the morning, and particularly, Do not let it be the last thing at night. Know what is happening in the world. Do not live in it while you are trying to build something in your own. Track 54. The man who feels good around you. Proctor made a small observation in the middle of the vibration material that is worth more, commercially, than most business advice ever written. He said, "You automatically like people who cause you to feel good. And therefore," he said, "others will like you when you cause them to feel good." That is not a technique, and it is not charm. He was describing something structural. Everybody in the world is quietly sorting the people around them by how they feel in their presence, and almost nobody is doing it consciously, which is exactly why it cannot be gamed. Now, put that next to the way most people try to get ahead. Most people try to be impressive. They rehearse what to say. They work on their credentials, their arguments, their answers. All of that is aimed at the front of the other person's mind, which is the part that judges, and the decision is very rarely made there. The decision is usually made in the first few seconds, below argument, on the basis of what happens in the other person's body when you walk in. Everything said afterwards is largely used to justify a conclusion already reached. Which means the most valuable preparation for almost any meeting is not preparation at all in the usual sense. It is arriving in a state that is worth catching. Hill's account of the salesman in Chicago is the same principle at scale. 3,000 people with no experience, made effective by being put in a room and brought into a particular condition together, and then losing it within a week without renewal. They were not taught better arguments in those meetings, they were tuned. So here is a practical instruction that costs nothing and pays quickly. Before the conversation that matters this week, do not spend the last 20 minutes rehearsing. You already know your material, and rehearsing past a point only makes you brittle. Spend the last 20 minutes putting something good into your ears, and arrive as a man who is easy to be near. You will be more articulate, not less, because articulacy is downstream of state. And the person across the table will remember, 6 months later, that they liked talking to you. They will not remember a single thing you said. Track 55. What you are is louder than what you say. There is a line of Goddard's that deserves to be handled carefully, because it is the most useful thing he ever said, and it is constantly misquoted into nonsense. He told his audiences that a man never attracts what he wants. He attracts what he is. Now, the nonsense version of that is used to blame people for their misfortunes, and we are not doing that. Terrible things happen to people who did nothing to invite them, and any teaching that cannot say so plainly is not worth having. The useful version is about a much narrower thing, which is the gap between stated wanting and actual condition. Everybody has met a man who says he wants a partner, and is, in every observable way, arranged to be alone. Everybody has met a man who says he wants a bigger business and has built his week so that nothing bigger could possibly fit into it. Neither of them is lying. They mean it when they say it. But the wanting lives in the front of the mind, where sentences are made, and the arrangement lives everywhere else, in the habits, the schedule, the reflexes, the standing assumptions about what is available to somebody like them. And the arrangement is what the world responds to, because the arrangement is what the world can see. Hill said the same thing from the other side, when he wrote that fortunes gravitate toward minds that have been prepared to attract them, as surely as water runs to the sea. Prepared, not hopeful. Prepared. So, the practical question is never, how much do I want this? It is what would have to be true about me, in ordinary observable ways, for this to be able to arrive. And that question has answers, and the answers are usually mundane and available. If money is going to come, something has to be able to hold it, which means the accounts and the papers cannot be chaos. If a bigger opportunity is going to arrive, there has to be an hour in the week it could occupy. And most people do not have one, and have never thought about it. If a person is going to trust you with something larger, they have to have seen you handle something smaller without complaint. None of that is mystical. All of it is arrangement. You cannot want your way into anything. You can prepare your way into almost everything, and preparation is visible in a way that wanting never is. Track 56. Peaceful is not the same as passive. There is a trap in this material that catches gentle people, and it is worth naming before we move on, because the people it catches are usually the ones who most deserve better. Somebody reads about non-resistance, about not fighting things, about letting go, and about how effort is often the problem, and they conclude that the correct posture is to do nothing and wait. That is not what any of these teachers taught, and Shinn, in particular, would have been sharp about it. She used the phrase active faith constantly, and the operative word is the first one. Her whole method involved doing something physical before there was any evidence, as a statement of what was expected. She told a woman who was waiting for a man to return to set a place for him at the table every day. She told a woman who wanted an apartment among 200 other applicants to go and buy the blankets first. She had a student carry a paper knife as what she called a bridge of active faith. None of that is passive. All of it is a physical act performed in advance of proof. And the reason it works is not superstition. A person who has set the table has committed. Something in them has taken a position, and positions organize behavior in 100 small ways that no amount of hoping does. Now, what these teachers were genuinely against is a different thing, and the distinction matters. They were against strain. They were against the frantic, clenched, forcing energy that comes from a man who fundamentally believes it is not going to happen and is trying to compensate with effort. Goddard's phrase for that was that effort is fatal, and he meant a very specific kind of effort, the kind that is a disguised admission of doubt. Working hard is not that. Working hard is fine. Almost every person in these stories worked considerably harder than the people who envied them later. The difference is what the work is coming out of. Work coming out of settled expectation looks patient, steady, and slightly boring from the outside. Work coming out of panic looks impressive for 6 weeks and then stops. So do the thing. Set the table. Buy the blankets. Make the call. Just do it as a man who expects it to work, not as a man trying to force a door he privately believes is locked. Track 57. Prosperity is not a number in an account. We should be precise about the word, because the whole of the rest of this depends on it, and almost nobody defines it. Prosperity and money are not the same thing, and the difference is not a spiritual dodge to make poor people feel better. Money is an amount. It is a number, it is sitting somewhere, and it can be counted by anybody with access to the statement. Prosperity is a condition. It describes the flow rather than the balance, the relationship rather than the total. And it is entirely possible to have a large balance and no prosperity at all, which is why some very rich people are visibly frightened all the time. Here is the practical test, and it is a good one. A prosperous man is one for whom money is not the deciding factor in most ordinary decisions. Not that he has unlimited amounts, almost nobody does, but that when he chooses where to eat, whether to take the day off, whether to help his brother, whether to fix the thing properly or bodge it, the price is one factor among several rather than the only one in the room. That condition can begin at a surprisingly modest income and can fail to arrive at a very large one. Hill was after exactly this when he wrote about what he called a money consciousness, and he was careful to say it had to be created deliberately because the opposite arrives on its own. He was not describing an amount either. He was describing a settled relationship with the subject. Now, why does the distinction matter today? Because if you aim at the number, you will get the number, and possibly not the condition, and then you will have done a great deal of work for something that does not feel like anything when you arrive. Everybody has met a man who hit his figure and felt nothing. He had trained himself for years in the state of not having it, and the state came with him, whereas the condition can be started today, at your current income, in the way you handle the money that is currently passing through your hands. That is not a consolation prize. It is the actual thing, and it turns out to be what makes the number arrive faster too, though that is a side effect rather than a reason. Aim at the condition. The number is downstream of it, and it always was. Track 58. The difference between income and prosperity. Here is the practical version of that distinction, and it is one of the most useful things in this whole day. Two men earn the same amount. One is prosperous and one is not, and you could tell which was which within an hour of watching them. The first man knows roughly what comes in and roughly what goes out, not to the penny, roughly. He is not afraid of the figure, so he looks at it. The second man does not know. Not because he cannot count, but because looking is unpleasant, so he has arranged his life not to look, and the not looking costs him a great deal in ways he will never trace back. The first man's papers are somewhere. The second man's are in 3 places, and one of them is a drawer. The first man has one small amount put aside that is not for anything. The second man has no such amount, and every unexpected expense is therefore an emergency rather than an inconvenience. The first man pays for things and stops thinking about them. The second man pays for things and continues paying for them in his head all week. That is the whole difference, and not one item on that list requires more income. Shinn had a phrase for the second man's condition, and she was unsentimental about it. She said, "You will never become rich with a burnt match in the pincushion," meaning that carelessness about small, orderly things is a continuous statement about what a person expects. Proctor said the same thing from the other end. "People do not feel comfortable about money because they have it," he wrote. "They have it because they feel comfortable about it. The comfort is available now. That is the point. It is not waiting on the other side of a figure. It is a set of ordinary behaviors that can be started this week at any income at all, and each one of them is a small vote in a direction. Look at the number. Put the papers in one place. Keep something aside that is not for anything. None of it is dramatic, and none of it will change your balance this month. All of it changes what you are. And what you are is what the money is answering." Track 59. 9 glasses a day. In 1888, a pharmacist in Atlanta bought a formula from a dying man. The formula was for a syrup that was being sold at one drugstore in the city, and it was selling, by most accounts, about 9 glasses a day. 9. Not 900. 9. The pharmacist's name was Asa Candler. He had been born on a farm, had studied medicine, had gone into pharmacy, and had built a decent wholesale drug business by working at it. He was not a visionary in any romantic sense. He was a careful, religious, rather serious man of business. He paid $2,300 for it. Now, look at what he actually bought, because this is the whole of the lesson, and it is worth being exact. He did not buy a successful product. 9 glasses a day is not a business. He did not buy a factory, or a network, or a workforce. He bought a recipe and a name. What he had that the previous owner did not was an opinion about what it could become, and a willingness to spend money on that opinion before there was any evidence for it. Within a few years, he was spending sums on advertising that his contemporaries thought were reckless. He put the name on everything: calendars, clocks, urns, trays, signs. He gave away coupons for free glasses of it, which almost nobody had done before, at his own cost, in enormous numbers, because he had worked out that the expensive part was not making people like it. It was getting it past their lips once. The drink became one of the most recognized objects on earth. And the piece of it that belongs in a conversation about repeated sound is this: he understood, before there was any science about it, that a name said often enough becomes familiar, and that familiar is most of the way to trusted. He was not selling a superior product. He was selling a thing that everybody had already heard of, which, in the mind of a customer standing at a counter, is very nearly the same as a thing that is good. Now turn that around and hold it against your own head. Whatever you have said about yourself most often has that same status in you. Not evaluated, not argued for, simply familiar, and therefore trusted, and therefore acted on. Candler paid $2,300 for a 9-glass-a-day syrup, and then he made it familiar. You already own the formula. The only thing you have never done is put it on the calendars. Track 60. You are paid for what you solve. There is a plain fact about money that most people have never had said to them directly, and it clears away an enormous amount of confusion. Money moves toward the removal of a difficulty, not toward effort, not toward suffering, not toward how long you have been doing something or how tired you are at the end of it, toward the removal of a difficulty for somebody who wants it removed. That is why a man who works 11 hours in hard physical conditions can earn less than a man who spends 2 hours removing a problem that was costing somebody a great deal of money. It is not fair in the sense of matching effort to reward, and anybody who tells you it is has not looked. But it is not arbitrary either, and once you see the actual rule, you can work with it. Hill circled this his whole life. He kept telling people that a man is paid for the quality of what he renders, the quantity of it, and the spirit in which he renders it. The third one is the one nobody can copy, and it is the one that decides between two people who are otherwise identical. And there is a further point he made that turns the whole thing practical. The service has to be rendered before the payment, always, in every case. There is no arrangement anywhere in which money arrives first as a reward for intention, which means the question that actually governs your income is not, "What do I deserve?" It is, "Whose problem am I currently removing, and how many of them are there?" That question is answerable this afternoon, and it does not require a change of career, though it might eventually produce one. Look at what you already do. Ask what the actual difficulty is that people are paying to have removed, not the job title, the difficulty. Then ask whether you are removing it fully or partially, and whether anybody has ever removed it better than you do. That is not motivational language. It is the plainest commercial question there is, and most people go 30 years without ever asking it about their own work. There is one more thing worth saying, because it is where the whole subject connects back to everything else today. A man who is anxious cannot see other people's problems. He can only see his own. Anxiety narrows the field of vision to a single point, which is his own survival. And from that position, the customer is simply a source of money rather than a person with a difficulty, which is exactly why the state you carry is not separate from your income. You cannot solve what you cannot see. Track 61, the free sample. She was born in Queens to immigrant parents who ran a hardware shop, and when she was about 16, her uncle arrived from Hungary. He was a chemist, and he brought with him his own recipes for face creams. He set up a small operation, and she worked alongside him, and she developed a fascination with the stuff that never left her. As a young woman, she began selling the creams herself to beauty salons, and she described them as jars of hope. And she did something that other people in that trade thought was madness. She gave the product away. Not a discount. Free samples, constantly, to anybody who might use them, in quantities that made no obvious commercial sense. At a charity event in 1946, she handed out 80 lipsticks, and she made sure every one of them was in a handsome metal case rather than something cheap, because the case was part of the message. Her name was Estee Lauder. In 1947, Saks Fifth Avenue placed an order for $800 of her products, and the entire order sold out in 2 days. She converted a Manhattan restaurant into her factory and cooked the creams on the restaurant stoves at night, having spent the day selling them. Now, the giving away is what everybody remembers, and it deserves to be understood properly rather than copied blindly. She was not being generous, though she may also have been generous. She had worked out something about how people decide. She knew that no argument she could make about the cream would ever be as persuasive as 1 week of using it, so she stopped arguing. She removed the entire question of whether to believe her and replaced it with an experience. That is a far deeper principle than marketing, and it applies directly to what you are doing today. You cannot argue yourself into a new belief about your own life. You have tried. Everybody has tried. The argument goes in circles because the part of you that needs convincing does not accept arguments. What it accepts is exposure, contact, a sample of the thing, repeated, until it stops being a claim and becomes a familiar object. Estee Lauder did not persuade America that her creams were good. She got them onto enough faces that the question stopped needing an answer. Do that with your own material. Stop arguing with yourself about whether it is true. Get it into your ears often enough that arguing becomes unnecessary. Track 62. Nobody ever got rich being vague. There is one instruction that every single one of these teachers gave, in different words, with no exceptions and no softening. Be specific. Hill said to fix in your mind the exact amount of money you desire, and he underlined the word exact, and then he said that a general desire for wealth is of no use to anybody and never brings riches. Proctor spent a whole chapter on a single question. which was, how much is enough? And he found that most people cannot answer it. They say more, they say comfortable, they say enough to not worry. Shinn's entire method depended on naming the thing, and she was fierce about it. Her students were not allowed to ask for prosperity in general. They asked for a specific sum, or a specific position, or a specific set of dishes. Now, why does this matter so much? And why does everybody resist it? The resistance first, because it is the interesting part. People stay vague on purpose. Not consciously, but reliably, because a vague target cannot be missed. If you say you want to do better, you can never fail. If you say you want $80,000 a year by the end of next year, you can fail. And the possibility of failing is genuinely uncomfortable. So the mind keeps the target soft as a form of protection. That protection is expensive. It costs you the entire mechanism, because the part of you that solves things cannot work on a mood. It works on a specification. Give it a number, and it will start returning things at odd hours. Give it a feeling, and it will hand you nothing, forever, faithfully. You already know this from the small stuff. Decide you might buy a car sometime, and nothing happens. Decide on the exact model, and you will see 6 of them on the way home. And you will notice one for sale in a window you have walked past for 2 years. The cars were always there. The specification was not. So do the uncomfortable thing today. Name a number, out loud, once. Not a fantasy number, and not a modest one. A number that makes you slightly uneasy and that you could actually describe the shape of. You do not have to know how. Knowing how is not your department at this stage, and pretending otherwise is what stops most people. Name it, then let the machinery start looking. Track 63. The number you have never said out loud. Do this one properly, because it is the shortest piece of work in the whole day, and it does more than most of the rest. There is a figure that would change your life. Not the fantasy figure. The one that would actually alter how a month feels. Most people have never said it aloud. They have thought about it in a vague way, usually while lying awake. They have done partial arithmetic in their heads and abandoned it, but they have never sat still, worked out the actual sum, and spoken it. Proctor found this everywhere. He would ask a room how much they wanted and get generalities, and he would push until somebody produced an actual figure, and the room would go slightly quiet, because a number spoken out loud is a completely different object from a number thought about. Here is why it is different, and it has nothing to do with the universe hearing you. An unspoken number remains negotiable. It floats. It adjusts itself downward quietly whenever the week is hard, and upward when you are feeling good, and because it never holds still, it never organizes anything. A spoken number is fixed at a moment in time. You know what you said, and from that moment on, everything you do is either moving toward it or it is not, and you can tell, which is the entire point, and also the reason people avoid it. Now, how to choose it, because this is where people go wrong in both directions. Too small, and nothing in you engages. A figure 5% above what you already have will not move anybody. It is not worth reorganizing a life for, and your system knows it. Too large, and you cannot get a single second of honest feeling out of it, which we established this morning, is the thing that actually does the work. The right figure is the one that makes you slightly uncomfortable and that you can still picture arriving. You should be able to describe what the first month of it looks like in ordinary detail. What gets paid? What stops being a decision? What you do on the Saturday? If you cannot describe it, it is too far away for now. Come down until you can, and then say it. Say it once, out loud, today, in the car or the kitchen. Then stop thinking about it and let it work. Track 64. The newsboy who started with $100. He was born in Chicago in 1902. His father died when he was 3 and left the family in debt. At 6 years old, he was selling newspapers on the South Side. By 13, he owned his own newsstand. He was, by every measure available at the time, a boy with nothing except a lot of nerve and a mother who worked as a dressmaker. In his teens, he moved to Detroit to sell insurance for her, and in 1922, at 20 years old, he opened his own agency in Chicago. He started it with $100. By 1930, he had over 1,000 agents selling for him across the United States, and the thing he had begun with $100 became a company worth billions. His name was W. Clement Stone. He is worth knowing about here for a specific reason. He is the man who went and found Napoleon Hill. Hill was old by then and largely out of circulation. Stone brought him back, and the two of them wrote a book together in 1960, and Stone spent the next 40 years of his life and a great deal of his money keeping the philosophy in print and in circulation. He died in 2002, having passed 100 years old. Now, what makes Stone useful is not the $100, though everybody quotes it. It is that he is the clearest case anybody has of a man who took this material as a practical instrument rather than as inspiration, and then spent his own money making sure other people could get it. He was not a mystic. He was an insurance man who wanted more sales, who found that a particular way of running his own head produced more sales, and who then industrialized it across 1,000 agents. That is a very different kind of endorsement from an enthusiastic one. It is the endorsement of a man who was counting. There is also something in the shape of his life that is worth a moment. 6 years old, selling papers, 13, running a stand, 20, starting a company with $100, 28, 1,000 agents. Not one of those steps was a leap. Each was the obvious next thing from where he was standing, and the whole distance was covered by somebody who never once had the whole plan. He simply kept doing the next available thing in a particular state of mind. That is the entire method, and it is duller than anybody wants it to be. Track 65. Prosperity wants a container. Here is a thing that sounds trivial and is not. Money needs somewhere to go. Not metaphorically, practically. It needs an account it belongs in, a place the papers live, a rough idea of what it is for, and somebody who is not frightened of looking at it. Where those things are absent, money passes through rather than accumulating, and it does so with remarkable consistency. And the person it passes through generally believes the problem is the amount. Shinn was blunt about the physical side of this. She talked about disorder as a continuous statement, and she used a small domestic image that has outlived her by a century. "You will never become rich," she wrote, with a burnt match in the pincushion. She meant that a house kept carelessly is not neutral. It is a daily announcement about what the person living in it expects, made in a language the deeper part of them understands perfectly. Now, this is not an instruction to become tidy as a virtue. Plenty of untidy people are wealthy and plenty of immaculate ones are broke. It is narrower than that, and it is about the specific places money touches. The drawer with the letters in it, the account nobody looks at, the subscription that has been running for 4 years for something nobody uses, the paperwork that would take 90 minutes to sort and has been sitting there for 11 months, generating a low hum of avoidance every time you walk past it. Each of those is a small open valve, and the cost is not mainly financial. The cost is that they teach you, daily, that this area of your life is a mess you cannot face. And a man who has learned that about his own finances will not comfortably receive more of them, because more of a thing you cannot face is not obviously good news. So do the 90 minutes. Not as a life change, as plumbing. One place for the papers, one account you look at once a week without dread, one small sum set aside that is not for anything in particular, and which exists mainly so that an unexpected bill stops being an emergency. None of that will make you rich this year. All of it changes what you are, in a way you will feel within a fortnight, and what you are is the part that has been holding the ceiling down. Track 66. The way you handle small money. There is a tell that shows up long before anybody has any real money, and it predicts a great deal. Watch what a person does with amounts that do not matter. Some people are careless with small sums specifically because the sums are small. They do not check the change. They leave the standing order running. They round things off in their heads in whichever direction is more comfortable, and they do it without ever quite lying to themselves, because none of it is worth arguing about. The individual amounts genuinely do not matter. That part is true. What matters is the position being rehearsed, which is that this is not something I attend to. And that position does not scale up and suddenly reverse when the numbers get bigger. It comes with, The man who does not look at 40 pounds does not become a man who looks at 40,000. He becomes a man with a larger amount he is not looking at, which is a considerably more dangerous condition. Hill's version of this was in the lesson about saving, and his point was not really about the money either. He said the habit was what mattered, and that a man who could not put aside a small proportion of a small income would not put aside a large proportion of a large one, because the obstacle was never arithmetic. Now, the opposite of carelessness here is not stinginess, and this needs saying clearly, because a great many people who take this advice go somewhere unpleasant with it. A tight man is not a careful man. Tightness is fear wearing a respectable coat, and it produces its own kind of poverty, in which somebody with money lives as though they have none and gets no use out of any of it. What is being described is attention without anxiety, knowing where it goes, not flinching at it, making small decisions on purpose rather than by drift. There is a simple version anybody can start with, and it takes about 4 minutes a week. Look at what left, not to judge it, just to see it. Say nothing to yourself about it, and particularly say nothing beginning with "I always." Do that for a month, and something changes in a way that is difficult to describe and easy to notice. Money stops being a weather system that happens to you and becomes a set of objects you are handling. That shift is worth more than a raise, and it is free. Track 67. Money is not a verdict on your character. This one has to be said, because a great deal of the difficulty people have with this subject comes from a confusion that nobody has ever untangled for them. Somewhere along the way, most people were given the impression that money is a score, that having it means you did well, and that not having it means something about your worth, your effort, or your soul. Both halves of that are false, and holding either one makes the whole subject impossible to think about clearly. There are people with a great deal of money who acquired it by inheritance, by accident, by timing, or by doing things that would not survive daylight. There are people with almost none who are among the finest human beings alive, and who have worked harder than anybody in the first group. If money were a score, none of that could be true, and all of it plainly is. Proctor addressed this directly when he refused to draw the usual moral from a story that gets told constantly, about a group of very wealthy men who all came to bad ends. He said what it actually showed was that those particular men had never learned to live, and he pointed out that nobody writes cautionary tales about the very large number of wealthy people who are perfectly all right. The moral was applied afterwards, by people who found it comforting. Now, why does this matter for what you are doing today? Because a man who believes money is a verdict cannot approach it calmly. Every attempt to earn more becomes an examination he might fail. Every setback becomes evidence about his worth rather than information about a method. And, more quietly, a man who has spent years reassuring himself that not having money proves something good about him will find it very difficult to acquire any. He would have to give up the compensation. That is one of the most common invisible obstacles there is, and almost nobody will admit to it because it sounds absurd said out loud. Money is a tool and a measure of exchange. It records that something was transferred. It is not a report on you, and it was never designed to be, which is enormous relief if you let it be. You are not being marked. There is no examiner. You are learning to handle a practical thing that most people were never taught to handle, and being bad at it so far says exactly as much about you as being bad at swimming would. Track 68. Power needs a governor. At the very end of his 16 lessons, after everything about desire and planning and persistence, Hill put one final lesson, and he was explicit about why it went last. He called it the Golden Rule, and he described it as a governor. His word. A governor is the mechanical device on an engine that stops it from destroying itself by running too fast. It does not add power. It contains it. His argument was that everything in the preceding lessons produced power, that there was more power in them than most men could safely be trusted with, and that a man who comes into power quickly, without the slow step-by-step process, is constantly in danger of destroying himself and everyone he influences. He said he had spent more than 25 years watching how men behave when they get hold of power, and that this was the conclusion he had been forced to. Now, That is an unusual thing to find at the end of a book about getting rich, and it is the reason the book has lasted. Most people who teach this material stop at the acquisition. Get the thing. That is the end of the story, and what happens on the far side is somebody else's problem. Hill did not stop there, and neither did Proctor, and neither did Shinn, and none of them were being pious about it. Their position was practical. They had all watched what happens to a man who gets what he wanted and has built nothing in himself to hold it. Here is the version of that which applies to you today, months before any of this has produced anything. The habits you build now while nothing is at stake are the ones you will have when something is. The way you treat somebody who can do nothing for you today is the way you will treat people when you no longer need anybody. It will not improve with success. It will simply become visible. The way you handle a small setback now is how you will handle a large one later, and later they are larger. That is not a moral lecture. It is a warning about load-bearing. You are building the structure that will have to hold whatever arrives. Build it while it is cheap. Track 69. The sin he called the worst one. There is an essay tucked into the back of Hill's 16 lessons that he wrote in the worst period of his life, when somebody was actively trying to destroy his reputation and undo the work of 20 years. He did not write about revenge, and he did not write about persistence. He wrote about intolerance. When the dawn of intelligence has spread its wings over the horizon of progress, he wrote, and ignorance and superstition have left their last footprints on the sands of time, it will be recorded in the book of man's crimes and mistakes that his most grievous sin was that of intolerance. His most grievous sin. Not greed, not cowardice, intolerance. And he located it precisely. He said the bitterest intolerance grows out of differences of race and religion, absorbed as a result of early childhood training. Early childhood training. He is not describing a moral failure in adults. He is describing something installed before anybody could evaluate it. Exactly like everything else we have been talking about today. He then wrote something rather beautiful about how short a human life is. Like a candle, he wrote, we are lighted, shine for a moment and flicker out. And he said he hoped that when he crossed over he would find no Jews or Gentiles, Catholics or Protestants, Germans or Englishmen, blacks or whites, but only human souls, brothers and sisters all, unmarked by race, creed, or color. Now, why is that in a day about attracting prosperity? Because of what intolerance actually does to a person's practical life, quite apart from what it does to anybody else. A closed mind cannot receive. That is the mechanical consequence, and it is unavoidable. A man who has decided in advance which kinds of people are worth listening to has cut himself off from most of the sources of his own good fortune, because good fortune arrives through people, and it does not check first whether you approve of them. Every one of the lives we have looked at today involved somebody unexpected. A relative, a stranger on a ship, a bank cashier, a customer. You cannot know in advance which door it comes through, which is the entirely selfish argument for an open mind, and it happens to point in the same direction as the decent one. Track 70. A closed mind cannot receive anything. Let us stay with that a moment longer, because it goes wider than the obvious kinds of prejudice, and it catches people who would never think of themselves as intolerant at all. There is a much more common version, and almost everybody has it. It is the settled certainty about categories of people. Nobody in that industry is honest. People from there are all the same. Anybody who does that job is a fool. Rich people are like this. Young people are like that. Nobody helps anybody anymore. Every one of those is a door that has been closed and locked from the inside, and the man who locked it will experience the resulting emptiness as evidence that he was right. That is the cruel elegance of it. A closed position always produces confirming evidence, because it stops you going anywhere that could contradict it. Proctor's line about this was that the real dividing lines among people are not borders or color or language, but only ignorance and its opposite, understanding. He meant something quite practical by ignorance, not stupidity, not knowing in a situation where knowing was available. Now, the useful test is not whether you hold any of these positions. because everybody does, and pretending otherwise is a waste of an afternoon. The useful test is what it costs you. Take one settled certainty you have about a group of people and ask what doors it closes. Ask which conversations you do not have because of it, which rooms you do not enter, which offers you would refuse without examining. Then ask whether you can afford that. Not morally, financially, practically, in terms of the life you say you want. Almost nobody can afford it, and almost everybody is paying. Hill wrote his essay on intolerance while an enemy was trying to ruin him, which is the least likely moment anybody would choose to write about being open-minded. That is precisely why it is worth taking seriously. He had every reason to close, and he understood that closing would cost him more than the enemy could. Track 71. Enough is a decision, not a discovery. There is a question everybody postpones, and it causes a specific and quite common kind of misery. How much is enough? Most people assume they will know when they get there, that there will be a feeling, a threshold, a moment where the anxiety switches off and they can stop. There is not. That moment does not exist, and waiting for it has cost a great many people their whole lives. Proctor asked this question in seminars for decades and found the same thing every time. People could not answer it, and when he pushed, what usually came out was not a figure but a condition, enough to not worry, which is not a financial target at all. It is an emotional one, and it is being pursued with a financial instrument, which is why it never arrives. You have seen the evidence. Everybody has met somebody with considerably more than they need who is visibly still counting. Their anxiety did not switch off at any figure, and it is not going to. There is no amount that treats it, because it was never a shortage of money. So the practical answer is that enough is a decision, made in advance, in a quiet moment, by a person who understands what he is doing. You decide what enough looks like. You name it. And you decide, ahead of time, what changes when you get there, because otherwise nothing will. That is not a limitation on ambition. You are allowed to want more afterwards, and most people do. Wanting more is not a disease. What ruins people is never having named a floor. Without a floor, there is no such thing as progress, because every position is simply not yet. There is a second half to this, and it is more important. Decide now what you will do differently at the current amount. Not later, now. Because the man who cannot be generous on his present income will not be generous on a larger one. The man who cannot take a Sunday off now will not take one then. The habits do not wait for permission from a number, and they will not appear on their own. Whatever you are planning to become when you are prosperous, begin 1% of it this week. That is how you find out whether it was ever about the money. Track 72. What you would do on the first ordinary Tuesday after. Everybody who imagines being prosperous imagines the same three things, and none of them are the point. They imagine the arrival, the moment, the number on a screen, or the conversation where somebody says yes. They imagine the announcement, and who they would tell, and the face of one particular person. And they imagine something large. A house, a car, a journey. Now, all three of those are fine. But notice that all three are events, and events pass, and a life is not made of events. So here is a better exercise, and it does more for your actual state than any amount of imagining a moment. Picture an ordinary Tuesday, not the first day. 6 months in, when the whole thing is normal. What time do you get up? What do you have for breakfast, and where? And is anybody with you? What do you do first? Not what would you like to do. What do you actually do on a Tuesday, when nothing special is happening and the money is simply no longer the deciding factor in anything? Who do you speak to? What do you work on? Is there work? Most people, when they are honest, find there is, and that it is not the work they are currently doing. What is the thing you do at 4 in the afternoon? What do you not do anymore? And what do you notice is missing? Do that properly, and something happens that is quite different from the usual fantasy. The event version produces excitement, which is a state that burns off in 10 minutes and leaves nothing. The ordinary Tuesday version produces something much steadier and much more useful, which is familiarity. You have been there. You know the shape of it. It has stopped being a distant possibility and become a place you have visited. Goddard's entire teaching was aimed at this. He told people to picture not the receiving of a thing but the ordinary state of already having it, and to look for the dullness in it, because the dullness is the proof it has been accepted. Excitement means it is still far away. Slightly boring means it is nearly here. Track 73. Give before you are comfortable. This is the instruction people most want to postpone, and postponing it is the mistake. Every one of these teachers said, in their own vocabulary, that something has to go out. Hill talked about rendering service before payment. Shinn talked about the law of giving and receiving as though it were as reliable as gravity, and she watched people's supply open up specifically at the moment they let something go without needing to know where it was going. And the version people always want is the sensible one. When I have more, I will be generous. That version does not work, and not for mystical reasons. It does not work because generosity is not a consequence of having enough. It is a position taken toward the world, and the position either exists at your current amount or it does not exist at all. A man who cannot give 10 pounds away without a calculation will not give 10,000 away later. He will have a larger calculation. Now, this has to be said carefully, because there is a version of this teaching that has been used to take money from people who could not spare it, and that is contemptible. Nobody here is asking you to send money anywhere, and nothing in this is a request. What is being described is much smaller and entirely private. It is the 20 you hand over without keeping score. It is paying for the coffee without a mental note. It is doing something useful for somebody who cannot reciprocate and never mentioning it again, including to yourself. It is the tip you round up rather than calculating. Shinn's student who had 7 cents gave one of them away, and she used it as an illustration for the rest of her life. Not because 1 cent mattered, because of what it took to do it and what it declared. The declaration is the whole of it. It says, in a language nothing else speaks, that there is more where this came from. You cannot say that with words while your hands are closed. The hands are the sentence. Start small enough that it costs you nothing you will miss, and large enough that you notice the small clench when you do it. That clench is the thing you are working on. Track 74. The man who is useful is never long unpaid. There is an old sentence in this tradition that sounds naive until you have watched it happen a few times. Be genuinely useful, and you will not stay poor for long. The reason it sounds naive is that everybody can name somebody who is enormously useful and badly paid, and that person is usually themselves, and they are often right. So let us be exact, because the exact version is true, and the loose version is not. Being useful is necessary and not sufficient. There is a second condition, and the second condition is the one people skip. The usefulness has to be visible to somebody who can act on it. That is the whole of the gap. An enormous number of people are producing real value in a place where nobody who could pay more for it can see it, and they have concluded from this that value does not get rewarded. Value does get rewarded. Invisible value does not, and the invisibility is fixable, and fixing it is not the same thing as self-promotion. Carol Downs, the man in Hill's account who ended up running a company, did not tell anybody how good he was. He simply arranged to be present, without being asked, at the hours when the man who mattered was also there. He got into the habit of calling on me, was Downs's own explanation. Not I convinced him. Estee Lauder did not describe her creams. She put them on faces. Asa Candler did not argue that people should try the drink. He gave away coupons. In every case, the move is the same, and it is the opposite of shouting. It is arranging for the thing itself to be encountered by somebody in a position to respond. So the practical question, if you are useful and underpaid, is not, how do I become more valuable? You may already be plenty valuable. It is who currently cannot see what I do, and what is the smallest arrangement that would put it in front of them. Usually the answer is embarrassingly small. One conversation, one example sent to one person, one place you show up that you have not been showing up. Not a campaign. One arrangement. Being good at something in private is a hobby, however hard it was to get good at. Track 75. What you are worth and what you are paid. These are two different numbers, and confusing them causes a specific kind of suffering. What you are worth as a person is not a number, and has never been one. It is not measurable. It does not fluctuate with the economy, and nobody has ever been able to price it. That question is settled, and it was settled before you did anything. What you are paid is a market fact. It reflects what you currently render, to whom, in what quantity, and how visible it is. It moves. It can be changed, sometimes quickly. Almost everybody experiences the second number as a statement about the first, and that is where the damage happens. A man told his work is worth less than he hoped does not hear a commercial fact. He hears a verdict, and he carries it home, and it gets into the way he speaks about himself for years. Now, separating them is not a comforting trick, it is the practical requirement for improving the second number. Because a man who thinks his pay is a verdict on his worth cannot negotiate. He cannot ask, because asking would be asking somebody to reconsider his value as a human being, and no one can do that calmly. The man who has separated them can be almost casual about it. He can say that he has looked at what this role is paying elsewhere, and that he would like to be nearer that, and he can say it without his voice changing, because nothing personal is at stake. It is arithmetic about a market. That tone is worth more than any argument, and it is only available to somebody who has done the separating first. There is a second consequence, and it is the more important one. When your worth is not on the table, you can hear the answer. If they say no, that is information about a budget and a business, not about you. You can then decide what to do with the information, which usually means either improving what you render or finding somebody who values it differently. Neither of those decisions is available to a man who has just been personally rejected. Your worth is not in this negotiation. It never was, and knowing that is what lets you negotiate well. Track 76. Ask for the whole thing. Shinn had a student who came to her in a difficulty, and Shinn gave her a statement to use that is worth the whole book. The student was told to say that she put her foot down, and that she would take nothing less than she had asked for, but more. Not less, but more. That is a strange piece of phrasing, and it repays attention, because it is answering a very specific fault that almost everybody has. People pre-negotiate with themselves. They want a certain thing, and before anybody else has said a word, they quietly reduce it, so that when the reduction comes from outside, it will hurt less. They ask for less than they want as a form of insurance against disappointment. And then they get what they asked for, which was already the reduced version, and something in them is flat about it, and they cannot say why. Shinn's instruction is not about being demanding with other people. It is about not doing the discounting inside your own head before the conversation begins. Hill was after the same thing when he insisted on an exact amount rather than a comfortable one. He was aware that a man asked what he wants will almost always name something safely below what he actually wants, and that the request is what gets processed. Now, there is an honest objection here, and it deserves an honest answer. Asking for the whole thing sounds like a good way to be refused. Sometimes it is, and a refusal costs you almost nothing, whereas a pre-discounted request that is accepted costs you the difference every month for years. The arithmetic of asking is enormously in your favor, and almost nobody runs it. There is also a subtler point, which is what the asking does to you regardless of the answer. A man who has said the full number out loud has taken a position in front of himself. Even if the answer is no, he now knows what he was willing to say, and it is very difficult to go back to being somebody who could not say it. So name the whole thing, not aggressively, plainly, once, without softening it, and without the nervous laugh at the end that takes it back. Nothing less than that, but more. You are allowed to want the whole thing, and you were always allowed. Track 77. Somebody has to be the one. Here is a thought that has done more practical good for more people than almost anything else in this material. Whatever you are looking at, somebody is going to be the one who does it. Somebody is going to be the person in your town who is known for that thing. Somebody is going to take that position, build that business, write that book, hold that job, fill that gap. It is not going to remain empty out of politeness. The only question is whether it is you or somebody else, and the somebody else is usually not more qualified than you. They are simply the person who did not spend 3 years deciding whether they were allowed. There is a version of this that Hill told about a young man arriving in New York with an idea, and Proctor told versions of it about people in his own seminars, and every one of those stories has the same shape underneath. The position was open. Everybody could see it was open. One person moved. Now, the reason this argument works when others fail is that it removes the question of whether you deserve it. Deserving is a paralyzing frame. It invites you to audit yourself, and any honest audit will find plenty of reasons to disqualify you, because everybody's audit does. The people currently occupying the positions you want would fail their own audit too, which is why so many of them are quietly waiting to be found out. The position is not being awarded on merit, it is being occupied. And there is a second half to this that is worth just as much. If somebody has to be the one, then the fact that you can see the gap is significant. Most people cannot see it. That is not a compliment about your intelligence, it is a fact about position. You are standing where you are standing, and from there you can see something specific that is missing. And the number of people standing in exactly that place with exactly that view is very small. That is what an opportunity actually is. Not a lucky break, a view. You have one. You have probably had it for a while and assumed everybody could see it. They cannot, and somebody is going to be the one. Track 78. Prosperity that outlives you. There is a question worth asking early rather than late, and asking it changes what you build. What happens to this when you are gone? Most people never ask it, and the result is that they build something that requires them, personally, continuously, for as long as it exists. A job is like this by definition, so is most self-employment. Stop, and it stops. That is not a failure. It is how nearly everybody lives, and it is honorable. But it is worth knowing that there is a second kind of thing, and that it is not reserved for the rich. Hill's whole account of building anything larger than yourself came down to arrangements involving other people, and the arrangement, rather than the individual, is what persists. Michael Marx could not read or write English. What he built outlived him by more than a century, because what he built was not his ability to sell. It was an arrangement that worked without him. Thomas Lipton died in 1931, and the name is still on packets today. Asa Candler bought a formula and built something that has functioned continuously for well over 100 years without him. None of that is about legacy in the vain sense. It is a practical distinction about what kind of thing you are making. And there is a version of it available at any scale, right now, in a life that is not remotely wealthy. It is the difference between doing a thing and building the thing that does the thing. Between serving the customer and creating the way customers get served. Between knowing something and writing it down so that somebody else can know it. Between being the person who holds it all together and making it so that it holds together without you. Most people never make that shift, because the first way is always more urgent. There is always something today that needs doing personally. The shift is made in small amounts, usually on a Sunday, usually in an hour nobody paid for. And here is the part that matters for anybody who thinks this is only about business. The same distinction applies to what you are teaching the people around you. Anything you fix for somebody is gone when you go. Anything you teach them stays. That is the cheapest and most permanent form of prosperity there is, and it is available to a man with no money at all. Track 79. You were not built to be a container only. There is an image that runs through all of this material, and it is worth stating plainly, because it corrects a picture most people are carrying without knowing it. Most people picture prosperity as accumulation, a vessel filling up. The more that goes in and stays in, the better you are doing. Every one of these teachers pushed against that, and not for moral reasons. Shinn was direct to the point of rudeness about it. She said that hoarding and saving invariably lead to loss, and she meant something specific by it, which was not that saving is wrong. She meant that money held out of fear behaves differently from money held out of plan. Proctor talked about circulation constantly. Hill, who did teach the habit of saving and was firm about it, still described money as something that had to be earned by rendering, which is a flow rather than a store. The picture they were all reaching for is not a vessel, it is a channel. A channel is valuable in proportion to what passes through it, not what remains in it. A channel that stops flowing is not rich, it is blocked, and a blocked channel is a problem, not an achievement. Now, this needs the practical qualification, or it becomes irresponsible advice. Have savings, please. A man with nothing put aside is not free. He is one bad week from panic, and panic is the most expensive state there is. The distinction is not between saving and spending. It is between money held in provision and money held in fear. And the two look identical in a bank statement and completely different in a life. Provision is quiet. It sits there and does its job, and the man who has it rarely thinks about it. Fear is loud. It counts. It recounts. It refuses things it can easily afford and then feels bad about that too. Here is the test, and you can run it on yourself in a second. When money leaves you for something you decided on, what happens in your body? If it is neutral, you are running provision. If something clenches, you are running fear, and the amount in the account is not what will fix it. You were built to move things through, not to sit on them. Track 80. The first person it has to reach is you. Before this material can do anything in your circumstances, it has to survive contact with one person, and it is not your boss or your customers or your family. It is you at 4 in the afternoon on a bad Thursday. That is the real test of everything said today, and it is worth being honest about, because the version of you that is listening now, calm, in an open mood, is not the version that will be handling this on the difficult days. The difficult version has a very good case. It has evidence. It knows exactly which parts of your history contradict what has been said here, and it can produce them instantly. You are not going to win that argument with enthusiasm, which is why the whole of this has been built around repetition rather than persuasion. Persuasion works on the version of you that is already open, and that version does not need help. Repetition works on the other one, slowly, from underneath, without ever having the argument. Hill's 3 stages are the map: abhor, endure, embrace. And the difficult Thursday version of you is at the first stage, which is where everybody starts and where nobody stays if they remain in contact. There is a practical instruction that comes out of this, and it is probably the most useful thing to take from the whole hour. Do not judge this material on the bad days. You will be tempted to. It is exactly on the bad day that a person concludes the whole business is nonsense, and it is exactly on the bad day that they have the least ability to assess anything. Judge it on a neutral Tuesday, 3 months from now, by one question: is my ordinary state different from what it was? Not, do I believe it? Not, has anything arrived yet? Is the baseline different? That is the only measurement that means anything, and it is measured over months, and the bad Thursday does not get a vote. Keep it playing on the bad days precisely because you cannot use it then. That is the day it is doing the most work, and it is the day you will most want to turn it off. Track 81, $40 and an unfinished reel. In the early 1920s, in Kansas City, a young man was running a small animation company called Laugh-O-Gram Films. The financial situation was never less than dire, in the words of one of the people who studied it afterwards. It got bad enough that he was living in the office. He scavenged for food. He bathed once a week at the local train station because there was nowhere else. In July of 1923, the company went bankrupt. He took what he had, which was $40 and an unfinished reel of film, and in August, he got on a train to California. His name was Walt Disney. Now that story is told constantly, and it is usually told badly, because the moral people attached to it is simply that you should keep going, which is true and useless. Look at the actual detail, because there is something better in it. He did not leave with nothing. He left with $40 and an unfinished thing. The unfinished thing is the whole point. He had been working, in appalling conditions, on something he had not completed, and when the business around it collapsed, he took the work with him and left the wreckage behind. Most people, when a venture fails, throw the whole lot out. They treat the failure as a verdict on everything inside it, including the parts that were good, and they start again from zero somewhere else. He separated the failure of the arrangement from the value of the work. The company was finished. The reel was not. That distinction is available to almost everybody, and hardly anybody makes it. The job ended. What you learned in it did not. The business did not work. The relationships you built inside it are still yours. The plan collapsed. The skill you developed executing it is in your hands, and nobody can take it out. Hill's line for this was that every failure carries with it the seed of an equivalent advantage, and people quote it as consolation when it is actually an instruction. Seeds have to be found and taken with you. They do not follow you. Go through the wreckage before you leave it. There is always a reel. Track 82. The shed in the back garden at 47. He was born in 1910. By the time he was in his late 40s, he had already lost more than most people lose in a lifetime. He had spent 2 years in jail in 1948 on a tax charge. A business he had built collapsed, and he was forced into bankruptcy. He had, by any ordinary reckoning, had his chances. At 47, he decided to solve a problem, and the problem was that people who were hungry could not get a hot meal quickly at home. He built a shed in the back garden of his house in Ikeda, near Osaka, and then he did something that is almost unbelievable when you read the account. For an entire year, he worked in that shed, alone, with ordinary tools, without taking a single day off, sleeping about 4 hours a night. A year, in a shed, at 47, after prison and bankruptcy. The breakthrough came from watching his wife cook. She was making tempura, and he saw what the hot oil did to the moisture in the batter, and he understood that flash frying the noodles would take the water out of them in the same way. His name was Momofuku Ando, and in 1958, he produced the first instant noodles. There are now more of them eaten every year than almost any other prepared food on Earth. Now, the thing to take from this is not the perseverance, though the perseverance is remarkable and slightly frightening. It is where the answer came from. He did not solve it in the shed. He solved it in the kitchen, watching somebody do something completely ordinary that he had seen 1,000 times before. The year in the shed is what made him able to see it. That is how this works, and it is why the long, unglamorous middle of anything cannot be skipped. The answer usually arrives from outside, in an ordinary moment, and it only registers because a man has been saturated in the question for long enough that everything he looks at is being examined for relevance. Proctor's chandelier and the piano key again. The note was played. Something in the room was tuned to answer it. His wife had made tempura many times. He had only recently become the sort of man who would see it. Track 83. The boys who beat him had all stopped running. At the Helsinki Olympics in 1952, an 18-year-old American won the silver medal in the decathlon. He was very young for it. The decathlon rewards experience and physical maturity, and he had neither, and he came second in the world. 4 years later, in Melbourne in 1956, he won it. He became the first African American ever to be Olympic decathlon champion. His name was Milt Campbell. Now, the detail worth carrying from his life is not the medals. It is something he said afterwards about the boys he had competed against as a schoolboy. Some of them had beaten him. Several of them at that age were simply better athletes than he was. By the time of the Olympics, they had all stopped, not been injured, not been outclassed, stopped, left the sport, in the ordinary way people leave things, for the ordinary reasons, which means the race Campbell actually won was not against them. Everybody who competes at anything discovers this eventually, and almost nobody believes it in advance. The field thins not because people are eliminated, but because they leave, and they leave for reasons that have nothing to do with capability. They leave because it took longer than they expected, because something else came up, because they had one bad year and decided the bad year was information about their ceiling. Proctor made an observation about this that reads oddly until you have seen it. He said that when you look at the field in almost any pursuit, there are so few people genuinely still in the race that even the losers are winners. He was not being unkind. He meant it numerically. Most people are not competing with you. They dropped out years ago and are simply still present, which is different, and that changes what the requirement actually is. The requirement is almost never to be exceptional. That is what everybody assumes, and it stops them at the start. The requirement is usually just to still be there in 5 years, in a field where nearly everybody will not be. The boys who beat Milt Campbell were better than him. They were not there. Track 84. The ice cream that melted on the way home. In 1906, a young Norwegian-born man was at a picnic on Okauchee Lake in Wisconsin. The story, as it has been told ever since, is that somebody wanted ice cream, and the ice cream was on an island or across the water, and he rowed to get it. It was a hot day. He rowed there, he collected it, and he rowed back, and by the time he arrived it had melted. Now, everybody at that picnic experienced the same afternoon. Everybody saw the melted ice cream. Presumably somebody made a joke about it, and the day went on. One man went home and thought about the rowing. His name was Ole Evinrude, and within about a year he had built the first practical outboard motor. In 1909, 25 of them were sold on Pewaukee Lake, and the thing he made changed how ordinary people used water for the next century. There is a version of this story that is too neat, and it has probably been polished in the retelling, so hold it lightly as a story. Hold the mechanism tightly, because the mechanism is exact. An irritation that everybody experiences and nobody examines is where almost every practical fortune has come from. The melted ice cream was not a business idea. It was a small annoyance on an afternoon, of the kind that happens to every person 40 times a week. What Evinrude did was refuse to file it under the way things are. That is the whole faculty, and it can be practiced. Most people have an enormous number of small frictions in their lives and their work that they have stopped seeing entirely, because seeing them serves no purpose. The friction has been there so long, it has become part of the furniture. Ask anybody who has been in a job for 6 years what is stupid about the way it is done, and they will produce a list in 90 seconds. Nobody ever asks them, and they never write it down. There is a small practice worth adopting from this, and it costs nothing. Keep a note, somewhere you can reach, of things that irritate you slightly. Not injustices, frictions. The thing that takes 4 steps and should take 1. You will not act on most of them. You do not need to. You are training an eye, and an eye like that eventually lands on something worth a great deal. Track 85, 12 letters and a girl called Alice. In 1995, she finished a manuscript. She was a single mother in Edinburgh, and she described her own situation years later and in her own words as being about as poor as it is possible to be in modern Britain without being homeless. She sent the book out. 12 publishers turned it down. 12 is a lot. 12 is enough that anybody sensible concludes the manuscript has a problem, because 12 independent professional judgments pointing the same way is normally exactly what it looks like. The 13th was a small London publisher called Bloomsbury. The chairman there, a man named Nigel Newton, took a chapter of it home and gave it to his 8-year-old daughter, whose name was Alice. She read it and asked for the rest. The book was published in 1997, and what happened afterwards does not need describing. Her name is J.K. Rowling, and in a speech at Harvard in 2008, she talked about that period of her life with a directness that most successful people avoid. Now, hold 2 things about this story, because people usually only hold one. The first is the obvious one about persistence, and it is real. 12 refusals is a great deal of refusal to absorb while poor and tired and responsible for a child. The second is the one nobody talks about, and it is the more useful one. The decision was not made by a professional. 12 people whose entire occupation was judging manuscripts said no. The thing that got it through was an 8-year-old who did not know she was making a commercial decision and simply wanted to know what happened next. Expertise is enormously valuable, and it is also, in matters of taste, spectacularly unreliable, and everybody in publishing knows it and says so, which means the 12 no's were never 12 verdicts on the work. They were 12 opinions, formed quickly by tired people with a great many manuscripts to get through on a Thursday. You will collect no's. Everybody does. And the temptation is always to treat them as accumulating evidence, as though 10 refusals were a stronger signal than 1. They are not. They are 10 separate people having 10 separate reactions, most of them for reasons that have nothing to do with you. Somewhere there is an Alice. Your only job is to still be sending it when you reach her. Track 86. The bank clerk who slept by the kitchen stove. His father died when he was small, and at 14 he left school to support his mother and 2 older sisters. His mother took in boarders to keep the household going. He worked for an insurance company, and then as a junior clerk at a savings bank in Rochester, New York. Ordinary work. Steady. The kind of position a young man in that situation was fortunate to have and expected to be grateful for. And every night he went home and experimented in his mother's kitchen. Photography at the time was an enormous, awkward chemical business. A person who wanted to take a picture needed plates, a tent, chemicals, and a great deal of patience. He set out to make it simple. His mother said afterwards that on some nights he was so tired he did not undress. He slept on a blanket on the floor beside the kitchen stove and got up and went to the bank. His name was George Eastman. In 1888, he founded the Eastman Kodak Company, and he sold the first Kodak camera with a promise printed on it that is one of the great sentences in commercial history. You press the button, we do the rest. Two things in that story matter here. The first is the arrangement. He did not quit the bank to pursue his dream. He kept the job and used the nights, for years, in a kitchen, while tired. That is the actual shape of nearly every one of these stories, and it is almost never the shape people imagine. The dramatic leap makes a better film. The kitchen makes a better plan. The second is the sentence on the camera. You press the button, we do the rest. 9 words. It sold the product by removing the entire fear a customer had, which was that photography was complicated and they would fail at it. He did not describe the camera. He described what would not be required of them, and there is a small, strange link worth noticing before we leave him. The general who invented piped background music in the 1920s admired one company above all others, and it was Kodak. That is why he blended its sound with the word music and called the whole thing Muzak. Eastman built a name so trusted that another inventor borrowed the shape of it as a blessing. That is what a repeated promise, kept, turns into. Track 87. The factory that was bombed, then shaken down. He was born in 1906 in Shizuoka, in Japan, and he grew up in his father's bicycle repair shop, where he spent his childhood taking things apart. In 1936, he founded a company making piston rings for cars. His first order, for Toyota, was rejected. The quality was not good enough. He went back and worked on it. During the war, the company became a substantial supplier of parts. Then the war ended, and his factory was bombed. And the following year, an earthquake finished what was left. He sold what remained of the business to Toyota in 1945. He was 39 years old, with nothing. In 1946, he started again in a small shack, and what he had to work with was surplus. Small engines that had been made for military radios and were now useless. He put them on bicycles. His name was Soichiro Honda, and by 1948, the company had a name that is now on more engines than any other in the world. Now, here is the specific thing worth taking from this, because there are 100 stories of men who rebuilt after a war, and this one has a particular detail. He did not rebuild what he had lost. He had been a piston ring manufacturer. He did not try to be a piston ring manufacturer again. That business was gone, and the market for it was gone with it. He looked at what was actually in front of him in that year, in that country, in those conditions, which was a large pile of small engines nobody wanted and an entire population that had no petrol, no cars, and a long way to travel. He put the two together. Most people, after a loss, try to return to the position they were in before it. They are not building forward, they are repairing backward. And it very rarely works, because the conditions that supported the old position are usually part of what was lost. The question after a collapse is not, how do I get back? It is what is available now, in this actual year, that was not available before. There is always something. After a wreck, there are always materials, and everybody else is looking at the wreck. He was looking at the pile of engines. Track 88, what every one of them did with the empty hours. Put these lives side by side, and something appears that none of them mentions, because to them, it was too ordinary to be worth saying. Every one of them used the hours nobody was watching. Eastman had a bank job and used the nights. Ando spent a year in a garden shed. Berry Gordy wrote songs in his head on an assembly line. Estee Lauder sold all day and cooked the creams at night on a restaurant's stoves. Honda started again, in a shack, with other people's rubbish. Not one of them had a clear run at it. Not one of them was given a year off and a budget to think. They took the hours that were already there and were not being used for anything. Now, this is worth sitting with, because it dissolves the objection almost everybody makes, which is that they would do something if they had time. Nobody in that list had time. They had exactly the same 24 hours you have, minus the labor-saving devices, plus considerably harder physical work. What they had was a decision about the residue. Everybody's day has residue. The commute, the queue, the 40 minutes after the children are asleep, the Saturday morning, the hour after dinner that vanishes without leaving any trace at all. Add up the residue in an ordinary week, and it is a working day. In a year, it is more than a month of full-time work. And almost all of it goes on things that produce nothing and are not even particularly enjoyable, which is the part worth noticing. It is not that people are choosing pleasure over work. Most of the residue is spent on something mildly numbing that nobody would defend if asked. The instruction here is not to fill every gap with effort. That is a recipe for exhaustion, and it does not last. It is smaller and it fits the theme of the whole day. Put something in the residue. Not work necessarily. Input. Let the hours where your hands are busy and your mind is idle carry something you chose. That single change costs no additional time whatsoever, which is why it is the only one most people can actually sustain. Every one of those men and women was doing something with the residue. None of them called it discipline. They would not have known what you meant. Track 89. None of them waited to feel ready. Go back through every life we have looked at today and try to find the moment where somebody felt prepared. It is not there. Michael Marx opened a market stall in a country whose language he could not speak, read, or write. Momofuku Ando started at 47, after prison and bankruptcy, in a shed, with no training in food science whatsoever. Berry Gordy asked his whole family for money in a room where any single one of them could have said no. W. Clement Stone opened an insurance agency at 20, with $100. Estee Lauder walked into salons and handed her creams to strangers. Not one of them had the credentials, the capital, or the confidence that the situation appeared to require. Every one of them started anyway, in conditions that any sensible advisor would have told them to improve first. Now, this is not an argument for recklessness, and there is an important distinction here that Proctor made carefully. He separated risk-taking from irresponsibility. Taking a risk means putting something at stake in pursuit of a real possibility, having thought about it. Irresponsibility is putting something at stake for no reason, and the difference is not the level of danger. It is whether there is a purpose. Every one of these people took real risks, and none of them were reckless. Eastman kept the bank job. Ando used a shed he built himself, rather than borrowing against anything. Gordy asked for $800 at 6% and paid it back. Small stakes, taken early, repeatedly. That is the actual pattern, and it is much less romantic and much more available than the version in the films. The feeling of readiness, meanwhile, is not a stage that arrives. It is a description people apply afterwards to things they have already done. You will feel ready to do something the day after you have done it, and not 1 minute before. And this is true for absolutely everybody, including the people who look most assured. So the question is, never am I ready. It is what is the smallest version of this I could do this week, without risking anything I cannot afford to lose. That question always has an answer. Track 90. Every one of them had a sentence. There is one more thing these lives have in common, and it is the reason they belong in a day about repeated sound. Every one of them had a sentence, and they repeated it until it did the work of 1,000 arguments. Michael Marx had a sign, "Don't ask the price, it's a penny." George Eastman had 9 words printed on a camera. "You press the button, we do the rest." 4 men in Minneapolis sang one question until a region of the country was buying a cereal. Asa Candler put one name on every clock, tray, calendar, and sign he could reach, until it was the most familiar word in America. Not one of those is clever. Read them again. There is no wordplay, no sophistication, nothing that would win a prize. They are plain sentences that were true and were repeated without variation for years. Now, that is the commercial version, and it is worth having because it demonstrates that this is not a mystical claim. It is a mechanical property of minds, and businesses have exploited it profitably for over a century, because it works with the reliability of a machine, which brings the whole thing home. You are running a rotation on the inside of your own head, and it currently consists of whatever accumulated there. Most people's is a mixture of inherited caution, a few remarks somebody made in a kitchen 20 years ago, and the general mood of whatever they have been listening to. Nobody ever wrote it. Nobody approved it. It's simply gathered. And it is doing exactly what Marx's sign did, which is to answer a question before it is asked. When an opportunity appears, something in you produces a verdict before you have consciously evaluated anything. That verdict is your sign, so write a better one. One sentence. True enough that you can stand behind it. Plain enough that a child could repeat it. Repeated for years without getting bored of it, or rather, past the point of being bored of it. That is the entire practice of every person named today, applied to themselves instead of to a product. They did it to sell you something. Do it to yourself, for yourself, and see what a decade of it produces. Track 91. The ones who stopped are in no book at all. There is a distortion in every story of this kind, and it is worth naming, because if you do not name it, this material becomes dishonest. We only ever hear about the ones it worked for. Nobody wrote a book about the man who spent a year in a shed and produced nothing. There were certainly some. There were probably many. The shed year does not guarantee anything, and any teaching that pretends it does is selling you a lottery ticket with a philosophy printed on it. So let us be straight about what these lives do and do not prove. They do not prove that persistence always pays. It does not. Some people persist at the wrong thing for 20 years, and the persistence is genuine and the result is nothing, and telling them they simply did not want it enough is cruel and false. What they do prove is narrower and still worth everything. They prove that the conditions people usually treat as disqualifying are not disqualifying. No education did not disqualify. No language did not disqualify. Prison did not. Bankruptcy did not. Being 47 did not. Being a single mother with no money did not. 12 professional refusals did not. That is the actual finding, and it is enormous, because those are precisely the things sitting in most people's heads under the heading of reasons this cannot be me. Every one of those has been carried by somebody all the way to the other end. That does not mean it will happen for you. Nobody can promise that, and nobody should. It means the specific reason you are holding is not the reason. Whatever eventually decides your outcome, it will not be the fact that you left school at 16, or that you are 52, or that you have failed twice, because those have all been carried before by people who were not more remarkable than you, which leaves you in a much more uncomfortable and much more hopeful position than the one you were in this morning. The excuse is gone. That is genuinely unpleasant. And in exchange, so is the ceiling. Track 92. They all looked ridiculous for a while. There is a stage in every one of these stories that gets skipped in the retelling, and it is the stage you are currently standing in. The stage where it looks foolish. A man in a shed in his back garden, at 47, having already been to prison, telling his neighbors he is working on something to do with noodles. That is not an inspiring figure to the people watching. That is an embarrassment. And the neighbors were almost certainly kind about it to his face. A bank clerk sleeping on the kitchen floor because he stayed up messing about with chemicals. His mother worried about him. Everybody's mother worries about that. A man in a market in Leeds who cannot speak English, putting up a sign in a language he cannot read. None of those men looked like the beginning of something at the time. They looked like men going through a phase, and the general expectation would have been that they would come to their senses. Now, why does this matter to you specifically? Because you will not be given a version of this where you skip that stage. Whatever you begin, there will be a period, and it is usually measured in years rather than weeks, where you are doing something that has not produced anything yet, and where the people around you are being politely encouraging in the tone people use for hobbies. That period is not a sign that you are on the wrong track. It is what the right track looks like from inside, and it looks identical to the wrong track, which is precisely why most people leave it. Hill's word for the influences to guard against was not enemies. He said relatives, friends, and acquaintances, and he said their suggestions should be shut out. He was not telling you to despise them. He was telling you that a thing at that stage cannot survive being asked how it is going every fortnight by somebody who does not believe in it. So the practical instruction is the one from earlier, and it is worth repeating. Say less about it. Not out of secrecy or superiority, out of the same instinct that makes you shield a match in the wind. Do the ridiculous stage quietly. It gets called something else entirely once it works, and nobody ever remembers that it looked like this. Track 93. Not one of them had the whole plan. This is possibly the most freeing thing in the whole of these hours, and almost everybody gets it backwards. Not one of the people we have looked at today knew how it would go. Asa Candler did not know that a syrup selling 9 glasses a day would become the most recognized drink on earth. He thought it had potential, and he was willing to spend on that opinion. Ole Evinrude did not set out to change how people use water for a century. He was annoyed about ice cream. Berry Gordy asked his family for $800 to start a small record company. He was not describing what Motown would become, because he could not have. Soichiro Honda put surplus radio engines on bicycles because there was no petrol and people needed to get places. Every one of them took the next available step from where they were standing, with the information they had, and the shape of the whole thing appeared afterwards. Now, here is why this matters more than almost anything else said today. The most common reason people never start is that they cannot see the whole path. They look at the distance between where they are and what they want. They find that there is no visible route, and they conclude that they must be missing something, or that it is not possible for them, or that they should wait until it becomes clearer. It will not become clearer from here. That is the thing nobody tells you. You can only ever see about 2 steps ahead of wherever you are standing, and the third step is not hidden from you out of unfairness. It is simply not visible from this position, and it becomes visible from the second step, which is why you have to be standing on it. Hill's own instruction was to decide what you want and by when, and then to begin at once, whether or not you are ready. And he added a phrase that people race past. He said to begin whether or not you can see how. The plan is not a precondition, it is a byproduct, and there is a strange mercy in this, because it means the fact that you do not know how is not evidence against you. It is simply the ordinary condition of standing at the beginning of something. Everybody who ever finished one stood exactly there first. Track 94. Nobody is coming, and that is the good news. There is a quiet expectation almost everybody carries and very few would admit to. That at some point, something will happen that changes things. Not a plan. An event. A recognition. Somebody who notices. An inheritance. A break. A moment where the situation is finally acknowledged and adjusted. It sits underneath a great deal of waiting, and it is very rarely examined, because examining it means admitting it is there. Nobody is coming. That sounds bleak for about 4 seconds, and then it turns into the most useful sentence in this whole day, so stay with it. If somebody were coming, then everything about your situation would depend on their timing, their attention, and their opinion of you. You would have no control at all. Your entire future would be in the hands of a person who has not yet appeared and may not. That is a genuinely powerless position, and it is where a great many people are living. Nobody is coming means the whole matter is in your hands, which is inconvenient and also the only arrangement in which anything can be done. Hill said something that sounds harsher than it is. He said that no man is ever whipped until he quits in his own mind. He was not blaming anybody. He was locating the control panel. Now, this needs its qualification, because there is a version of this that turns into a very lonely and rather stupid self-reliance. People will help you, constantly, and often at critical moments, and usually people you would not have predicted. An 8-year-old girl called Alice, a bank cashier who backed a young man's 3rd attempt, a family that voted yes at a kitchen table, a bellboy, a colleague who mentioned your name in a room you were not in. Help is real, and it is everywhere, and it is the ordinary mechanism by which almost everything happens, but it arrives to people who are already moving. It attaches itself to something in motion. Nobody has ever been rescued from a standing start. So the sentence is not that you are alone. You are not. It is that the first move belongs to you, and it always did, and nothing is going to relieve you of it, which means it can be made today. Track 95. The gap is smaller than it looks. There is a habit of mind that keeps people permanently at the bottom of a mountain, and it is a measurement error. They compare their beginning to somebody else's middle. You see a man 12 years into something. You see the ease, the network, the reputation, the way things seem to come to him, and you compare it to your own first fortnight, in which nothing works, everything takes 4 times longer than it should, and you feel like a fraud. The comparison is not close to fair, and it is not remotely useful, and everybody does it constantly. Proctor spent a great deal of time on the actual size of the difference between people who achieve and people who do not, and his conclusion, after decades of studying it, was that the difference in the people was small, and the difference in the results was enormous. That is not a comforting slogan. He meant it precisely, and he used to demonstrate it with numbers from sport and from business, where the winner and the field are separated by margins that would be invisible to anybody watching. The results diverge wildly. The people barely differ at all, and there is a reason the results diverge so much from such a small difference, which is compounding. A slight edge, repeated daily for 10 years, does not produce a slightly better outcome. It produces an outcome that looks like it came from a different species, which cuts both ways, and the second way is the one to take with you. The change required of you is much smaller than the change in outcome you are hoping for. You do not have to become a different order of human being. That project is impossible, and everybody who attempts it fails, which is why so many people conclude the whole thing is beyond them. You have to be slightly different, consistently, for considerably longer than feels reasonable. That is achievable by anybody, on any income, in any circumstances, starting today. The man 12 years ahead of you is not 12 years better. He is 12 years earlier, and that particular gap closes at exactly the same speed for everybody. Track 96. Not one of them did it entirely alone. For all the talk of self-reliance, go back through these stories and notice how often the decisive moment involves somebody else. Berry Gordy needed his whole family to vote yes. Estee Lauder learned everything she knew from her uncle, a chemist who arrived from Hungary when she was 16. Milton Hershey, after 2 bankruptcies, was backed by a bank cashier who believed in him personally. J.K. Rowling got through because a publisher's daughter wanted the rest of the story. Michael Marks had a partner, Thomas Spencer, who put in the capital that turned a stall into a company. Napoleon Hill's whole philosophy would have died in obscurity if a Chicago insurance man had not gone looking for him decades later and spent his own fortune keeping it alive. Hill built an entire principle around this, and it was the one he considered most important, which was that no man does anything significant with the contents of his own head alone. 2 or more minds working in genuine agreement produce something that neither had. Now, this is worth taking practically rather than sentimentally, because the practical version is actionable this month. You do not need a network. Networks are a modern idea, and most of them do nothing. You need 1 or 2 people who are actually in it with you, not supporters, not cheerleaders. People with something at stake in the same direction, who will tell you the truth, and who will notice if you go quiet. Proctor's advice on this was to choose somebody who has a lot of confidence in you, and specifically not somebody who will put you down. That sounds obvious, and almost nobody does it. Most people take their plans to the person whose approval they most want, who is very often the person least able to give it. Choose on the basis of what happens to your energy afterwards. That is the only criterion worth using. 1 person is enough. It has always been enough. And if you genuinely have nobody, then start by being that person for somebody else, because it works in that direction too, and it puts you in rooms where the other kind of person is standing. Track 97. The second half is longer than people think. There is an arithmetic that most people over 40 have never done, and doing it changes what feels possible. If you are 50 now, and you live to 80, you have 30 years. 30 years is not a remainder. 30 years is longer than the entire span from leaving school to now for most people under 50. It is long enough to build something, watch it mature, and hand it on. Consider what was done inside 30 years by the people in these stories. Ando started at 47 and lived to 96. He had almost 50 years after the shed. Harlan Sanders was 62 when he sold his first franchise. W. Clement Stone was working and giving away money into his 90s. Momofuku Ando's shed year, and everything that followed from it, all happened after most people would have said his life was settled. Now, the reason people feel late is not arithmetic. It is a picture they absorbed of how a life is shaped, in which everything is decided by about 30, and the rest is consolidation. That picture came from a time when people worked at one thing for 40 years and then died fairly promptly, and it does not describe the current situation at all. There is a second thing worth saying, and it is the more encouraging one. A person starting at 50 is not starting from zero. They are starting with 30 years of accumulated judgment, contacts, and a very reliable sense of what is nonsense. The 25-year-old has energy and no discrimination. He will spend 3 years on something a 50-year-old would have identified as hopeless in an afternoon. That is not a small advantage. In practical terms, it is often worth more than the energy. So the honest version is this: you are not going to have the career of somebody who started at 20, and pretending otherwise is a waste of what you do have. You are going to have something else, built faster, with fewer mistakes, from a better standing start, in the time you have left. Which is longer than you think. Track 98. What they all refuse to say. Go through these lives and look for the sentence that none of them said. None of them said this is just how it is. That is the sentence. It is the most common sentence in the world. It is said thousands of times a day in every town on earth, and it is the exact point at which a situation becomes permanent. Everybody at that picnic in Wisconsin accepted that ice cream melts if you row for it. That is just how it is. Everybody in publishing in 1996 knew that a manuscript refused by 12 houses is finished. That is just how it is. Everybody in Japan in 1946 knew that a bombed-out engineer with no factory does not restart. That is just how it is. Every shopkeeper in Leeds knew that you cannot run a shop without being able to speak to the customers. Hill, describing what he called the drifter, said that such a person accepts whatever life throws in his way without making a protest or putting up a fight. Not lazy, not stupid, accepting. And he said something about it that is worth carrying. He said the drifter does not know what he wants from life and spends all of his time getting just that. Now, be careful here, because there is a wisdom in acceptance too, and this is not an argument against it. Some things genuinely are how they are, and a man who fights every one of them will exhaust himself on stone. The distinction is between conditions and conclusions. A condition is a fact about the world today. It rains here. That job pays that much. This industry works this way. A conclusion is what a person adds to it. Therefore, nothing can be done. Therefore, this is my ceiling. Therefore, people like me do not. The condition is usually true. The conclusion is almost always an addition, made quickly, a long time ago, and never revisited. So the practice is not to argue with reality. It is to notice, when the sentence arrives, whether you are describing something or closing something. That is just how it is never a description. It is always a door being shut, and you are always the one shutting it. Track 99. Every one of them was once exactly where you are. There is a moment in each of these lives that nobody records, because nothing happened in it. The moment before the shed, before the stall, before the $800. There was an ordinary evening in which a person who was not yet anybody sat somewhere with a thought that had not been acted on, and it would have been entirely reasonable to go to bed. Nothing about that evening was distinguishable from 1,000 others. That is the part people cannot picture, because we only ever meet these people through the outcome, and the outcome makes the beginning look inevitable. It reads as though something in them was always going to. There was not. There was a person with a small idea, no evidence, and a full week ahead of them. And here is the thing that ought to land, because it is the whole reason for telling any of these stories at all. You are in that evening right now. Not metaphorically. This is what it is like from the inside. Nobody has ever experienced the beginning of anything as the beginning of anything. They experienced it as an ordinary Tuesday with a slightly persistent thought. If you are waiting for the moment to feel significant before you act on it, you have misunderstood how significance works. It is applied afterwards, entirely afterwards, by other people, to a moment that felt like nothing at the time. The man at the picnic did not have a moment. He had a mild annoyance about melted ice cream. The woman with the manuscript had a 13th envelope, and no reason at all to think it would go differently from the 12 before it. So do not wait for the feeling. The feeling is not part of the mechanism. What is part of the mechanism is doing the small available thing on an evening that feels like nothing. That is the only way any of this has ever started for anybody. You are in it now, and it feels exactly as unremarkable as it is supposed to. Track 100. You are not behind. You are between tracks. There is a feeling that follows a great many people around, and it deserves to be named and dismantled because it is doing real damage, and it is based on nothing. The feeling of being behind. Behind what exactly? There is no schedule. Nobody issued one. There is no age by which a person is supposed to have arrived, and the ages people carry in their heads are almost always borrowed from somebody they saw once. And yet the feeling is real, and it produces a particular kind of paralysis, because a man who believes he is behind will not start small. Starting small feels like an insult when you are already late, so he waits for something large enough to close the gap in one movement, and nothing that large ever appears, so he does nothing at all. That is the whole trap, and it is worth seeing clearly. Here is a better description of your actual situation, and it happens to be accurate. You are not behind. You are between tracks. Something has been playing. It has been playing for a long time, and you did not choose it, and it has been shaping the ground you stand on. And today, for the first time, there is a gap, and you are standing in it, deciding what goes on next. That is not a position of lateness. That is the only position from which anything has ever been changed by anybody, and it is available at any age, at any income, after any number of failures. Milt Campbell's competitors were not behind him. They were not playing. The 12 publishers who said no were not behind. They were elsewhere. Nobody who ever mattered got there by catching up. They got there by starting from where they actually were, which is the only place anybody has ever started from. You have this afternoon. That is not less than anybody else has. The people you are comparing yourself to also have this afternoon, and most of them will spend it exactly as they spent yesterday. The gap between tracks is short, and it does not stay open. Something is going to be playing by tonight. Track 101. But I am too old for this. Let us take the objections one at a time, honestly, without pretending any of them are stupid. This one is the most common, and it deserves a real answer rather than a slogan. The honest part first. Some things are genuinely closed by age. You are not going to be an Olympic gymnast at 50. There are real biological limits, and pretending otherwise is insulting. Now the rest of it. Almost nothing to do with money, business, skill, service, or building anything has an age limit, and the evidence for this is so overwhelming that it is slightly embarrassing to have to lay it out. Momofuku Ando began at 47 after prison and bankruptcy and lived to 96. Harlan Sanders sold his first chicken franchise at 62. Ray Kroc was 52 and selling milkshake machines when he drove out to look at a hamburger stand. Mary Kay Ash started at 45 with $5,000 of savings. Charles Goodyear was experimenting into his 40s, and his patent came at 43 after debtor's prison. Not one of those is an exception. That is the ordinary pattern in commerce, and the reason is not inspirational, it is structural. Building something requires judgment, contacts, a tolerance for tedium, and the ability to tell what is nonsense. Every one of those improves with age. And the thing that declines, raw energy, is the least important input. The 25-year-old has to spend 3 years learning what you already know about people. Now, there is a version of this objection that is not really about age at all, and it is worth catching. For many people, I am too old means I do not want to be a beginner in front of people who knew me when I was competent. That is a much more honest statement, and it is a real difficulty, and no amount of statistics touches it. The answer to that one is not encouragement. It is arithmetic. You will be 60 in some number of years regardless of what you do. The only question is whether you arrive there, having started or not. The years are being spent either way. Being a beginner is temporary. Not having started is permanent. Track 102. But I am in debt. This one is heavier than the others because it comes with a physical weight, and anybody who has been under it knows that the arithmetic is the smallest part of the problem. Hill wrote about it with more feeling than he wrote about almost anything else. He called debt a merciless master, and he described a man who owes as somebody who has lost the ability to say no, which is exactly right and exactly why it is so corrosive. So, no false comfort. Debt is a real condition, and it constrains real options. Here is what can be said, honestly. First, almost every person in these stories was in debt at some point, several of them catastrophically. Charles Goodyear did his experiments inside a debtor's prison and died owing about $200,000. Milton Hershey went bankrupt twice. Heinz went bankrupt and then spent 5 years voluntarily repaying debts he was no longer legally obliged to pay. Honda lost everything twice, to a bomb and an earthquake. Debt is not the end of anybody's story. It is a chapter in an enormous number of them. Second, and this is the practical part, debt does its worst damage through avoidance rather than through the interest. The interest is a number, and numbers can be worked on. The avoidance is what closes the whole subject, and the closure is what stops anything improving, because a man who will not look at the total cannot make a plan for it. Almost everybody in serious debt does not know the exact figure. They know roughly. They have a feeling about it, and the feeling is usually worse than the number, and they never check because checking is unbearable. So the first move, and it is the only one for this week, is to know the number. Write it down, all of it in one place with the actual amounts. It will be a bad hour, and it is the last bad hour that particular thing will ever cost you, because from that point it stops being a fog and becomes a quantity. A quantity can be reduced, a fog cannot. And a man who knows his number can say it out loud, calmly, which is the beginning of it losing its power over what he is willing to attempt. Track 103. But I live in the wrong country. This objection is more real than most of the others, and it deserves respect rather than dismissal. Where you are born genuinely matters. Currencies differ. Markets differ. Some places have infrastructure and capital and legal systems that make building things straightforward, and some do not, and pretending that is a matter of attitude is an insult to people living it. So let us be honest, and then find what is actually true. The honest part is that the difficulty is real, and it is not evenly distributed, and nobody chose where they were born. Here is the rest. Michael Marx came from what is now Belarus to a country whose language he could not speak, read, or write, and built a national retailer. Thomas Lipton was born in a Glasgow tenement to a family who had fled a famine, left school at 13, and crossed an ocean as a boy to see how it was done elsewhere. Madam C.J. Walker was born to parents who had been enslaved, was orphaned at 7, and was working as a laundress at $1.50 a day. A.P. Giannini opened a bank on 2 barrels and a plank in a city that had just burned down. Not one of them was where the money was. Every one of them moved toward it, or brought the method back, or built the thing where they stood because nobody else had. And there is something specific about this moment that was not true for any of them. The single most valuable thing in commerce is knowing what somebody needs and being able to reach them. And the reaching part is now nearly free from almost anywhere for the first time in the history of the world. That is not a small change. It is the largest change in the conditions of ordinary opportunity in several centuries, and most people have not adjusted their beliefs to account for it. Now, none of that means it is equally easy everywhere. It is not. But the objection, as usually held, is not about difficulty. It is a full stop. The honest version is that it is harder from here, and harder is a different word from impossible, and the number of people from exactly where you are who are doing it is not 0. Find one of them. There is always one. That is a much better use of an evening than the full stop. Track 104. But I have no education. This one has almost no defense left, and it is astonishing how many people still carry it. Bob Proctor had 2 months of high school. He was working in a fire department, $4,000 a year, $6,000 in debt. Michael Marx could not read or write English. R.G. Letourneau had a 7th grade education and held 299 patents. W. Clement Stone was selling newspapers at 6. Thomas Lipton left school at 13. George Eastman left at 14 to support his mother. Andrew Carnegie, whose money paid for Hill's 20 years of research into all of this, started work as a boy in a cotton mill. That is not a list of exceptions. In the era most of these people lived in, it was closer to the norm, and the norm produced an extraordinary amount of building. Now, what has actually changed is that formal education has become the gate for a particular set of professions, and that is real. You cannot be a surgeon without it, and you should not want to be. But for the very large category of things that involve noticing what people need and arranging to provide it, no gate has ever existed, and none exists now. There is a version of this objection that is more honest and worth addressing directly. It is not really about qualifications. It is about the feeling of being unlettered in rooms where other people are fluent. And that feeling is genuine and horrible, and it makes people go quiet at exactly the moments they should speak. Hill's answer to this was blunt and useful. He said an educated man is not necessarily one with knowledge, but one who knows where to get knowledge when he needs it. The whole of the material these teachers built their lives on is available to anybody now, free, in an afternoon. Proctor's arithmetic on this was 1 hour a day of study, and he pointed out what that compounds to over a few years, compared with a population that does none. His phrase for what it makes of you was slightly ridiculous and completely accurate, like a giraffe in a herd of field mice. 1 hour a day. Nobody is checking your certificates. Track 105. But I have tried this before. This objection is not stupid, and it deserves the most careful answer of all of them, because the people who raise it are usually the ones who have actually done the work. They read the book. They wrote the statement. They said it in the mirror, and nothing happened. And eventually they stopped. And they now carry the entirely reasonable conclusion that this does not work on them. Here is what almost certainly happened, and it is not a character flaw. They did it flat, and they did it briefly. Hill said it explicitly, and almost nobody who tries this has read the warning. 1 million repetitions without emotion, he said, produce no desirable results. Not fewer. None. That is the first half of it. Recitation is not the method. It only looks like the method, and if nobody tells you the difference, you will do the wrong one faithfully for a month and then conclude the thing is false. The second half is duration, and this is where his own account of the sales school in Chicago is the most useful thing anybody has written. 3,000 people were put into a particular state and sold $10 million of securities in 9 months. And Hill recorded, plainly, that the average person reached their peak within about a week, after which it faded and had to be renewed. A week, in people who were producing measurable results. So if you tried this once, and it worked for a fortnight, and then it wore off, you did not fail. You experienced exactly what Hill observed in 3,000 people, and the only thing you were missing was that it is perishable and requires topping up. Nobody told you that. It is missing from almost every version of this material because it is not a good sales line, which is precisely why a rotation is the answer rather than an event. Not a weekend that changes your life, a thing that plays underneath your ordinary week, constantly, so that the state is renewed before it drains, rather than after. You did not try this before. You tried the half of it that cannot work on its own, and then you drew a sensible conclusion from a badly designed experiment. Track 106, but I do not have the time. This is the most common objection, and it is almost always sincere, and it is almost always inaccurate, and the inaccuracy is worth showing gently. People who say they have no time usually mean they have no spare attention, which is a different problem with a different solution. Time and attention are not the same resource. A great deal of your day requires one and not the other. Driving, walking, queuing, cleaning, cooking, waiting for something to load. The parts of your job that your hands know how to do. Every one of those consumes time and leaves attention almost entirely free, and the free attention currently goes wherever it drifts. Add up those hours honestly across a week, and almost nobody gets less than 10. Many people get 20. That is the entire premise of what you are doing right now, and it is why this was built to be long rather than efficient. Nothing is being added to your day. Not 1 minute is being asked for. Now, there is a second half of the objection that is more honest, and that a rotation does not solve. Some things do require actual attention. Writing the statement, doing the 90 minutes on the papers, making the phone call, sitting down with the numbers. For those, the answer is not to find time, because you will not find it. Time is not lost, it is allocated, and there is nothing in the day waiting to be discovered. The answer is to take it from something specific and name what you are taking it from. Not I will find an hour. That hour has never once been found by anybody. Instead, that program on a Tuesday evening becomes this: for 3 months, or the first 25 minutes after I wake, before anything else opens. Something has to lose, and the discipline is in choosing what loses rather than hoping something will volunteer. Everybody who ever built anything took the time from somewhere, and if you read the accounts carefully, they always tell you what it was. Eastman took it from sleep. Ando took it from an entire year of his life. Lauder took it from the evenings. The hour exists. It is currently being spent on something. Name the thing. Track 107. But my family will think I have lost my mind. They might. And Hill would have told you to expect it and to prepare for it, because he considered this the single biggest killer of ambition, and he named the culprits precisely. Not competitors, not enemies, relatives, friends, and acquaintances. He even printed the standard sentence, and it has not changed in 90 years. Do not aim so high, people will think you are crazy. Now, hold two things at once here, because both are true, and dropping either one makes you either bitter or defeated. The first is that they usually mean well. Almost always, in fact. The caution comes from love, and from having seen somebody get hurt, and often from a decade harder than yours in which reaching was genuinely more dangerous. The second is that meaning well has no bearing on the effect. A discouragement delivered kindly runs exactly as long in your head as a cruel one, and often longer, because you cannot be angry at it, and therefore cannot dismiss it. So, what do you actually do? You do not confront them. That conversation has never once gone well in the history of families. You do not try to convince them either. Convincing requires evidence you do not yet have, and the attempt will simply install their objections in you more deeply, because you will have spent an evening rehearsing them out loud. You go quiet about it. Hill's phrase was to keep your own counsel, and it is the practical answer to this entire problem. You do not owe anybody a running commentary on something that has not happened yet. There is no obligation to announce an intention. Most intentions are damaged by announcement, and nothing is gained by it except a small hit of approval that costs more than it gives. Do the work quietly. Let the first they hear of it be something that already exists. And notice something about the moment when it does become visible. The same people are usually delighted. They were not opposed to your success. They were frightened of your disappointment, which is a completely different thing, and which evaporates the moment there is something real to look at. Protect it now, show them later. You will find they were on your side the whole time. Track 108. But I am tired all the time. This objection is real in a way that most of the others are not, and it should not be argued with. Exhaustion is not a mindset problem. A person working long hours, sleeping badly, carrying responsibility for other people is genuinely depleted, and telling them to want it more is contemptible. So here is what can be said honestly, and it is not encouragement. Almost everything discussed today has been chosen because it costs nothing extra. Playing something while you already work costs no energy. It is not an addition to your day. It is a substitution inside a slot that is already full, and if anything, it costs less than what was in there, because a good deal of what people currently listen to is agitating rather than restful. Saying one sentence out loud in a car costs about 4 seconds. Looking at the number once costs 1 bad hour, once, ever. Nothing here requires a burst of energy you do not have, and that is deliberate, because plans that require energy fail on exactly the days they are most needed. Now, there is something else worth saying, and it is the more important half. A significant part of ordinary tiredness is not physical. Everybody has had the experience of being flattened by a day in which they did nothing physically demanding at all. Everybody has also had the experience of working very hard on something that mattered and finishing more alive than they started. The difference is not the workload, it is what the work was coming out of and what was running underneath it. Dread is enormously expensive. Bracing all day is expensive. A running argument with somebody who is not present is expensive, and most people are having one, which means that some of what you are calling tiredness is a state rather than a depletion, and states can be changed by things that cost nothing. Not all of it. If you are sleeping 4 hours a night, no amount of this will help and you should sleep. But some of it, enough to notice. Start with the free things and see how much of the tiredness was actually weight. Track 109. But this sounds like magical thinking. Good. That objection is healthy, and it deserves a straight answer rather than a mystical one. Some of this material, in the hands of some teachers, has been magical thinking, and it has hurt people. Anybody who tells a sick person that their illness is a failure of attitude should be treated with contempt. Anybody who tells a poor person that their circumstances are entirely their own creation has not looked at how the world distributes its starting positions. So let us separate what requires belief from what does not, because most of today has been the second kind. Nothing in the mechanism requires anything supernatural. That a repeated phrase becomes familiar, and that familiar becomes trusted, is not a spiritual claim. It is why advertising exists. It has been measured for a century, and businesses spend enormous sums on it because it works. That what you say about yourself shapes what you attempt is not mystical. It is observable in anybody you know well. That a man who names a specific target notices things related to it that he previously walked past is ordinary and well documented, and everybody has experienced it with cars and prams and street names. That the state you carry into a room affects how people respond to you is not a theory. You do it to other people daily. That a person who describes his own situation as hopeless will stop looking for exits and will therefore find fewer is not faith. It is arithmetic about attention. Every practical claim made today runs on those 5, and not one of them requires you to believe anything about the universe. Now, some of these teachers went considerably further than that, and Shinn, in particular, was explicitly religious and would not have thanked anybody for stripping it out. You are allowed to take the mechanism and leave the metaphysics. Plenty of people have, including several of the men named today who used it as an instrument and never once discussed what was behind it. And you are allowed to take the whole thing if that is where you already stand. Either way, the instruction for the next 3 months is identical. Run the experiment and look at the results. That is not faith. That is the opposite of faith, and it is exactly what a skeptic should do. Track 110. But I do not even know what I want. This is far more common than people admit, and it is usually treated as a failure. It is not. It is a symptom, and the symptom has a cause. Most people who cannot name what they want are not empty. They are overruled. Somewhere along the way, every want they expressed was met with a reason it was impractical, and after enough of that, the wanting stops surfacing because there is no point producing something that is only going to be knocked down. The machinery is intact. It simply stopped submitting requests. Hill said something about this that is easy to skim and worth sitting with. He said that a man who is influenced by the opinions of others will have no desire of his own. None. Not weakened. Absent. So if you cannot name it, the question is not, what do I want? That question will return nothing, and asking it repeatedly and getting nothing is how people conclude something is wrong with them. Ask smaller questions instead, and ask them about the past rather than the future, because the past is safe and cannot be argued with. What did I do at 11 years old when nobody was watching? What do I read about that has never been useful to me in any way? Whose life makes me slightly uncomfortable when I hear about it? That discomfort is almost always envy wearing a coat. And envy is one of the most accurate instruments there is, because it points directly at something you want and are not admitting to. What do people ask me about? What would I do with a Saturday that had no obligations in it at all, if nobody would ever know? None of those produce a career. They produce a direction, and a direction is enough to begin with. The specific thing comes later, from moving, and it never comes from sitting still and thinking harder. And there is one more thing worth saying to anybody stuck here. You do not have to find your purpose. That word has done an enormous amount of damage and has paralyzed a generation of people who are waiting for a revelation that is not coming. Pick something worth doing for the next 2 years. 2 years, not for life. You are allowed to change it, and almost everybody does. The thing you eventually become known for is nearly always the third or fourth thing, and you cannot get to the third without doing the first. Track 111. But I am not a positive person. Good. Neither were several of the people named today. There is a widespread assumption that this material is for cheerful people, and that a naturally skeptical, dry, or pessimistic person is constitutionally unsuited to it. That assumption is wrong, and it keeps out a great many of the people who would benefit most. Proctor divided people into optimists and pessimists, and described the second group unkindly, but the whole point of his teaching was that neither category was inborn. The bundle was installed by repetition, and it can be altered by the same route. Nobody is born braced. That posture was taught, usually by loving people, usually for reasons that made sense at the time. Now, here is the practical version, and it will be a relief. You are not being asked to become cheerful. Cheerfulness is a temperament, and it is largely inherited, and there is nothing you can do about yours. Some of the most effective people alive are dour, and their dourness is not a defect. What is being asked for is much narrower. It is one settled expectation about direction, held steadily, regardless of mood. You can be a pessimist about everything except your own trajectory. Plenty of people are. It is a very workable arrangement, and in some ways it is stronger than optimism, because the pessimist has already priced in the difficulties and will not be surprised out of the game by the first bad quarter. The optimist is often knocked flat by the first serious setback, because he had not budgeted for one. There is a second thing worth saying. Skeptics who eventually take this seriously usually take it far more seriously than anybody else, because they have tested it rather than adopted it. W. Clement Stone was not a dreamer. He was an insurance man counting sales. So do not try to change your personality. That project will fail, and you will conclude that this is not for you. Keep the personality. Change one thing, which is what you say about where this is going, and say it in your own flat voice, exactly as you say everything else. Track 112. But what about the people who did everything right? This is the strongest objection in the whole set, and it deserves the most honest answer, because everybody knows somebody it applies to. The man who worked hard his whole life, did everything asked of him, saved carefully, and got nothing. The woman who was better at it than anybody, and was never given the position. The person who did all of this properly, and then got ill. Any teaching that cannot look at those people directly is worthless, and a great deal of this genre cannot, so it simply pretends they do not exist, or implies they must have been doing it wrong. They were not doing it wrong. Here is what can be said truthfully. None of this is a guarantee, and anybody offering one is lying. Effort improves odds. It does not purchase outcomes. Two people can do identical things and get different results, and sometimes the difference is timing, or health, or a decision made in a room they were not in. Every one of these teachers knew this, and most of them lived it. Hill was wiped out in 1929, along with everybody else. Charles Schwab, who ran the largest steel company in the world, died owing more than $300,000. Charles Goodyear invented the process that built an industry, and died about $200,000 in debt, while other men got rich on his patent. Goodyear said something at the end of his life that is the honest answer to this objection, and it is better than anything a teacher could construct. He said that life should not be estimated exclusively by the standard of dollars and cents, and that he was not disposed to complain that he had planted and others had gathered the fruits. And then the line that finishes it. A man has cause for regret only when he sows and no one reaps. That is not a consolation prize. It is a different scoreboard, held by a man who had every right to be bitter and was not. So the honest position is this. Do the things that improve your odds, because they genuinely do improve them considerably, and nothing else is on offer. And do not stake your entire sense of a life well spent on an outcome that is partly out of your hands. Both halves are required. People who hold only the first get destroyed by bad luck. People who hold only the second never start. Track 113. But I am not special. No, and neither was anybody named today. And that is the finding rather than the consolation. Read the list again with cold eyes. A pharmacist who bought a syrup. A market trader who could not read. A bank clerk who liked chemicals. A man annoyed about ice cream. A boy selling newspapers. An 18-year-old who was good at sport but not the best of his year. A woman making face cream from her uncle's recipes. Not one of them was exceptional at the point where the story starts. Every one of them was ordinary, and remained ordinary. And the ordinariness is the entire reason the stories are worth telling. Proctor spent decades on precisely this question, and his conclusion was that there is not a big difference among people. There is only a big difference in what they accomplish. He was not being encouraging. He meant it as an observation about a measurable gap between two quantities. Now, why does that gap exist if the people barely differ? Because outcomes compound and people do not. A small edge, applied daily, does not produce a small advantage. Over 10 years it produces a difference that looks like it came from a different order of person, and the man who has it will be described by everybody as gifted. He was not gifted. He was earlier and steadier. And there is one more thing to say to anybody holding this objection, because it is usually not really about capability. I am not special is very often a request to be excused. If you are not special, then nothing is expected, and nothing being expected is restful, and that rest is expensive, but it is genuinely rest. That is worth being honest about with yourself, because the objection cannot be answered until you know which one it is. If it is a genuine assessment of your abilities, it is almost certainly wrong. If it is a request to be excused, no amount of evidence will touch it. And the only thing that will is deciding you would rather not be excused. You are not special. Neither was anybody. That is the good news, and it has always been the good news. Track 114. But I have responsibilities. This is not an excuse, and it should never be treated as one. People with children, with dependent parents, with a mortgage and a job that cannot simply be walked away from, are not making it up. Their constraints are real, and most of the advice aimed at them is written by people who have never had any. So the answer is not to tell you to take a risk, it is to notice which risks are actually available. Every one of the lives named today was constrained. Almost none of them were free agents. George Eastman was supporting his mother and 2 sisters at 14. He did not quit the bank. He used the nights for years. Estee Lauder had a family and sold all day and cooked the product at night. Berry Gordy had left the assembly line, but he still had to stand in front of his relatives and ask for money he would have to repay at interest within a year. Momofuku Ando had a wife and a household and built the shed in his own garden so that he never left. Not one of them bet the house. That is the thing the retellings always get wrong. They are described as gamblers, and almost none of them were. They took small stakes, repeatedly, in the margins of a responsible life. That is the actual method available to somebody with people depending on them, and it works, and it is slower, and the slowness is the price of not endangering anybody. Now, there is one thing worth adding, gently. Responsibilities are sometimes also a very comfortable place to put a decision you did not want to make. Only you know whether yours are the reason or the reason given. Nobody else can tell you, and nobody else has the right to ask. But it is worth asking yourself once, honestly, in private, whether there is a version of this that risks nothing anybody depends on and that you have still not started. There almost always is. It usually takes 4 hours a week, and nobody would even notice. Track 115. But I have already wasted years. Everybody has. Every single person who has ever built anything has a period behind them that they would describe as wasted, and most of them will tell you afterwards that it was not. Momofuku Ando spent 2 years in prison. Walt Disney spent the best part of 2 years running a company into the ground while sleeping in the office. Soichiro Honda spent 9 years on piston rings and lost the lot to a bomb and an earthquake. Momofuku's shed year produced nothing at all for 12 months. None of that time was recoverable. It was gone. And all of it was in the account when the thing finally worked, which is the part people miss. Hill's line about this is quoted so often that it has gone soft, so hear it fresh. He said every failure carries with it the seed of an equivalent advantage. Notice that he says seed, not compensation. A seed does nothing on its own and it does not grow in a drawer. Somebody has to find it and plant it, which turns the wasted years into a question rather than a verdict. What did those years actually give you? Not in a comforting sense. Specifically, what do you now know that you would not know? About people, about work, about yourself, about what does not work. A man who spent 6 years in a job he hated knows exactly what a bad arrangement feels like from the inside, and he will recognize the next one in a week rather than a year. That is worth something real. A person who tried a business that failed knows what the actual difficulties are, in a way that nobody who has only read about it does. Second attempts fail far less often than first attempts, and everybody in that world knows it. The years are not returnable. Nothing can be done about that, and pretending otherwise is dishonest. But they are not empty either. And the only question is whether you go back through them for what is usable before you move on. Disney left the wreckage with $40 and an unfinished reel. Go and get your reel. Track 116. But I do not have anybody behind me. This one is heavy, and it is more common than people admit, because admitting it feels like a complaint about your own family. Some people have somebody. A parent who believed in them. A teacher who said the right sentence at the right age. A partner who took the risk with them. Some people have nobody, and the absence is not neutral. It is a weight carried through every attempt, and every setback lands without anything underneath it. So no false comfort here either. Here is what can be said. Almost every one of these lives contains a person who arrived from outside the family, and often quite late, and often from a direction nobody would have predicted. A bank cashier named William Lebkitcher backed Milton Hershey after 2 bankruptcies, when his own relatives had reason to have given up on him. A bellboy handed Conrad Hilton his entire life savings of $300 when Hilton was $500,000 in debt and had lost everything, and said he believed in him. An 8-year-old girl asked her father for the rest of the story. Not one of those was owed. Every one of them arrived to somebody who was still moving. That is the pattern, and it is not sentimental. Support attaches to motion. It very rarely arrives to a person who is waiting for it, and it very often arrives to somebody who has stopped expecting it and is simply getting on with something. There is a second thing, and it is the harder one to hear. If you have nobody behind you, you can become the person who is behind somebody else, starting immediately, at no cost. That is not a consolation. It is a practical instruction, and it works for a reason that has nothing to do with karma. People who back others end up standing among people who back others. That is simply where you find yourself once you start doing it. The rooms are different. You cannot manufacture a family that believed in you. That is gone, and it is a genuine loss. You can be the beginning of one. Track 117. But I have been unlucky. You probably have. Luck is real. It is unevenly distributed. And any teaching that denies it is insulting people who have had a hard run through no fault of their own. So let us grant it completely, and then look at what is left. Because what is left is more than people expect. Luck is not a single thing. It is at least 2, and the 2 behave differently. The first kind is what happens to you. The illness, the recession, the accident, the family you were born into, the year you happened to graduate. Nobody controls any of that, and nobody should be blamed for it. The second kind is how many chances you are standing in front of when something good happens to pass. The second one is not luck, though it looks identical from outside, and it is almost entirely within your control. Consider what actually happened in these stories. An 8-year-old girl found the manuscript because a 13th envelope had been sent. 12 had already come back. The girl was luck. The 13th envelope was not. Ray Kroc noticed that one small hamburger stand had ordered 8 milkshake machines, which was strange. He was driving around selling machines all day, every day for years, which is why he was in a position to notice. Momofuku Ando saw his wife making tempura. She had made it many times before. He had spent a year in a shed becoming the sort of man who would see it. The lucky moment is real in every one of those. What is also real is that each person had arranged, over months or years, to be standing where lucky moments occur, and had built the state in which one would be recognized. Proctor's chandelier does not go looking for the piano. It simply has to be in the room and be capable of answering. You cannot make good fortune happen. Nobody can, and anybody who says otherwise is selling something. You can raise the number of chances you are in front of, and you can be the kind of man who notices one when it goes past. That is not luck. That is attendance, and attendance is free. Track 118. But what if I get it, and it is not enough? This is a better objection than most people realize, and the fact that you have thought of it puts you ahead of a great many people who will find out the hard way. You are right to be suspicious. A number on its own does not do what people expect. Everybody knows somebody who reached the figure they had named and felt nothing, and then quietly set a new one, and the new one did not work either. That is not a failure of the money. It is what happens when a man aims at an amount while carrying an unexamined state. Because the state travels, it is the one piece of luggage that always arrives. A man who has spent 20 years anxious about money does not stop being anxious when the balance changes. He becomes a man with a larger balance who is anxious about a different set of things, and he will find plenty, because the anxiety was never about the amount. Which is exactly why this whole day has been about the condition rather than the figure, and why the practice is a rotation rather than a scheme. You are not building toward an arrival. You are changing what you are on the way, so that when it arrives, there is somebody there who can enjoy it. Now, there is a second half to this objection that deserves a straight answer. Will money make you happy? No. Not in the way people imagine, and anybody who promises otherwise is not to be trusted. What it does is remove one very large category of fear, and it removes it permanently. And it turns out that a great deal of what people call unhappiness is that particular fear wearing other clothes. It will not make a bad marriage good. It will not make you like yourself. It will not fill an afternoon. It will mean that the letter on the mat is not a threat, that your child's difficulty can be solved rather than survived, and that your time is no longer sold in units to somebody who does not value it. That is not everything. It is a great deal, and it is worth building for. Just do not ask it to do the other job. That job was always yours, and it can be started at any income. Track 119. But I do not want to become somebody else. This is one of the most honest objections anybody raises, and it is almost never spoken aloud. Underneath a lot of resistance to this material is a fear that succeeding would require becoming a different kind of person, and specifically, a worse one. Harder, more calculating, less kind. The sort of person you have spent your life quietly, not wanting to be. That fear is not irrational. Everybody has met somebody who got money and became less pleasant, and the transformation is real. So, here is what is actually true about it. Money does not change people. It removes the constraint that was making them behave. A generous man with money is enormously generous. A frightened man with money is a tyrant. In both cases, the material was already there, and the money simply removed the last reason to keep it in check. Which means the question is not what will money turn me into. It is what am I currently, underneath the constraints. And that is answerable now, at your present income, by looking at how you behave in the small amount of freedom you already have, how you treat people who can do nothing for you. What you do with an afternoon nobody is watching. Whether you keep your word when breaking it would cost nothing. That is the material. More money will simply mean more of it, which is exactly why Hill put the golden rule at the very end of everything and called it a governor. He had watched what happens to men who come into power without having built anything to hold it, and he said plainly that they are in constant danger of destroying themselves and everyone they influence. He was not being pious. He was describing load-bearing. So the answer to your objection is not that you will stay the same. You will not. Everybody who builds anything is changed by it. The answer is that the direction of the change is set now, in conditions where nothing is at stake, and it is set by ordinary habits nobody is watching. Build the man first. Then, it does not matter what arrives, because whatever arrives simply meets him. Track 120. But I am afraid of wanting it. This one goes deeper than the others, and it is worth naming, because a great many people are here and have never had it described to them. Some people are not afraid of failing. They are afraid of hoping. They have wanted things before, sincerely, and it did not happen, and the wanting cost them something. Not the failure, the wanting. The months of picturing it, and the particular quality of the day, when it became clear it was not going to happen. After enough of that, a person makes a quiet arrangement with themselves. They stop wanting things properly. They keep everything provisional. They hold their hopes at arm's length, so that if it goes wrong, it will not reach them. It is a completely reasonable defense, and it works. The disappointment genuinely is smaller. The cost is everything else. Because the mechanism we have been describing all day runs on something being held with feeling, and a person who has learned to hold nothing with feeling has, in effect, disconnected the instrument to protect it. Hill kept saying that plain, unemotional words do nothing. He was not talking about enthusiasm. He was talking about this. Whatever is held at arm's length does not get in. Now, the answer to this is not to want harder. That will not work, and it is a cruel thing to ask of somebody who has been hurt. The answer is to want something smaller, something so modest that if it does not happen, it will not cost you anything you cannot bear. And then to let yourself want that one properly, with actual feeling, for a few weeks. You are rebuilding a tolerance, and it is done in small doses, exactly like any other tolerance, because the fear is not really of the outcome. It is a memory of a particular kind of pain, and the memory is doing its job, which is to protect you. You are allowed to thank it and set the dose yourself. Want one small thing properly. That is where this begins for anybody who has been badly disappointed, and there is no shame at all in starting there. Track 121. But what if it does not work? Then you will have spent some hours listening to something better than what was previously playing, and you will be no worse off than you are now. That is the honest answer, and it is worth saying plainly, because the whole question deserves an unglamorous response. Look at what is actually being risked here. Not money. None of this costs anything. Not time. Every hour of it goes into a slot that was already full of something else, and you were going to spend that time regardless. Not your dignity, because none of it requires you to announce anything to anybody or to behave differently in public. The entire downside is that you will have listened to a set of ideas about how people build things and paid slightly more attention to what you say about your own life for a few months, and nothing will have come of it. Compare that with what happens if it does work, even partially, even a fifth of what has been described. That is an extraordinarily favorable arrangement, and there is almost nothing else in life on those terms. Now, there is a version of this objection that is not really about the odds. It is about not wanting to find out. As long as you have not tried properly, the possibility remains intact. You could have. There is a version of your life where you did, and it is available as long as it is untested. Trying puts that at risk, and something in a person will defend that untested possibility fiercely, because it has been a comfort for years. That is worth knowing about yourself, and it is the only real obstacle in the whole of today. Because everything else here is small. Play something different. Say one sentence out loud. Look at a number. Keep going past the point where it gets boring. None of that is hard. What is hard is being willing to find out. And nobody can do that part for you. But notice that you are already several hours into this, which suggests something in you has already decided. Track 122. The first hour belongs to whoever claims it. Everything practical from here is simple, and this is the first and most valuable piece of it. Whoever gets to you first in the morning sets a great deal of your day. For most people, the first voice is a stranger's, a screen within 90 seconds of opening their eyes. Something argumentative, something alarming, something about somebody else's life, delivered into a mind that is still soft and has not put its defenses up yet. That softness is exactly why the timing matters. In the first minutes after waking, the front of your mind is not fully online, and material goes in with almost no resistance. Goddard was specific about this window, and he treated it as one of two gates in the day, the other being the minutes before sleep. His claim was that these are the hours when what you are exposed to is not merely heard but accepted. You do not have to accept his account of why. The practical instruction stands on its own. Claim the first hour, or as much of it as you can. Not with a routine that requires effort. Not with a list of things to do that will collapse on the third bad morning. Simply with what is playing. Put this on before you put anything else on. Make the coffee with it running. Let it be the first thing that reaches you rather than the fourth. That single change is the highest return thing in this entire day, and it takes no additional time whatsoever because you are going to be awake and doing those things anyway. And there is a defensive half to it that matters just as much. Delay the screen, not forever, for 20 minutes. Nothing on it will change in 20 minutes. Nothing has ever changed in 20 minutes in a way that required you to be informed while still in bed. What changes is which state you begin the day in, and once a state is set in the morning, it is far more expensive to change than it is to choose. Nobody wins the morning by force. You win it by being first. Track 123. The minute after you wake. There is 1 minute in particular that is worth more than the rest of the hour, and almost nobody uses it. The minute before you are properly awake. You know the state. Not asleep, not up. The alarm has gone and you are lying there and thought has started, but the machinery of the day has not. Most people spend that minute doing exactly one thing, and it is remarkably consistent across the whole population. They review what is wrong. The list assembles itself unbidden. What has to be done? What was not done yesterday? The conversation that is coming. The number. It arrives fully formed, in order of unpleasantness, before your feet have touched the floor. Nobody chooses that. It is a habit, and it is the first rehearsal of the day, and it sets the tone for everything that follows. Now, here is why that particular minute is worth so much. You are in the best possible condition for an impression to take. The critical part of the mind, the part that argues, is not yet fully awake. Whatever is present in that minute goes in with unusual ease, which is precisely why the list of problems is so effective at ruining a morning. Goddard's whole method used exactly this state at the other end of the day, and he was clear that the same condition exists on waking. So use it, and use it in the smallest possible way, because anything ambitious will not survive being attempted before your eyes are open. One sentence, the one you chose. Say it in your head before you move, before the list starts, not to block the list, simply to be first. The list will still arrive. That is fine. It will arrive to a man who has already said something else, which is a completely different morning from one where it arrives to an empty room. And if you can, say it again out loud when you are upright, because a thing that has been through the air lands differently than a thing that stayed inside. 60 seconds before your feet touch the floor. There is no cheaper piece of leverage in a human day. Track 124. The drive. If you drive, you already have the best room in your life for this, and you have almost certainly never used it as one. Consider what a car gives you. You are alone. Nobody can hear you. Your hands and eyes are occupied with something that requires competence but not language, which leaves the speaking part of you completely free. There is engine noise underneath, which makes speaking aloud feel less exposed. And it happens every day, at the same times, without any planning. That is a purpose-built facility, and most people use it for the radio. Now, this is not an argument against the radio. It is an argument for knowing what the drive is worth. Two things to do in it, and neither requires any preparation. The first is to let something run, this or anything chosen. The drive is the easiest slot in the entire week to change, because nobody is watching and nothing else is competing for it. The second is the speaking. This is the part that matters more and that people avoid. Say your sentence out loud, at a junction, in an ordinary voice, not shouted, not performed, the tone you would use to tell a passenger what time it is. You will feel absurd. Everybody does the first several times, and the absurdity is not evidence of anything except that it is unfamiliar. Hill's instruction was to read the statement aloud so that you hear your own words, and Shinn's students used gramophones and dancing because they understood the words needed carrying. Neither of them thought about it silently. There is one more use for the drive, and it is worth a mention. The drive home is where a state gets set for the evening, and most people arrive carrying whatever the day did to them and hand it straight to the people in the house. 20 minutes of something chosen on the way home is one of the kindest things a person can do for their family, and none of them will ever know it happened. The car is not dead time. It is the only private room most adults have. Track 125. The work itself. A great deal of work does not require your inner voice, and that is where most of these hours will actually be spent. Anything physical, anything repetitive, driving, cleaning, stocking, sorting, building, walking a route. The parts of a trade your hands learned years ago and now do without consultation. Berry Gordy wrote songs on an assembly line, not in the evening after it, during it. That is the model, and it is available to a very large number of people. Now, a distinction worth making, because it will save you frustration. Work that uses language cannot take this. If you are writing, reading, calculating, talking to people, or doing anything that requires the word-making part of your mind, a voice in your ear will compete rather than accompany, and you will do both things badly. Music works there because it does not use words, or uses them in a way you have long since stopped processing. That is the honest reason people use music at a desk, and it is a good reason. So do not force this into the wrong slot. It will not work, and you will conclude the whole idea is impractical. Put it where the hands are busy and the language is idle, and there it works better than anything else, because you are in exactly the condition described earlier. Present, unguarded, not evaluating, absorbing without effort. That was the entire premise of the piped music the factories bought. The workers were not listening. That was the point. And there is a second benefit that has nothing to do with programming. Work that has something worthwhile running underneath it stops being dead time in your own estimation, and that changes how you feel about the job. A man who thinks of his 8 hours as wasted resents them. The same man, using the same 8 hours to become something, resents them considerably less, and does the work better as a side effect, which his employer will notice long before he does. None of that requires a change of job. It requires a change of what is running underneath the one you have. Track 126. The chores nobody thanks you for. There is a category of time in every life that is uniquely resented, and it is one of the best places for this material. The washing up, the laundry, the tidying that will need doing again on Thursday, the shopping, the bins, the endless small maintenance of being a person with a household. Nobody thanks anybody for any of it. It produces nothing that lasts, and it consumes a genuinely significant proportion of an adult life. Most people do it with a low-grade irritation running underneath, and that irritation is not free. It is a state, held for hours a week, over decades, and states are what we have spent all day establishing get installed. A man who spends 6 hours a week quietly resenting his own life is practicing something. Now, there are two ways to handle it, and they are both legitimate. The first is to change what is running underneath, which is the whole subject of today. Put something worth having in your ears while your hands do the work, and the character of the hour changes completely. Not the task, the hour. The second is older and comes from a different direction, and it is worth having as well. Every one of these teachers, in their own vocabulary, said that the way you do a small thing is the way you do everything, and that order in the physical world is not separate from order anywhere else. Shinn's line about the burnt match in the pincushion was exactly this. She was not fussing about tidiness. She was saying that a house kept carelessly is a continuous statement, made daily, in a language the deeper part of you understands. Proctor's account of the Toronto garage that was saved is the same principle. A struggling business, and what turned it around was vacuuming the floor, washing the cars, and cleaning the windows. Nothing else changed. The service was the same, the state around it was not, and the customers felt it before they could have named it. So the chores are not an interruption of your real life. They are a place where a state is being practiced, whether you chose it or not. Choose it. Track 127. The walk. If you walk anywhere, even for 20 minutes, you have the best of all the slots, and it is worth understanding why. Something happens when a person walks that does not happen when they sit. Every one of these teachers noticed it in their own way, and it turns up constantly in the accounts of people who solved things. The answer arrived on a walk. It arrived while moving, not while trying. Proctor's version of it was about state, he asked, more or less in passing, whether you have noticed how peaceful you feel walking alone in the woods, and he treated it as evidence that you are affected by whatever you are near, for better as well as worse. There is something more practical too. Walking occupies the body just enough that the front of the mind lets go of the wheel, and the part of you that actually solves things is allowed to work without being supervised. Supervision is what stops it. That is why the answer never comes while you are staring at the problem and arrives 20 minutes later while you are doing something else. So the walk is not exercise for this purpose, though it is that too. It is the most reliable place in a day for something to be received. Which raises a question about what should be in your ears while you are there. And the honest answer is that it depends what you need that day. Some walks should carry something. Let it run, let the material go in, use the time. And some walks should be empty. That is not a contradiction of everything said today. A slot filled deliberately with silence is still filled deliberately, and silence is the one input that lets what has already gone in come back up and arrange itself. Most people never do this, and the reason they never do it is that the first 4 minutes are uncomfortable, and the discomfort is exactly what the constant sound was hiding. Sit through the 4 minutes once. What comes up on the other side of them is usually the thing you have been avoiding, and it is usually smaller than you thought, and it is usually the next step. Track 128. Which music to keep? Since the whole of this began with a question about what plays, it is worth answering the practical version of it properly, rather than leaving it vague. Nobody is asking you to give up music. That was said at the beginning, and it stands. What is worth doing is a small piece of sorting, once, without any solemnity about it. Take your usual listening and put it roughly into 3 piles. The first pile is music, with no words in it. Instrumental of any kind, classical, jazz, film scores, anything without language. That pile is entirely safe, and in some ways, it is the best thing you can have running while you work, because it occupies the part of you that gets restless without competing for the part that makes sentences. Keep all of it. Use more of it than you do. The second pile is music with words that are not doing you any harm. Songs about ordinary human things. Love, weather, place, joy, loss. Loss included. Sad songs are not the enemy, and a person who never listens to anything sad is not healthy. He is avoiding something. Keep that pile too. Just notice roughly how much of your week it occupies. The third pile is the one worth looking at, and it is usually smaller than people fear. It is the music that takes a definite position about your life. The songs that say nothing works out, that everybody leaves, that the game is rigged, that there is no point. Not sad songs. Songs with a settled verdict in them. Those are the ones that go in as instruction rather than as feeling. Because a verdict is a sentence and sentences repeat. You do not have to delete anything. Nothing here is a purge, and purges never last. Simply move the third pile out of the hours where your hands are busy and your defenses are down, and put it where you are actually listening, deliberately, as a piece of art, rather than as background. Music you are paying attention to is a very different thing from music that is running underneath you. The first is enjoyment. The second is instruction. Enjoy freely. Be careful about the second one. Track 129. Put it to a tune. Here is something almost nobody tries, and everything in these hours points at it. Sing your sentence. Not well. It does not matter in the slightest whether you can sing, and nobody is going to hear it. Shinn already told you about this, and she gave 2 examples, and one of them was a woman who danced while she made her statements. Shinn's own explanation was that the rhythm and harmony of music and motion carried the words forth with tremendous power. She was not being poetic. She was reporting what she had watched work. And everything else in these hours agrees. A sentence set to a tune outlasts a sentence spoken flat by a factor nobody has ever properly measured, because you have the evidence in your own head. You know hundreds of song lyrics and almost no prose. The men who sold cereal understood it in 1926. They did not put an argument on the radio. They put 4 voices in harmony, asking one question. So take the sentence you have chosen and hum it, on a walk, to nothing in particular. Give it 3 notes. Let it be slightly ridiculous. 2 things happen. The first is that it becomes portable. You will find it turning up in your head at odd hours without being sent for, which is precisely what a stuck song does and precisely what you want. The second is more interesting. Something about singing a thing removes the argument from it. It is very difficult to sing a sentence and simultaneously object to it, and the objection is the only thing standing between the sentence and the part of you it is aimed at. That is probably why every tradition that ever wanted to plant something in people used singing to do it, not because it is beautiful, because nobody argues with a tune. You have known that since you were small. Use it on purpose for the first time. Track 130. What plays in your house? Extend this one step outward, because a house has a rotation too, and nobody ever chose it. Think about the sound in the room where your family spends its evenings. For most households, it is a screen running continuously, whether anybody is watching or not. And what is on it is largely made of 2 things: drama, which requires conflict, and news, which requires alarm. Hour after hour, in the room where everybody relaxes, at the time of day when everybody's defenses are lowest. Nobody chose that. It arrived, in the way these things arrive, and it has been running for years. Hill's account of what shapes a person put a great deal of weight on the daily environment, and he told his readers to build their own to order rather than accepting whatever came. He meant the physical room as much as anything else. Now, this is not an instruction to remove the television. That is a losing battle, and it makes you tiresome to live with. It is smaller, and it is worth trying for a fortnight. Have some hours where the sound in the house is music rather than argument. Meals, particularly. The hour before bed. Something instrumental, or something old, or anything at all that is not somebody being shouted at. Watch what happens to the conversation. It will change, and it will change quickly, and nobody in the house will be able to tell you why. There is a second half to this, and it belongs to anybody with children. They are absorbing the sound of that room the way you absorbed yours, and they will carry it, not the content, the temperature. A child who grew up in a house with alarm running underneath it will be braced as an adult and will never know where it came from. A child who grew up in a house where the evening sounded calm will assume, without ever having been told, that things are basically all right. That assumption is worth more than any inheritance you could leave them, and it costs nothing but a decision about what is on in the kitchen. Track 131. The song you are currently living in. Here is a question worth sitting with once, and then leaving alone. If somebody made a piece of music out of your current life, what would it sound like? Not what would you want it to sound like. What would it actually be? Most people, if they answer honestly, do not describe something dramatic. They describe something in a minor key that goes round, without resolving, at a moderate speed. Not tragedy. Repetition. That is a very accurate description of an ordinary life running on an unexamined rotation. And it is worth noticing that the word most people reach for is not sad. It is stuck. Now, Hill's whole account of how a habit becomes permanent used exactly this vocabulary. He said the notes are memorized, then related to each other through melody and rhythm, and then by repetition, the rhythm becomes fixed. And he said that once a thing reaches the stage of rhythm, nature takes it over and makes it permanent. He also used the image of a whirlpool. Something floating on a river can drift out at any time until it is caught in a turning, and then it goes round and cannot escape. Going round. That is the shape people describe when you ask them. But hold the other half of what he said, because he was very clear about it. The same law builds whatever it is given. Rhythm has no opinion about the material. It is a builder for hire, and it has been working for you every day of your life on whatever was lying around. So the question is not how to escape the rhythm. You cannot, and you would not want to, because the rhythm is the thing that will eventually carry you without effort. The question is what it is turning on. You are already in a piece of music. Everybody is. The only decision anybody has ever had is which one. Track 132. Making a rotation you will actually use. Practical. And then we are nearly finished. The plans that survive are the ones that require no decisions, and the plans that fail are the ones that require a small act of will at a specific moment every day. So build this so that no willpower is involved anywhere. 3 rules, and that is all of it. The first rule is that it has to be easier to start than what you currently do. If choosing this takes 4 more taps than choosing your usual thing, you will do it for 9 days and then stop, and you will conclude something about your discipline that is not true. It is not discipline. It is friction. Put it where your hand already goes. Make it the first thing. Whatever your device does to make something easy to reach, do that with this. The second rule is that it has to be long enough that you never reach the end. That is deliberate, and it is why this is 7 hours rather than 40 minutes. Anything that finishes requires a decision about what comes next, and that decision is where the rotation dies. Something that simply continues under your working day never asks you anything. The third rule is that you should have 2 or 3 of these, not 1. Not because variety helps the programming. It does not, and the repetition is the point. But because a man who has only one thing will eventually not be in the mood for it, and then he will have nothing prepared, and the old rotation is always 1 tap away and never requires a mood. Have alternatives ready, so that not being in the mood is not an exit. That is the entire system. Easy to start, never ends, has alternatives. Nothing in it depends on how you feel, which is the only kind of arrangement that survives a real year. Everything else that people build fails on a Wednesday in February. Build for the Wednesday in February, and the rest of the year looks after itself. Track 133. The one thing to do before tomorrow morning. If nothing else from all of these hours survives, let it be this, because it takes 2 minutes, and it is the hinge everything else turns on. Before you sleep tonight, decide 2 things. The first is your sentence. 1 sentence, present tense. About the destination, not the escape. Short enough to say without reading it. True enough that you can get 1 honest second of feeling somewhere in it. Do not spend an hour on it. Spend 4 minutes. The wording matters far less than everybody believes, and the searching for the perfect wording is the most common way this never begins. Write it down somewhere you will see it in the morning. On paper is better than on a screen, for reasons nobody has ever satisfactorily explained, but which everybody who has tried both will confirm. The second thing is the slot. Name the specific block of tomorrow that this is going into. Not sometime, a block. The first 20 minutes after you wake. The drive-in, the walk. The hour of work where your hands are busy. Name 1. 1 is enough, and 1 is more likely to survive than 3. That is the whole of tonight's work, a sentence and a slot. And then tomorrow do the 2 smallest things there are. Say the sentence out loud once, in the car or the kitchen, in an ordinary voice, and let it sit without following it with any reasons. And put something chosen into the slot. That is it. That is the entire beginning. There is nothing else to arrange, nothing to buy, nothing to tell anybody, and nothing that requires you to be a different sort of person than you were this morning. Everything described across these hours is downstream of those 2 acts, repeated, past the point of interest. Most people will not do them, and they will not do them because they are too small to feel like the beginning of anything. That is exactly what the beginning of everything has always looked like. Track 134. The queue, the waiting room, the delay. There is a category of time that everybody treats as an insult, and it is one of the largest blocks in a modern life. Waiting. The queue, the platform, the waiting room, the 20 minutes before an appointment that started late, the hold music, the traffic that is not moving. Most people experience all of it as theft. Somebody has taken time from them and given nothing in return, and the standard response is irritation followed by a screen. Now, add it up for a year. Nobody has ever done this honestly and been unmoved by the total. It is weeks, not hours. Weeks of a life, spent in a state of low-grade grievance about the delay, which is itself a state being practiced. Two things can be done with it, and they are not the same thing. The first is the obvious one. Have something in your ears, and the waiting stops being waiting. The 20 minutes is simply 20 minutes with something running, and the irritation never starts, because irritation at a cue is largely about having nothing to do in it. The second is more interesting and worth trying once. Use the wait as the place where you say the sentence. Not out loud, obviously, unless you want a memorable afternoon, but there is something about being stuck, with nothing available and nowhere to go, that is a very good condition for an impression, because your usual defenses are pointed at the inconvenience rather than at you. Everybody has noticed that odd thoughts arrive in cues. That is not idleness. That is your mind, briefly unoccupied, doing what it does when nobody is directing it. Direct it. It is going to be doing something regardless. The delay is not being wasted on you. It is being wasted by you. And the difference is entirely a matter of what is in the slot. Track 135, the 10 minutes before anything that matters. There is one more piece of practical timing worth having, and it is the highest leverage of all of them. Whatever state you are in when you walk into something is the state that walks in with you, and it is set in the 10 minutes beforehand, and almost nobody uses those 10 minutes on purpose. Watch what people usually do before something important. They rehearse. They go over the arguments, the objections, what they will say if the other person says this. It feels like preparation, and it is mostly anxiety wearing a suit. Rehearsing past a point does not improve performance. It makes you brittle, because you arrive with a script and the other person has not read it, and there is something worse in it. Rehearsing an anticipated objection is rehearsing the objection. You are running the difficulty, with feeling, in the minutes when things go in most easily, and then walking and carrying it. Proctor's whole account of what one person picks up from another says that the state is what gets across, and Hill's account of the sales rooms in Chicago says the same thing from the other end. 3,000 inexperienced people made effective by being put into a condition, not by being given better arguments. So here is what to do with the 10 minutes instead. Put something in that leaves you steady. That may be this. It may be one piece of music that reliably does it for you, and there is nothing wrong with using music for this purpose, which is exactly what it is best at. Say your sentence once, and then arrive slightly early and do nothing for 2 minutes. You already know your material. The preparation is done. What is left is not knowledge, it is condition, and condition is set by what has been going into you most recently. The person on the other side of the table will decide about you in the first few seconds. They are not deciding about your argument. They are deciding about what walked in. Track 136, the last thing you hear. Whatever you do with the rest of it, do something about the end of the day, because it is the second of the two gates, and it is the one people guard least. For most people, the last thing that goes into them before sleep is a screen. Something argumentative, or alarming, or somebody else's life presented in its best possible arrangement, absorbed in a state of near total defenselessness. Then they sleep on it, and wake slightly heavier than they went down, and never make the connection. Goddard built his entire teaching around this window. His claim was that unless a person deliberately chooses the state they go to sleep in, they go to sleep in whatever the whole day added up to, and that this composite is what the deeper part of them works with all night. You do not have to accept the mechanism to act on the observation. Everybody has noticed that a bad thing read at 11 o'clock has a different weight than the same thing read at 10 in the morning. So the instruction here is small, and it is the last practical one. Change the final 10 minutes, not the whole evening. Nobody is going to reorganize their evening, and the attempt will fail by Wednesday. The final 10 minutes, when the day is done and you are only waiting for sleep. Put something in it that you chose, this or something like it, low, not to be followed, or nothing at all, which is also a choice, and a good one. And say the sentence once as you settle, not as an exercise. Just say it, and then let it go, and stop thinking about it. Because the thinking is not, what does the work? There is one more thing worth saying here, and it comes from the same source. The state matters more than the content. A man who lies down worried about a specific thing is not really impressing a fact. He is impressing worry, and the worry is what generalizes. So the aim in that last 10 minutes is not to think good thoughts about your finances. It is to go down settled, whatever the day was. Everything else follows from that, and almost nothing follows from anything else. Track 137. What to do when nothing seems to be happening. There will be a period, probably around week 3, when you conclude that this has done nothing. It is worth knowing about in advance, because it arrives on schedule for almost everybody, and it is the point at which most people stop. Here is what is actually happening in that period. The material has been going in. It has stopped being strange, which is the first stage completing. But nothing external has changed, because nothing external changes on a 3-week horizon, and you were never told to expect that. Hill described the state as perishable and requiring renewal within about a week in people who were producing measurable results. Not because they were weak, because that is the nature of a state. So a flat patch is not evidence of failure. It is evidence that you are between the point where the strangeness wore off and the point where the accumulation shows. Now, there are 2 things to do in that patch, and neither is dramatic. The first is to keep going without adjusting anything. The strongest temptation at that moment is to change the method, to find a better sentence, to look for a different teacher. That is the mind looking for a new beginning because beginnings feel like progress. Do not change it. The changing is the failure, not the flatness. The second is to look in the right place for evidence, not at your bank balance. That is the last thing to move, and it is a terrible instrument for a 3-week measurement. Look at what you say when something goes wrong. Look at whether you notice something this month you would not have noticed in March. Look at whether an idea that used to make you flinch now goes past without producing anything. That last one is the real measurement, and almost nobody knows to look for it. A wall coming down does not make a sound. It simply stops being there, and one day you walk through the space where it was without noticing. Nothing happening is what most of this looks like from inside, right up until it does not. Track 138. The Signs of Land. Shinn had an image for this, and it is the best one anybody has produced, so it deserves the last word on the subject of waiting. She said that before a thing arrives, there are signs of land. Before Columbus reached America, he saw birds. He saw twigs and weed floating on the water. Those were not the destination. They were evidence that the destination existed and was near, and any experienced sailor would have read them exactly that way. And then she warned about the specific mistake people make, which is that they see the signs and take them for the thing itself, and are disappointed. She had a student who had asked for a set of dishes. Not long afterwards, a friend gave her a single plate, old and cracked. The student came back rather deflated. "I asked for a set of dishes," she said, "and all I got was a cracked plate." Shinn told her the plate was only the signs of land. Look at it as birds and seaweed. The dishes came not long after. Now that story can be read as charming and old-fashioned, or it can be read as a precise instruction about how to interpret early evidence, which is what it is. Because the early evidence is almost always small, partial, and disappointing if it is measured against the target. The first person who responds is not the customer you wanted. The first amount is smaller than the amount you named. The first opportunity is adjacent to the thing rather than the thing. Most people file all of that under nothing happening because they are measuring against the destination. Read it as position instead. Birds mean you are near land. They do not mean you have arrived, and nobody sensible would be disappointed by a bird. So when something small turns up in the right direction, do not weigh it, note it. The measurement that matters is not size. It is whether anything at all is now appearing that was not appearing before. Track 139. Do not despise the day of small things. Shinn's phrase for this was borrowed from somewhere much older, and she used it constantly with her students. Do not despise the day of small things. It is worth having as an instruction rather than as a comfort, because the despising is an active error that costs people the whole process. Here is how it works. Something small arrives. A small piece of interest, a small sum, a small improvement. And because it is measured against the picture in the person's head, it registers as an insult. This is not what I asked for. This is nothing. And they treat it accordingly, which means carelessly, which means it does not grow. Every large thing named today began as something that could have been despised. 9 glasses a day of a syrup in one drugstore. 25 outboard motors sold on one lake. An $800 order from one shop, which sold out in 2 days. 51 razors sold in an entire year, which became 90,000 the following year. A market stall with one sign on it. Not one of those, at the moment it occurred, looked like anything. Every one of them was the beginning of something enormous, and the only reason it became enormous is that somebody attended to it as though it mattered. That is the whole instruction, and it is completely practical. Treat the small thing exactly as you would treat the large version of it. Answer the small inquiry as carefully as you would answer the big one. Handle the small sum with the same order you intend to handle the large one. Do the small job to the standard of the job you want. Not because it will be rewarded, though it usually is. Because you are establishing what you are, and what you are is not going to change on the day the size does. The man who is careless with 100 does not become careful at 100,000. He simply becomes careless at scale. Track 140. The week it gets boring. There is a specific week that decides more than any other, and nobody warns you about it. It is not the hard week. Hard weeks are survivable, and people rise to them. It is the boring one. Somewhere around the 4th or 5th week, the novelty is gone entirely. The sentence you chose has lost every trace of the small charge it had at the beginning. The material has stopped being interesting because you have heard it all. Nothing external has changed. And the thought arrives, quite reasonably, that this has become a routine that is not doing anything. Here is the thing that has to be understood about that week, and it is the single most valuable piece of information in the practical half of this. Boring is the objective. Boring means it has stopped being new. Stopped being new is the second of Hill's 3 stages, the endure stage, and it is the doorway to the third. The excitement at the beginning was not the process working, it was the process being strange. And strange is exactly the condition you are trying to get rid of, because nothing strange has ever been believed by anybody. Hill's instruction was to observe how relentlessly the musician repeats a tune. Relentless is not an exciting word. He chose it precisely. The musician does not stop when the piece becomes dull. Dull is what mastery sounds like on the way in. So when that week arrives, and it will, do not go looking for better material. There is no better material. There is only the same material, said again, past the point of interest, until it is not something you say, but something you are. The people who get this right are almost always slightly boring about it, and they will tell you so themselves. They found one thing, and did it for years after it stopped being interesting. That is not a personality trait. It is a decision made in about the 5th week, once, and everything afterwards follows from it. Track 141. What changes first? And it is not the money. It is worth knowing the order, because people watch for the wrong thing and miss the evidence that is actually in front of them. The first thing that changes is what you say when something goes wrong. Not what you say when things are fine. Anybody can be reasonable on a good day. The tell is the automatic sentence that comes out in the second after a setback, and it changes surprisingly early, usually within a month, and almost nobody notices it happening. The second thing that changes is what you notice. Things start appearing that were always there. A name in a conversation, a gap in a market you have worked in for 6 years, somebody's offhand remark that turns out to be a door. You will assume the world has become more generous. It has not. You have become answerable to a wider range of notes. The third thing is what you attempt. Not big things, slightly bigger things. You send the message you would not have sent. You ask the question at the end of the meeting. You quote a number without the apology attached. The fourth thing is how other people treat you, and this one is unsettling when it starts, because you will not be able to account for it. People will be slightly more receptive, and you will not know why. You have not become more impressive. You have become easier to be near, and everybody around you is registering it below the level of conscious thought, exactly as you have always registered it in them. The money is 5th or later, and it is the slowest, and it moves in steps rather than gradually, which is why people conclude nothing is happening right up until something does. Now, why does the order matter? Because if you measure the wrong thing, you will stop before the thing you are measuring has had any opportunity to move. Watch the first one. What do you say when something goes wrong? That is the instrument. Everything else is downstream of it, and it moves first. Track 142. 30 days. Here is what is reasonable to expect in a month, so that you are not measuring against a fantasy. In 30 days, if you have kept something running underneath your ordinary hours and said one sentence out loud most days, you will have 3 things. The first is that the material will have stopped sounding strange. That is the whole of the first stage completing, and it is genuine progress, even though it feels like nothing. A month ago, there were sentences about your own future that produced a flinch. Try them now. Several of them will simply go past. The second is that you will have caught yourself, probably several times. You will hear your own standing sentence come out of your mouth, and for the first time you will hear it as an instruction rather than a description, and something in you will object to it while it is still in the air. That moment of hearing yourself is worth more than anything else in the first month, and it cannot be rushed. The third is that 1 or 2 small things will have appeared, not the thing. Small things, in the right direction, easy to dismiss. Note them. Do not weigh them. Now, what will not have happened in 30 days? Your income will not have changed. Your circumstances will not have changed. Nobody will have noticed anything about you, and you will not feel like a different person, and there will have been at least 4 days when you were certain the whole thing was nonsense. All of that is normal, and none of it is information. 30 days is not enough time for anything external, and anybody promising otherwise is selling you the excitement rather than the process. What 30 days is enough for is a change of default, and a change of default is the entire foundation. The rest is arithmetic on top of it. Do not judge it yet. Just get to 60. Track 143. 90 days. At 3 months, something different is true, and it is worth knowing what to look for. By 90 days, you will have a thing you did not have in March, which is a track record with yourself. That is not a small item. Most people's relationship with their own intentions is one of chronic disappointment. They decide things and do not do them, repeatedly. And the cumulative effect is a quiet conviction that their own decisions do not mean much. 90 days of one small thing kept, without drama, without missing more than a few days, corrects that at the root. And it corrects it in a way that transfers to everything else, because you are no longer a man who says things and does not do them. That is the first thing. The second is that the sentence will have started to operate outside the times you say it. You will notice it arriving on its own, in a situation, before you have consciously reached for it. That is the machinery taking over the maintenance, which is exactly what Hill described when he said that after enough repetition, nature assumes the job. The third is that something will probably have happened. Not the thing, but at 90 days, most people have something they can point at that they would not have had. A conversation, an offer, a piece of work that came from a direction they were not watching. And they will almost always be able to trace it to something they did in about week 6 that they thought was insignificant at the time. Now, one warning about the 3-month mark, because it catches people. This is the point at which some people decide it has worked and stop. The state is perishable. Hill measured it at about a week in people who were producing millions. 90 days of building does not make it permanent, and stopping is not a reward for progress. 90 days is where it becomes cheap to continue. That is the actual prize, and it is a considerable one. Track 144. A year from now. A year is where this stops being an experiment and becomes a description of your life, and it is worth picturing properly rather than vaguely. In a year, the thing that will be most different is not a number. It is that the questions you ask will have changed. A year ago, the question was whether any of this could work for somebody like you. That question will be gone, not because it was answered by an argument, but because it stopped coming up, which is how every genuine belief change happens. The new questions will be practical and boring. Which of these 2 things should I do first? Whether that arrangement is worth the trouble. How to handle a particular person. Those are the questions of somebody who is inside a thing rather than outside it looking at the door. Second, you will have data. Real data about yourself from a year of running an experiment. You will know which hours work for you, which things you actually keep up, what happens to you after certain conversations, and what your own pattern looks like across a full cycle of seasons. Nobody can give you that. It cannot be read anywhere. It only exists after a year of watching. Third, and this is the one people underestimate, you will have compounded. Proctor's arithmetic on 1 extra effort a week was that it does not add up, it multiplies out. And over a working life, it is the difference between 2 entirely different outcomes from 2 nearly identical people. 1 hour a day of anything, for a year, is more than 300 hours. That is a serious apprenticeship in almost any subject, and it happened inside a life that did not otherwise change. And fourth, you will still be here, and the year was going to pass anyway. That is the whole of the argument, and it is unanswerable. The 12 months are being spent. The only question was ever whether anything was accumulating while they went. Track 145. What to do with it when it comes. It is worth deciding this now, before there is anything to decide about, because decisions made in advance are made by a better man than the one who will be standing there. When something arrives, 3 things happen quickly, and all of them can be handled badly. The first is that you will want to spend it, and specifically, you will want to spend it on something visible. That impulse is not greed. It is much stranger than greed. It is a wish to make the thing real and to be seen to have it. And it is at its strongest immediately after the first arrival of anything. Decide now what proportion is not for spending, so that the decision is already made when the impulse comes. The second is that you will want to tell people, and you should be careful about which ones. Not out of secrecy, because the reactions will vary wildly, and some of them will cost you more than the money is worth. Some people will be delighted. Some will be strange about it in a way that changes the friendship, and you will not be able to predict which is which in advance. Hill's instruction about keeping your own counsel does not stop applying once things go well. If anything, it becomes more useful. The third is the one nobody warns about. You will feel less than you expected. Everybody does. The arrival is almost always flatter than the anticipation, and people find this disturbing and conclude something is wrong with them. Nothing is wrong. It is simply that you had already been there many times in your imagination, and the actual event is competing with a very well-rehearsed version of itself. That flatness is not a sign the thing was not worth it. It is a sign the work was done properly. And there is one more thing to decide in advance: what you will do for somebody else with the first of it. Decide the amount now. Do it without announcing it, and without keeping score. That is the whole of what these teachers meant by handling money well. And it is not about generosity. It is about proving to yourself, at the first opportunity, that more of it did not close your hands. Track 146. The people who will not come with you. This has to be said because it is the part nobody mentions and it takes people by surprise. Some relationships do not survive a change in direction. Not many, but some, and usually not the ones you would guess. It is rarely a dramatic falling out. It is a slow discovery that a friendship was built on a shared position, and that when one person moves out of the position, the thing that held it is gone. The most common version is the one built on complaint. A great many friendships are maintained by a regular exchange of grievance. It is genuinely bonding, it is comfortable, and it is one of the most common structures there is. 2 people meeting to confirm that things are difficult and nothing can be done. When one of them stops confirming it, the meetings get awkward, and neither person can say why. Proctor's 2 drops of water and 2 drops of oil is the plainest description of what has happened. Nothing has gone wrong. The agreement that held them has changed. Now, 3 things about this. The first is that it is not a license to discard people, and anybody who uses this material to justify becoming distant from their family has misunderstood it badly. Most relationships adapt. The great majority of people in your life will simply be pleased for you. The second is that you should not rush it. Let things change at their own speed, rather than making announcements or drawing lines. Most of what changes will do so quietly, and without either party naming it. The third is that new ones arrive, and they arrive from where you are standing rather than where you were, which is the entire reason the standing matters. Shinn had a phrase about clearing space so that something else could come, and she meant it physically. Her student cleared a room and the telephone rang within minutes. You do not have to empty anything on purpose. Just do not be surprised when a space appears, and do not try to fill it with what used to be there. Track 147. What to do on the day it goes wrong. There will be a day, probably several. Something will fail visibly, in front of people, in a way that appears to confirm every objection you have ever had about yourself, and it will arrive at exactly the moment you had begun to believe this was working. Here is what to do, and it is short, because on that day nothing long will be usable. First, do not decide anything. Whatever conclusion arrives that day is not a conclusion. It is a mood with a very persuasive voice, and it will be gone in 72 hours. Everybody who has ever quit anything quit within about a day of something going wrong. Second, keep the rotation running, especially that day, particularly that day. You will not want to. It will feel absurd to have something hopeful playing while you are in the middle of the evidence against it, and the temptation to turn it off will be strong and will feel like honesty. That is the single most important day to leave it on, and here is why. The material is not there to make you feel better. It is not going to, and it should not try. It is there so that the day does not get to write on you unopposed. Without it, the whole of that day goes in, at full strength, into a mind that is wide open because it is upset. With it, some of the day goes in and some other things go in as well, and in a month you will not remember the difference, but the difference will be there. Third, say the sentence anyway, in the same flat voice, exactly as on a good day. Not to argue with the situation, not to convince yourself of anything, simply because the whole point of a fixed thing is that it does not move when everything else does. Hill's account of the man who cannot move a muscle, and who begins by moving the fingers of one hand, and then the arm, and then the whole body, is the right picture for a day like that. You do not have to feel anything. Move the fingers. Track 148. Keep the sentence, change everything else. There is one more piece of practical advice, and it prevents a common failure. Over the coming months, you will want to change things. That is healthy, and most of it is correct. You will change what you are working on. You will change your mind about the target, probably more than once, and the second version will be better than the first, because it will be informed by a year of actually doing something. Change all of it freely. Nothing here is a vow. Do not change the sentence. That is the one fixed point, and its entire value is that it does not move. The moment you start revising it, you have restarted the clock, and you will spend another 6 weeks getting a new form of words past the strange stage, and then you will revise that one too. People do this endlessly. They mistake the wording for the mechanism. They believe that the reason nothing is happening is that they have not found the exact right phrasing, and they go looking, and the looking is itself the failure. Michael Marks did not improve his sign. Don't ask the price, it's a penny. For years. In every town. Unchanged. George Eastman did not refine the 9 words on the camera. The 4 men in Minneapolis did not write a better jingle. They sang the same one until a country was buying the cereal. The power was never in the wording. The power was in the fact that it never changed. So pick something adequate and stop looking for something perfect. Adequate and repeated for 3 years beats perfect and repeated for 3 weeks by an enormous margin, and it is not close. You will get bored of it. That was covered. Keep it anyway, and change everything else around it as much as you like. One fixed point, everything else in motion. That is not a limitation. It is the only arrangement in which motion means anything at all. Track 149. Somebody is going to be the one. Before this ends, come back to the plainest argument in the whole of it, because it is the one that survives after everything else has faded. Whatever it is you have been circling, somebody is going to do it. Somebody is going to be the person who fills that gap, in that town, in that trade, for those people. It is not going to stay empty, out of respect for the fact that you saw it first. And the somebody is very rarely the most qualified person available. Asa Candler was not the most qualified man in Atlanta to build a beverage company. He was a pharmacist with an opinion and $2,300. Michael Marks was, by any measure, the least qualified retailer in Leeds. Momofuku Ando had no training in food science and had recently been in prison. Not one of them was chosen. Every one of them occupied a position that was standing open while better qualified people were still considering it. Now, the reason this argument works when the others fail is that it takes the whole question of your worthiness off the table. Worthiness is a trap. Any honest self-assessment produces reasons to disqualify yourself, because everybody's does. The people currently holding the positions you want would also fail their own audit, and most of them are quietly aware of it. Nothing is being awarded. Things are being occupied, and there is a second half that is worth as much. The fact that you can see the gap is not nothing. Most people cannot see it. That is not a compliment about your intelligence. It is a fact about where you happen to be standing. From your position, with your particular history and your particular trade and the particular set of people you know, you can see something specific that is missing. The number of people standing in precisely that place with precisely that view is very small. That is what an opportunity actually is. Not a break, a view. You have one. Somebody is going to be the one, and there is no reason on earth it should not be you. Track 150. The man you will be playing this for. Think for a moment about the person who will be listening to this in about 8 months. He has been doing this a while by then. The sentence has stopped being strange. One or two things have happened. He has had the flat week and the boring week and the day it went wrong, and he did not stop, mostly because stopping had become more effort than continuing. He is not transformed. Nobody is transformed. He is the same man, with the same face and the same history. But something underneath has settled, and the settling shows in small ways he would struggle to describe to anybody who asked. He does not brace when the post arrives. He says the number without apologizing for it. He hears somebody run themselves down at a table and notices it, the way a man who has given up smoking notices smoke. He has a rotation, and he does not think about it any more than he thinks about brushing his teeth, and he would find it slightly odd to go back to whatever was there before. That man is not somebody else. He is not a better version of you in some inspirational sense. He is you, 8 months on, having done a small thing consistently. And here is the thing worth holding, as this comes toward its end. He is entirely reachable from where you are sitting. Not through a transformation, not through a breakthrough, not through finding the thing that finally makes it click, through hours. Through a slot that was already full, filled differently, through one sentence said in a car. Everything he has, he got by doing what you could begin doing before this finishes. That is the whole distance. It is measured in months rather than in qualities, and it is the only kind of distance that anybody has ever actually crossed. Play this for him. He is the one who benefits, and he has been waiting for somebody to start. Track 151. What you will notice first. Almost at the end, and here is the last practical thing, offered so you know what you are looking for. The first change will not feel like a change. It will feel like an absence. Something you used to do will simply not happen, and you will only notice afterwards, sometimes days afterwards, and there will be no moment of decision anywhere in it. You will get to the end of a conversation and realize you did not make the joke about being hopeless with money. You will look at a price and think, "Not this month," and move on. And only later notice that the old sentence did not come out. You will hear somebody describe an opportunity and find that your first internal response was not a reason it would not work. None of that is dramatic. All of it is the actual evidence. And if you are watching for something dramatic, you will miss every bit of it. Because that is what a rhythm changing looks like from the inside. Not an event, a silence, where something used to be. Hill's whole account of how a habit becomes permanent ends with nature taking it over, and the sign of that is not effort. It is the absence of effort. The musician who has mastered the piece is not concentrating harder. He is not concentrating at all. So keep a low bar for evidence and a long horizon for judgment. Watch for absences, and when you notice one, do not make a great deal of it. Do not tell anybody. Do not treat it as proof and start expecting things. Just note it, quietly, as birds on the water. Something is going. Something else is arriving in the space. And it is arriving in the same way everything else did, which is gradually, underneath, while you were doing something entirely different. Track 152. One more time, slowly. Here is the whole of it, and it is short enough to carry. Your ears do not close. Everything that repeats around you goes in, whether you approve of it or not, and it has been doing so your entire life. Music is one of the strongest carriers there is. Hill put it forth on his list of the things that most move a human mind, above almost everything he taught. Shinn told her students to use it. Nobody here has argued against it, and nobody is asking you to give it up. The argument is only that the strongest carrier you own has been delivering somebody else's cargo, for free, for years, and that nobody ever told you that you were allowed to load it yourself. Repetition is what makes anything permanent. First it is strange, then it is familiar, then it is simply what you assume. That latter built everything you currently believe about yourself, and nobody consulted you at the time. The same ladder runs in the other direction, and it does not know the difference. Say the thing rather than the escape from the thing. Say it out loud, where you can hear it. Say it flat, like a fact, not like an argument. One sentence. Kept past boredom, everything else changeable, and underneath all of it, hours that were already committed, filled with something chosen. That is the entire method. There is nothing else in it, and there never was. It was known by a woman teaching in New York parlors 100 years ago, and by a man who spent 20 years interviewing the wealthy, and by a firefighter in Toronto with 2 months of high school, and by every advertising man who ever bought a jingle. None of them invented it. They simply noticed what was already happening to everybody and decided to do it on purpose. That is the only difference between them and the people who envy them. Not talent, not luck, not permission. They pointed the thing that was going to happen anyway. Track 153. Keep it playing. That is enough for one day. Nothing has to be remembered. Nothing has to be decided tonight. If you have drifted through most of these hours and could not repeat a single thing that was said, that is not a failure. That is exactly how this was meant to be used. It went in anyway. That was always the arrangement. So this is the only instruction left, and it is small. Tomorrow, before the day gets hold of you, put something on that you chose. It does not have to be this. It has to be chosen. And the day after that, do it again. And keep doing it long past the point where it feels like it is doing anything. Because the point where it stops feeling like anything is the point where it starts to hold. You will not be able to tell when it happens. Nobody ever can. You will simply find, some ordinary morning a long way from here, that the thing you used to have to say on purpose has become the thing you assume, and that you cannot remember when it changed. That is what all of this has been for. Not a feeling, not a good afternoon. A quiet change in what plays underneath, made once, and then simply kept. The hours were always going to be spent. We will pick this up again tomorrow. If you are still here, then the day ran longer than the recording did. That happens. 7 hours sounds like a great deal until you set it against a real one, and then it turns out to be most of a shift and none of the evening. So this last stretch is for the hours the sound could not reach. It is not a summary. Nothing here needs adding to what has already gone in. And if you drifted through the whole of it and could not name one thing that was said, that was the arrangement, and it held. This is something else. Everything until now has been about what plays. This is about what runs when nothing is playing. Because there are hours in every day when there can be no sound at all. When somebody is talking to you. When the work takes all of you. When you are lying in the dark with the house quiet and there is nothing between you and your own mind, those hours are not covered by any recording ever made. They are, however, decided by them. So let this run a little longer. Track 154. The hours this cannot reach. Nothing can be playing while somebody is speaking to you. That is worth saying plainly, because the method laid out across these hours has an obvious limit and nobody has named it yet. You cannot run sound underneath a real conversation, not through a meeting, not through a hard phone call, not through the 10 minutes in which somebody tells you something that matters, and not through work that takes the whole of you. Add those hours up across an ordinary week, and they are not a small remainder. For a great many people, they are the important part of the day. So what runs then? Something does. There has never been such a thing as a mind with nothing in it. In the gap where no sound is arriving, what plays is whatever the loud hours left there, and it plays in your own voice, and it does not feel like a recording, because by then, it is not one, it is just what you think. Bob Proctor told his readers to follow the quiet voice within, the one that speaks in feelings rather than in words, and to follow it even when what it tells them runs against how everybody around them is living. Sound advice. But notice what it assumes, because he does not spell this part out. It assumes there is something quiet enough down there to be worth listening to, and what is down there is not chosen in the moment. It is whatever has been going in for years, mostly while nobody was paying attention, which is the whole design of what you have been doing today. Not the 7 hours, the hours after them. The rotation is a way of deciding, in advance and while you are busy, what will be waiting in the silence. You do not choose your thoughts in the gap. Nobody has ever managed that. You choose the stock they come from, hours earlier, while your hands were doing something else. And you know the gaps. Everybody has the same ones. The 90 seconds after you wake, before the day has been named, the moment somebody asks you what something costs, the pause after a number is said out loud, the drive home from an afternoon that went badly with the radio off because you cannot stand it. Nothing is playing in any of those, and every one of them is answered instantly, by something, without being consulted. And here is where people reach for the wrong instrument. They judge this by what happens while it is on. They notice they felt nothing much during the 3rd hour, and they conclude it is not working. That is a reasonable mistake. It is how we judge almost everything else. A film is judged while you are watching it. But the sound was never where the result was going to appear. A man does not test a meal while he is still eating it. So, when this stops today, do not go looking for a change in the room. Listen for the change in the gap. Track 155. The room nobody told him was the examination. Almost nothing that decides your life announces itself as a test. In the autumn of 1872, a boy of about 16 set out from the salt works and coal mines of Malden, West Virginia, to reach a school he had only heard about in other people's conversation. Hampton Normal and Agricultural Institute, 500 miles away, where he had been told a poor black boy could get an education and work for his keep. He went most of it on foot. He begged rides where he could. His money ran out in Richmond, and he slept under a raised wooden sidewalk on a cold October night, and went on sleeping there while he loaded pig iron on a ship to earn the last of the fare. He arrived filthy and in rags, and the head teacher, Miss Mary Mackey, looked at him and did not say yes, and did not say no. After some hours, she told him to sweep the recitation room. He swept it 3 times. Then he dusted the furniture 4 times, every table and bench and corner of the woodwork. She came back with a white handkerchief and ran it along the woodwork, and looked at it, and found nothing on it at all. "I guess you will do to enter this institution," she said. He wrote later that the sweeping of that room was his college examination, and that no young man ever passed an entrance examination for Harvard or Yale with more genuine satisfaction. That boy was Booker T. Washington, and the sweeping got him a place and a job as janitor to pay for it. Now look at what he was actually being examined on. Not the sweeping. Anyone can sweep. He was being examined on what he did with a small job that nobody was watching him do, at a moment when he had every excuse in the world to do it once and call it finished. He had walked 500 miles. He was exhausted and half-starved, and he went round that room 3 times. The standard he brought to a broom is the only thing she could not fake, and she knew it. Here is the part that costs people, and it costs them quietly. We save our standard for the moments we have decided are important. We are careful in the interview and casual in the job. We bring our best to the thing we are being judged on, and something thinner to everything else. It is not laziness, it is arithmetic. Effort feels expensive, so we spend it where we think it will be seen. But the moments that decide things are almost never labeled, and by the time you find out which one it was, you have already answered. So do the next ordinary thing to a standard nobody asked for. Not all of them. 1. Track 156. Nature knows no failures. You have been supervising a process that does not need supervising. There is a book that Bob Proctor kept returning to, written by a man named Raymond Holliwell and called Working with the Law. In the chapter on success, Holliwell put down a sentence that is worth more than most of what has been written on the subject since. All of the processes of nature are successful, he wrote. Nature knows no failures. She never plans anything but success. She aims at results in every form and manner. And then the instruction. To succeed in the fullest sense of the word, we must take nature as the model and copy her methods. So copy them, and notice what you are actually copying. Nothing in a field hurries. Nothing checks. No seed has ever been dug up at the end of the first week to see whether the arrangement is working out. There is no reporting, no review, no adjustment of the plan on the basis of early results, because there are no early results, and everything involved seems entirely comfortable with that. The process is not fast. It is simply never in doubt. And you cannot find a single instance anywhere in nature of the thing that people do constantly, which is to plant something and then stand over it. Checking is the flaw here, and it deserves to be described honestly, because it is not a stupid habit. It is what a person does when they care and have no way to help. You cannot make the thing grow faster, so you look at it. Looking feels like participating, but every look is a small statement that it has not happened yet, and you have spent 7 hours learning what repeated statements do. That is the whole of the mechanism. Nothing more mystical than that. The checking is not neutral in the way that watching a kettle is neutral. Watching a kettle does not slow the water. Checking on this puts a hand back on something you had let go of. So there is one instruction in this track, and it is uncomfortable, because it asks you to do less rather than more. Leave it alone for longer than feels reasonable, longer than you think is prudent, longer than the point where an honest man would want a status report. The discomfort you feel at that suggestion is not wisdom, it is habit, and it is the same habit that has you turning the key in a lock you have already locked. The field is not waiting for your opinion of it. It never was. Track 157. Force negates. There will come a stretch where you decide to try harder, and it will be the most expensive thing you do all year. Proctor put it in 2 words that are easy to walk past. Force negates. He meant it as a working rule, and not as a saying. There should be no force involved in bringing your image into the world, he wrote, because force negates. Trying to do it your way, by making things happen, is not the same as the way it actually happens. And then the part that people skip. Follow the quiet voice inside that speaks in feelings rather than words, and follow it even when what it tells you runs against how most people around you live. Now, why would force work against you when force works so well on almost everything else? Because strain is not an action. Strain is a readout. When you push at this, the pushing is a report on the state you are in, and the state is the instruction. A man straining to bring something about is a man broadcasting, all day and in his body, that it has not come about. He is repeating the wrong sentence with his shoulders. That is why the effort feels so useless while you are making it. You are working hard in one direction and reporting the opposite. And notice the shape of what people do when it goes slowly, because it is a shape and it is always the same. They do more of it. Louder. They add a second sentence, then a third. They start again on a Monday. They add a practice on top of the practice, and by the 4th week the whole thing has become a piece of work in its own right, with its own admin, and it is now one more place they are failing. That is not weakness. It is the only response most of us were ever taught. When something does not yield, apply more. It is correct for a stuck jar and for very little else. Here is the swap, and it is small enough to make today. When you catch yourself pushing, that is your signal to loosen, not to press, not to quit. Loosen. Say the sentence once, flatly, and go and do something with your hands. Put the sound back on and stop attending to it. Let the afternoon be ordinary. Everything in these hours works better held lightly, and there is nothing spiritual about that. A grip is a state, and the state is what is being read. The man who gets it is almost never the man who wanted it most visibly. He is the one who put it down and kept walking towards it. Track 158. The will to do it. You are not missing information. In February of 1976, a man was interviewed who had spent his working life on the hardest engineering problem of the century. Wernher von Braun, by then thought of by many as the father of the American space program. He said something in that interview which people expected from a preacher, and not from him. After years of probing the mysteries of the universe, he said, he had been led to a firm belief in the existence of God. The natural laws are so precise, he said, that we have no difficulty building a ship to fly to the moon and can time the flight to a fraction of a second. Laws like that must have been set by somebody. He called science and religion sister disciplines. Through one, you learn about the creation. Through the other, you gain some insight into the Creator. With the tools of science, a man tries to harness the forces of nature around him, and through religion, he works on the forces of nature inside him. And then he said this: there would not be a single great accomplishment in the history of mankind without faith, but the line worth carrying out of that interview is older and much shorter. Years earlier, long before any serious person would entertain the idea of a man going to the moon and coming back alive, von Braun was asked what it would take to build a rocket that could reach it. He answered, the will to do it. That is the entire answer. From the one man on Earth who could have given a technical one. He was not being poetic and he was not dodging the question. He was reporting what he knew. Everything else was available. The mathematics existed. The metal existed. Men who could do the work existed and were mostly employed doing other things. What did not exist, on the day he was asked, was a settled decision. And this is the trap that swallows careful people, so it is worth naming without sneering at it, because it is the trap of the intelligent. You go looking for the method. You read more. You compare approaches. You want to be sure, before you commit, that you have found the right way in. That is not stupidity. That is conscientiousness, pointed at the wrong thing. But the search has a quiet second function, and the second function is postponement. As long as you are still gathering, you have not yet decided, and nothing that follows a decision has to start. You already know enough to begin the thing you have been circling. You have known for a while. There is nothing left to look up. Track 159. The shipment nobody ordered. The thing that changes your life will arrive as an inconvenience in the middle of an ordinary shift. North Redwood, Minnesota, in 1886. A young man named Richard Sears is the station agent for the Minneapolis and St. Louis Railway, a job that mostly means telegraphs, freight, and paperwork. A crate arrives from a Chicago house. Gold-filled pocket watches, consigned to a local jeweler named Edward Stegerson, who never ordered them. This was a known trick of the trade. Ship goods to a retailer who has not asked for them, and when he refuses, offer them at a lower price rather than pay the freight back. Stegerson knew the trick. He refused the crate flatly and went back to his work. So the watches sat on the platform, in the way, somebody else's problem, on a day like any other. Sears wrote to the manufacturer and made an arrangement. He would handle the watches and keep whatever he could get above $12 apiece. Then he sold them down the line to the other station agents, men like himself, at 14. Within 6 months, he had cleared $5,000, which in 1886 was several years of a station agent's wages. He moved to Minneapolis, opened the R.W. Sears Watch Company, and the following year hired a watch repairman named Alva Roebuck to deal with the returns. Now hold the two men in the same picture for a moment, because that is where the lesson is. The jeweler knew watches. The jeweler had the shop, the trade, the customers, and the expertise. He looked at the crate and correctly identified a nuisance, and he was right about it. And being right cost him everything that crate was worth. The station agent knew nothing about watches at all. What he had was a different question running underneath. Not, is this a problem? But, what is this? That is not intelligence, it is state. The two men were standing in front of the same wooden box, and one of them was carrying something that made the box legible. And this is why so much of what has been said today is about the hours rather than about opportunities. You cannot arrange for the crate to arrive, nobody can. What you can arrange is who is standing there when it does. Most people are waiting for the opportunity to look like one, and that is a fair expectation, because we are all raised on stories in which it did. In the stories, it arrives clearly marked. In life, it arrives as extra work, at a bad time, addressed to somebody else. So give today's nuisance one more look than you would normally give it. It is very likely nothing, but that is where they keep them. Track 160. The fish that froze too fast. The answer is usually already in front of people who have been standing next to it for generations. Somewhere between 1912 and 1915, an American named Clarence Birdseye was in Labrador, trading furs and doing what a man does in a place with almost nothing in it. He watched the Inuit fish through holes cut in the ice. The air up there is far below freezing. A trout comes up through the hole and out into that air, and it is stiff and solid almost the moment it stops moving. Months later, in the middle of winter, with no fresh food anywhere, that fish is thawed out and cooked, and it is still good. The flesh has held. It tastes like a fish that was caught that morning. Now, everyone in Labrador had eaten fish like that for as long as anyone could remember. It was not a discovery. It was Tuesday. Birdseye was the man who asked why. The reason turned out to be speed. Freeze something slowly, and large ice crystals have time to form and tear the flesh apart from the inside, so it comes out limp and gray. Freeze it violently fast, and the crystals stay tiny, and the flesh survives intact. He spent years working out how to reproduce that speed in a factory in a warm country. In 1924, he founded the General Seafood Corporation. In 1929, the business and the patents were sold for around $22 million, and everything in every freezer aisle in the world descends from a man watching other people fish. He was not cleverer than the fishermen. He would have been the first to say so, and he would have been badly outmatched on the ice. He was carrying a different question, and the question decided what registered. That is the mechanism this whole day has been about, described from the other end. What you have running underneath does not change what is in front of you. It changes what you are able to see in it. Two men look at the same frozen fish. One sees dinner. One sees an industry. The fish is not the variable. And notice what most of us do instead, which is to go hunting for a new thing. Somewhere else, some field we are not in, some opportunity that has not been picked over. It feels like ambition, and it is usually just relocation. Almost every fortune in these hours came from a new question about an old thing. A penny sign in a market, a plug for a light socket, a crate of watches nobody wanted. So take the thing you walk past every day, the one so familiar it has become furniture, and ask the childish question about it. Why is it like that? Nobody has asked in years. Track 161. Like water from a tap. Prosperity, when it actually arrives, is not exciting. It is quiet, and its main feature is that you stop counting something. There was a boy in Japan sent away from home at 9 years old to work as an apprentice. A brazier shop first, then a bicycle shop. He was sickly all his life, and his schooling ended more or less when it began. On the 7th of March, in 1918, in Osaka, he started a workshop with two other people. Himself at 23, his wife Mumeno at 22, and her brother Toshio, who was 15. Their first product was an improved attachment plug. After that, a socket that let you take power from a light fitting and run something else from it at the same time. Not glamorous, just better than what people had, and cheaper. His name was Konosuke Matsushita, and the workshop became one of the largest electrical manufacturers on Earth. In 1932, he stood up and told his people what he thought the work was actually for. And it is one of the few statements of business purpose from that century that still means anything. The mission of a manufacturer, he said, is to make the necessities of life as plentiful and as cheap as tap water. Nobody objects to a traveler drinking from a roadside tap, because water is abundant, and the cost of the small amount he takes is nothing. Produce enough of what people need, at a low enough price, and you eliminate poverty from the world. He called it the tap water philosophy, and his company repeated it for 50 years. Sit with the picture rather than the economics, because the picture is the useful part. Water is not scarce in your house, and so it has left your mind completely. You do not ration it. You do not feel clever when you have a glass. You have no opinion about it at all, and no story about yourself attached to it, and when you turn the tap, you are thinking about something else entirely. That is the condition, not a number. Money becoming water. Still finite, still spent with sense, but no longer the thing being watched. No longer the first thought in the morning and the last one at night. No longer the subject of the running commentary that has been going on in your head since you were young. And this is where the ordinary picture of wealth goes wrong, quite understandably, because the ordinary picture is the only one anybody has ever shown. We imagine a large amount arriving. But a large amount arriving into a mind that is still counting simply gives that mind more to count. Everyone has met somebody who has plenty and is still poor at 3 in the morning. So the target was never the sum. Look for the first thing that has quietly stopped being counted. That one is already water. Track 162. Enthusiasm was never a mood. You have been grading yourself on the wrong measurement, and it is time to stop. Proctor liked to point out where the word enthusiasm comes from. It is Greek, and it breaks into 2 pieces. En theos, in God. It did not begin life as a description of a mood. It was a description of a location where a man was, not how he felt. And that changes what it is for. Proctor's account of how this works goes in an order that most people have backwards. First, the image is set. Then, before anything at all has changed in the world outside, you find that you feel differently. He said flatly that the new feeling coming over you is the process at work, and that people misread it, because they experience it as a mood arriving from nowhere. The feeling is not the reward for the thing working. It is not payment in advance either. It is a symptom, the same way a temperature is a symptom, and it tells you where you are standing, which means it is information, and it is not an achievement, and above all, it is not a requirement. Now here is what people do, and it wastes more of them than doubt does. They try to manufacture it. They decide that the way to make this work is to feel strongly about it, so they whip themselves up. They watch something rousing. They have a good hour on a Sunday evening. And on Wednesday, when they feel absolutely nothing, they conclude they have lost it, or never had it, or are not the sort of person this works for. That is an honest error, and a very common one. And it comes from being told for years that motivation is fuel. But you have spent today with a method that has no opinion about your mood. The sound goes in, whether you are inspired, or flat, or bored, or slightly annoyed by it. Repetition does not check your enthusiasm before delivering. That is the entire advantage of doing it this way. It survives your Wednesdays. So take the measurement off the table. Do not ask yourself whether you feel it today. You will not, most days. And most days are where all of this actually happens. Ask only whether the sound was on, and whether the sentence got said. The feeling will arrive later, on its own, as a report. And when it does, it will not feel like triumph. It will feel like nothing much is wrong. Track 163. Thoughts are things. There is a phrase you have heard so often that it has stopped delivering anything, and it deserves one honest hearing before this ends. Thoughts are things. It has been printed on so much that it now sounds like decoration. But it began as a poem written by an American named Henry Van Dyke, a minister and a writer of the last century, and Proctor thought enough of it to set it at the head of the chapter on how any of this actually reaches you. I hold it true that thoughts are things. It opens. They're endowed with bodies and breath and wings, and that we send them forth to fill the world with good results, or ill. That which we call our secret thought speeds forth to Earth's remotest spot, leaving its blessings or its woes like tracks behind it as it goes. We build our future, thought by thought, for good or ill, yet know it not. Now read that last part again, because there are 2 words in it doing all the work. Yet know it not. He is not saying the building is hard. He is saying it is invisible while it happens. It goes on underneath, at a level you never consult, out of materials you did not consciously select. And the first you hear about the result is when you are standing in it. That is the whole argument of these hours, written in verse about 100 years before anybody thought to pipe music into a factory. And notice the word he chose for what a thought leaves behind. Not results, not consequences. Tracks, something you can follow backwards. Which is a fair description of a life, looked at honestly. Everything currently around you can be followed backwards, if you are willing to do it, to something small that was repeated. And the reason the phrase stopped working on you is not that it is wrong, it is that it was handed to you as a conclusion instead of as a description of something happening. Told as a slogan, it sounds like a promise, and promises get tested and found wanting. Told as a description, it is simply an account of what has already been going on in you since childhood, without your permission, and without a single dramatic moment anywhere in it. You never disagreed with it, you just had no reason to think it applied to a Tuesday. The poem finishes with a line that people misquote by cutting it in half. Thought is another name for fate. Choose then thy destiny, and wait. Everyone keeps the choosing, almost nobody keeps the waiting, and the waiting is half the instruction. So choose it, once, plainly, in words you can say without flinching. Then wait, which is not passive and never was. It is the part where you do the ordinary work and leave the thing alone. The tracks are being laid anyway. Today you know it. Track 164. There is no streak. At some point you will miss a day, and what you decide in that moment matters more than the day did. Proctor wrote something about this that almost nobody quotes, and it is the most forgiving sentence in his book. If you should falter, for any reason, and go your own way, then the minute you recognize it and turn back to the image, the process picks up exactly where it left off when you took over the controls. Not back to the beginning, where it left off. He had a picture for the other way of doing it. A frog in a well, climbing and slipping back, climbing and slipping back, and getting weaker and more discouraged after each fall. The falling is not what exhausts the frog. The falling is quick. It is the accumulated discouragement that finishes him. That is what a broken streak actually costs, not the missed day. Because here is the thing about the counting, and it needs saying plainly. Nobody is keeping it. There is no ledger, no record, no tally of consecutive days being maintained anywhere except in your own head, where you invented it, and where it will eventually be used against you. You know how this goes. You miss a Tuesday. On Wednesday, there is a small feeling of having spoiled something. By Friday, it has become a story. And the story is that you are the sort of person who starts things and does not finish them. And that story is far more expensive than 3 days of silence could ever be. The 3 days did almost nothing. The story does the damage. And it is worth being gentle about this, because the people who suffer from it most are the ones who take it seriously. Nobody who was casual about it ever felt bad on Wednesday. So take the instrument away from yourself. There is no streak. There is only what is playing now and what you say next, and neither of those has any interest in your record. If today went badly and nothing was on and you said none of it, then say it once now, in the car park, in the kitchen, wherever you happen to be standing, and the thing resumes. If it has been a month, it resumes. That is not a concession or a soft rule for people who are struggling. It is how it actually works, and the strict version was never anything but a story you told yourself while you were slipping. Climb out slowly. There is no clock on it. Track 165. Take it into the quiet part. That really is the end of it. Not because everything has been said, because the useful part was never on this end of it, and there is a limit to how long a man should be talked at before he is left to get on with things. So here is the handover, and it is short. You came into today with hours that were already committed. They were going to be spent whatever happened, on the radio, on other people's arguments, on whatever was nearest. Today they were spent on something chosen, and that is the only difference between this day and the one before it. Nothing was demanded of you. You did not have to concentrate, and you did not have to remember. If somebody stopped you now and asked what a single track was about, and you could not tell them, it makes no difference to the outcome. It went in the way everything else has always gone in, which is underneath, while you were busy. And it is worth saying, before this goes quiet, that a man who is still here after a day this long is not a man with a problem. He is a man who has been carrying something on his own for a while and has not put it down, and who suspected there was a way through that nobody had bothered to tell him about. There is. It is this dull. And it works. Tomorrow the hours will be there again. Put something on that you chose. It does not have to be this. It has to be chosen, and it has to be the same kind of thing often enough that it stops being an occasion. And in the hours where nothing can be playing, which is where all of this was aimed the whole time, you will find something waiting that you put there. Say the sentence then, once, flatly, out loud if you are alone. That is the whole of the practice, and it never gets more complicated than that. If this is the kind of thing you want running underneath your days from now on, subscribe, and the next one will be here when you need it, rather than when you happen to remember. Now go and do the ordinary things. Sweep the room properly. Look twice at the nuisance on the platform. Ask why the familiar thing is the way it is. Leave the field alone longer than feels sensible. Loosen your grip when you notice it tightening. And stop grading the day by how you felt about it. The sound stops here. The rotation does not. I will meet you in the middle of tomorrow, the same as I did in the middle of this one.